My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
Do you want a chocolate?
Multiple sources. Multiple sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. Multiple sources. Multiple sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. Fighter jets were deployed. Multiple sources. Fighter jets were deployed. And sources. I've heard of now from 3 different people.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
I've heard of now from 3 different people.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. The lack of information, the lack of information, the lack of information.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
The lack of information, 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 the lack of information,
Multiple sources.
Multiple sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
Multiple sources.
Multiple sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I have had a wonderful weekend at the cabin and took a few days off of all of this madness, and I can't say that I regret it. During our break, we finally hit this magic number that so many other content creators told me. Things get easier after you hit that, Stephen, and that would be that we finally hit 10,000 subscribers. We've also began producing shorts, which has resulted in doubling our views here on the channel somehow. I don't understand it. Maybe people like those 1-minute quick clips. Whatever the case, we're going to keep producing those. So tonight, we're going to be getting into this Soul Foundation. And I thought an interesting tie-in with the Soul Foundation is this recent Netflix documentary. There's actually several, I think there's 3 or 4 documentaries about Rael and the Raelian cult. And it's interesting to me that there's so many parallels between the Raelian UFO cult and what Gary Nolan, David Grusch, and others have started, something called the Soul Foundation. But it looks strangely similar to the Raelian UFO cult. And nobody can, really deny that Rael from the Raelianism UFO cult shares many similar beliefs to these people, which I find that fascinating. It's fascinating to me that these people share the same belief systems in many cases. For example, both of these organizations believe that the Earth is being visited by extraterrestrials or interdimensionals or non-human intelligences. Both of these organizations are trying to collect money from the public in order to do that which their faith-based belief system in aliens visiting Earth requires them to do. Rael famously has collected hundreds of millions of dollars so far, it has been reported, to create a landing pad for the aliens when they come to visit. I think it's in 2035 now, they've pushed that back to. but they've collected over $100 million. Rael did. This man, Rael, leads an extravagant millionaire's lifestyle, private planes, expensive homes and hotels, all the best for dear leader of the UFO cult. And isn't it interesting how many parallels there are between the Raelian UFO cult and Gary Nolan's and David Grusch's Soul Foundation? It's uncanny the amount of things that both these groups believe in. And yet somehow, I suppose, because Gary Nolan is a Stanford professor, the Soul Foundation wants to, be considered a legitimate, credible organization. And, I suppose they're going to be able to do that by pretending that they have credible scientists in their group. They don't. They have wackadoos. There, I said it. Gary Nolan is a wackadoo. He's not a reputable scientist. He is a scientist, but he's a wackadoo of a scientist. Recently claiming that Neil deGrasse Tyson should have his PhD stripped from him. And what was Neil deGrasse Tyson's sin? Not believing in Gary Nolan's UFO cult belief system. So isn't it interesting that this man, Gary Nolan, literally wants people stripped of their PhDs who don't agree with his wackadoo beliefs? I think that's interesting. It's just incredible to me that the, believer-brained UFO people don't see that there is virtually no difference between the Soul Foundation's belief systems and the Raelism UFO cult. Now, of course, when you get into specifics, Rael made a lot of the same claims that Gary Nolan made. Gary Nolan claims that he was abducted by aliens or interacted with some kind of non-human intelligence. So does Rael. Rael goes a little bit further. He went on a spaceship to the home world of his aliens, which he calls the Elohim, which conveniently the Elohim are mentioned in the Bible. And Rael also later claimed to be like the brother of Jesus and Earth's greatest prophet. But, I really don't think it's going to be too long before some of these Soul Foundation people are making equally wackadoo claims. And again, they like to give this appearance that they're credible because they have several academics and scientists with them. But I'm here to tell you, there are wackadoos in all walks of life. We have seen this. There are wackadoos that are high-ranking U.S. military intelligence officers, and they're wackadoos. There are wackadoos that are in the Air Force, in the Army, in the government, who work in the Pentagon. There are wackadoos right now working in the Pentagon. So it's no surprise to me that Gary Nolan was able to find some wackadoo scientists and wackadoo academics. Also, not coincidentally, several of those people that are all part of his organization are all UFO profiteering people. I was going to use the W word, ladies of the night, that word rhymes with more. That's what those people are. They all have something to sell you. Diana Pasulka, Avi Loeb, Gary Nolan, Dave Grusch. And by the way, while we're on that subject, we've reached another stupendous part of our long-running countdown here about David Grusch. And, the excuses for the lack of evidence by Mr. Grusch, all you true believers, all the excuses are falling apart. Because no one can show me any other whistleblower in the history of everything that ever waited 253 days after making his claims before showing the evidence and proving his claims are true and factual and accurate. But isn't it funny that hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated by Dave Grusch and his buddies helping him tell his stories? Hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated. All from evidence-free, trust me, bro stories. And it's very interesting to me. Who was it? The Average Chris on Twitter just pointed out today, we were talking in messages, if the Soul Foundation has this person, David Grusch. He was their chief operating officer. Now they've scaled his role back to be some kind of senior advisor, because I think that the heat is getting too hot for Dave Grusch, and he didn't want to. I don't know. Did he not want to be the chief operating officer? Lots of things changing at the Soul Foundation. Also, Dave Grusch's lawyer erased from the website. And Dave Grusch's role changed from chief operating officer to the role of a senior advisor and founder. So all these people in the Soul Foundation all have wackadoo beliefs. And many of them are the same group of people that have been fooling Congress members and senators into enacting legislation that supports their alien belief systems. And here's another thing. Dave Grusch's excuses are all falling apart. We're at 253 days. So no, you true believing dummies, don't tell me he gave the evidence of the aliens to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. It's been 253 days. And by the way, in a few short months, it's going to be 2 years since Dave Grusch made his initial complaints of retaliation made against him to the intelligence community Inspector General. In a few short months, it's going to be a year of Dave Grusch making these claims in public and in front of Congress. And in a few short months, it will be 2 years since he filed his original complaint with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So, it's very simple. Where's the proof of his claims? Or are people like me and Stephen Greenstreet and several others who have pointed out that Dave Grusch is involved with the same group of people who have been deceiving everybody since at least 2016. He's involved with Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal. He's involved with Gary Nolan. And, Christopher Mellon is also part of the Soul Foundation. So these are all the people that have been deceiving us and selling us fake stories and lies for years and years and years. So part of me, if I'm skeptical of a guy who for 253 days has been crying aliens and not showing us anything, you would be stupid not to be skeptical of this man. How many more days are we going to wait? Even you true believers, how many more days are you going to wait until you have to admit he has no evidence? What he has is stories told to him by the same group of people that told us those last stories that all turned out to be evidence-free or fake, right? Hal Puthoff, Jacques Vallée, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, all the same people that lied to us, and many of which were part of the TTSA techno scam, or what has been described as a techno scam, in which they collected millions of dollars, made all kinds of promises, and never delivered on anything. Still waiting to see the spaceship. So at some point, even you true believers have to realize he's never going to show you any evidence. And here's another great point. Dave Grusch is a member of the Soul Foundation. Dave Grusch claims that he interviewed 40 firsthand witnesses to crash retrieval programs, to alien bodies, to spaceships in the possession of the United States government that are being back engineered. He makes a lot of claims. Where are those 40 witnesses? We've waited 253 days and not one of those witnesses of his has surfaced, except for we can confirm that one of his witnesses was wackadoo Eric Davis. You remember him, the guy with the fake Wilson notes, the guy who conducts crackpot research. That's according to the United States Air Force. They called his research crackpot research. In other words, Dave Grusch is getting all of this information from wackadoos that have all been involved with trying to fool the American public before for their own personal gain, benefit, or whatever. Or maybe they truly believe this stuff and they think they need to pressure the government to confirm their faith-based alien belief systems. But here's a very important point. If Dave Grusch is a member of the Soul Foundation and he has access to 40 firsthand witnesses, then why are they retreading old hoaxed fake UFO cases? Why are they recycling old fake UFO cases? Evidence-free, right? And oh boy, the claims that are being made. This object went this many thousands of miles an hour. This object went into the water and then came out, shot off at a tremendous rate of speed that no human craft on Earth could do. What's your proof for those claims? Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro, is a problem. You know, the Lou Elizondo lie that he ran a Pentagon UFO program for 10 years. That was a trust me, bro. That didn't work out. Gary Nolan's fake, completely and totally fake claims with Ross Coulthart that they had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. Then cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. That was a trust me, bro story. That turned out to be completely and totally fake. Just like Lou Elizondo running a Pentagon UFO program was trust me, bro, and turned out to be fake. How many more? And then we've got Christopher Mellon, who stood there like an idiot on a stage while they showed a picture of a birthday, a 1-year-old birthday balloon, and said that it was a spaceship or an off-world vehicle or whatever he said. These people are not to be trusted, and I'm just laughing at all of you people. It's great too. It seems like for a long time now, there's been this game of ping pong, this back and forth, you know, and the skeptical side will make tremendous advances towards showing people that these people are lying scumbags and grifters. They're not here for disclosure. Most of them are here to fill their pockets with money. Now, I get the argument, well, Christopher Mellon, he's a billionaire. He doesn't need money. Well, great. There's one, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. But look at the rest of these people. Gary Nolan, how many documentaries did he get paid for whoring out the labs of Stanford University to help UFO grifters, right? How much money did you get paid, Gary Nolan? How much money did the Soul Foundation collect so far? But here's the good news. It's a nonprofit organization. So eventually they're going to have to file paperwork with the IRS, and we're going to all get to see how much money they collected and what they did with it. Can't wait to see this. And, you know, I have no problem, I guess, with somebody starting a nonprofit if they're doing, some sort of public benefit. But if all you're doing is getting together with your UFO pals and circle jerking each other off, and by the way, these videos from this conference, that was a closed door invitation only conference. It wasn't open to the public. So where's the public benefit? You're only allowed to go if you're on the believer side of things. You're not allowed to be there and hear these speeches from these wackadoos if you're a critical voice or a skeptical voice. What if I want to go to a Soul Foundation event and just sit there quietly and respectfully and take notes, but then come back here and report what a bunch of wackadoos these people are? I'm not allowed to do that? This shows you this is cult-like behavior. They have to control the narrative. They have to control the information. They have to limit skepticism and skeptical people from even being allowed anywhere near their events. There wasn't one skeptical person in that whole auditorium. It was all filled with these wackadoos friends that they knew would lap this shit up and accept the garbage that they're pushing. And we're going to get into all of it. But before we do, I do want to talk about one other thing that's important. I have it here on my notes, and that is the false talking points about David Grusch fall away when you consider the Raelian cult. Since Dave Grusch and me being very critical of him, many people have come to me and sent me messages or whatever and said, Stephen, he has to be telling the truth or he'd go to prison. First of all, no, he wouldn't. Go check when the last time somebody who clearly lied to Congress, and I mean clearly and definitively and provably lied to Congress, was actually prosecuted for it. It almost never happens. And secondly, all he has to do is say, I was told these things and I believed the people and I was repeating what I was told. Then he's not lying. Get out of jail free card. But the other thing that people keep saying to me is, Stephen, it can't be all fake, because if it was all fake, Congress could care less. They wouldn't entertain this. Congress wouldn't give them a congressional hearing if this was all fake. Well, let's go talk about the Raelian cult, who literally testified under oath before Congress that they had cloned a human baby. And guess what? They did so under oath. They made those outrageous, out of this world, completely, by the way, evidence-free claims The Raelian cult and their chief scientist, who's heavily involved in that cult, stood in front of Congress under oath and claimed that they cloned a human baby. Now, once again, ask yourself, is there a precedent for Congress entertaining completely and totally fake claims made by wackadoos? Well, we can look to the example of the Raelian cult. Again, the Raelian cult claimed that they had cloned a human baby. They stood there, several members of that cult stood there under oath and made those out of this world claims. By the way, evidence-free claims. So when people tell me there has to be something to this, Stephen, or they wouldn't have let Dave Grusch testify before Congress. Well, there's your answer. Congress let a bunch of UFO wackadoos claim that they were cloning humans with no evidence, no proof, no corroboration, and they let this UFO cult testify before them and make these outrageous claims. So what we see is that Congress has done this before. Let somebody come in, testify before Congress under oath and make fantastic claims. How is that any different from what Dave Grusch did? Dave Grusch has never proven his claims. By the way, the Raelian cult, not only did they never prove their claims, but a whistleblower from the cult who was heavily involved in their organization that was dedicated to the practice of human cloning called Clonaid, he came out publicly and said they didn't clone anything. They were nowhere near the level of sophistication or even laboratory equipment required to actually clone a human baby. They just made it up. They just made it up. Completely and totally 100% false claims made before Congress by UFO wackadoos. Fast forward to 2023, and Dave Grusch and his group of UFO wackadoos stands there before Congress, largely with zero evidence, and makes out of this world fantastic claims about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, non-human entities, the government's in possession of spacecraft, and all this other stuff. Evidence-free claims, exactly like the Raelian cult did. Now, the Raelian cult did this for publicity. Is it so outside of, the realm of believability that maybe somebody knew that they could go there and make evidence-free claims, kind of like that other UFO cult did, and generate huge amounts of publicity for themselves? The Raelian cult founder, this Claude person, bragged in this recent Netflix documentary that they got $600 million worth of worldwide publicity by testifying before Congress and making the claims about cloning human babies when it was completely and totally a false claim. And again, the evidence supports that. They never cloned anything, period, full stop. So maybe, just maybe, what I have been saying since the beginning of the Dave Grusch story is correct, that a group of scumbag UFO profiteering whores and grifters manipulated this once mentally ill and also he's neurodivergent. He's autistic. Maybe, just maybe, people manipulated him and pushed him into that congressional hearing so that they could get publicity, worldwide publicity from it. And guess what? It worked. In both the case of the Raelian UFO cult and the case of the Dave Grusch UFO cult, it worked. Huge amounts of publicity, thereby generating hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of monetized views for everybody pushing the Dave Grusch story. And, it seems crazy to me that somebody would argue with, they wouldn't do that just for publicity. Well, we've got a perfect example. The Raelian cult admitted they did it all for publicity. They made up fake claims. And by the way, I'm not saying that Dave Grusch is making up fake claims, but I am saying it's been 253 days since he made his initial claims, and he still has not provided a single shred of evidence. You know what else he hasn't done? Named the 40 so-called whistleblowers. And everybody's throwing around that term whistleblower. No, I don't care about your technical or your legal definition of the term or word whistleblower. If you're a whistleblower, you have evidence. You don't just make you're a whistleblower who has evidence, or you're a storyteller who has no evidence. So far, Dave Grusch is not a whistleblower. He is a storyteller who has provided zero evidence for 253 days now. So there's interesting parallels between this Raelian UFO cult and the current UFO cult with Gary Nolan and Dave Grusch and this Soul Foundation and Christopher Mellon and all these other people who've been lying to us for years. I highly encourage you. It's on Netflix. Just search for Rael, Rael. You'll find it. I think it's a 4-part series. I watched all 4 parts of it. Now, I get it. People are already attacking me. Oh, it's not the same thing, Stephen. Okay, well, maybe the Soul Foundation doesn't have a charismatic leader that's banging all of the initiates yet. Notice I said yet. Yeah, there's some differences for sure. But there's also an awful lot of similarities. And for anybody to deny that, then you're denying actual reality. If you deny that the Raelian cult and this Soul Foundation, first of all, have very similar belief systems, and second of all, are very similar in many aspects. If you deny that, then you're denying reality, and I can't help you. So we're going to get into this. I'm going to put my fair use banner up. We're going to be getting into, oh, and by the way, here's another thing. If Dave Grusch knows where 40 firsthand witnesses are, why are they retreading the same old fake UFO cases and hoaxes in the Soul Foundation? Evidence-free stories, trust me, bro stories, proven hoaxes. That's what people are pushing at this event. Why would you do that if your chief operating officer has access to 40 firsthand witnesses of alien technology on Earth? And why won't Dave Grusch name any of those 40 people? Could it be because people like Stephen Greenstreet and myself are correct? All those 40 people are wackadoos we're all familiar with. Hal Puthoff, Jacques Vallée, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, the same group of people who deceived the New York Times, the same group of people who have been pushing this false narrative and filling their pockets with every dollar they can since 2017. I think it's very clear that he can't name any of his so-called witnesses, because then everybody would be able to put 2 and 2 together and go, oh, he talked to all the other wackadoos that have been saying this shit. And by the way, never proving it for years, or in some cases, decades. It's remarkable to me that people will still defend Grusch and still, claim that the evidence is coming, or they're still investigating. It's been almost 2 years since he filed his initial complaint with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. I mean, I know the government moves slow, but guess what? That's another issue. People keep telling me he gave all that evidence to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. Well, there's statements from the Inspector General saying he's not investigating aliens, alien bodies, or any of the claims being made. All they're investigating is the claims of retaliation against him and the claims of waste, fraud, and abuse, because that is what the intelligence community's job is. It's not his job to go vetting somebody's claims of alien bodies, and he's not doing that. There's on-the-record statements proving the Intelligence Community Inspector General isn't investigating shit that Dave Grusch said about aliens. Full stop. And you can say whatever you want. That's the correct and true analysis of what's going on. So all of these excuses for why Dave Grusch can't, oh, it's classified. No, it's not. Because DOPSR, the Pentagon's Department of Pre-Publication, cleared him to talk about alien bodies, alien spaceships, alien biologics, alien crash retrievals. All of that is not classified. If it was classified, he wouldn't have been allowed to even mention those things if they were part of classified projects. He was cleared, meaning none of that stuff is classified. So what are the other excuses for Dave Grusch not providing any evidence so far? Oh, he gave it to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. That one falls apart. Oh, it's classified. That excuse falls apart. Why can't he name these witnesses? Why can't we hear from the firsthand witnesses? Was that a big bluff? Oh, we've got 40 firsthand witnesses, whistleblowers, and they're all coming forward. Where are they at? It's been 253 days. Do they even exist? Or are these 40 people all the people that we already are aware of, right? People like Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon and Gary Nolan and Avi Loeb and all the same group of UFO circle-jerking, UFO profiteering whores that have been collecting every dollar they can out of this thing for years now, right? Pardon me if I'm a little bit cynical. We want to thank High Speed Chase for a kind and generous $2 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and also being a member. Says these two wackadoos look like Wookiee spankers. I agree. They're definitely Wookiee spankers. Another kind and generous $2. Thank you, High Speed Chase. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And we thank everybody who is helping us. We are a public benefit, unlike the Soul Foundation. Who are they benefiting? Their fellow UFO wackadoos. But thank you, High Speed Chase, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, cash,
praise the cash, bitches. All right. So we're going to thank you, High Speed Chase. We're going to get into, I thought that we would begin. I'm going to put my fair use banner up here. This is transformative work. We're educating the public. By the way, we want to welcome all you new subscribers. We've got a huge couple hundred since we hit that 10,000 number. Then we got a couple hundred more. So thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and smashing that subscribe button. It really does help. Welcome to all our new subscribers. And I want to thank each and every one of you who hit that subscribe button to help us on our journey. It really means a lot to me. People believe in the show and want to see it continue. I'm thankful for all the help. So this is fair use. Somebody did an excellent sort of breakdown of the Raelian cult. I thought we would sample some of that. And isn't it interesting that both these UFO cults were able to fool Congress into letting them testify and getting huge amounts of publicity from the media blitz surrounding the claims that they made in front of Congress.
That's when Rail started telling its followers that they had to protest, even if it meant dying for the cause in the process. Furthermore, they started accusing the church of harboring pedophiles, which was a defense, but it did not exonerate the Raelians. It became a difficult time for the Raelians, who started getting targeted. Many lost their jobs, apartments, etc. Of course, there were death threats. Rail then left France and came to Quebec. Here, there was none of the anti-cult environment. There was no negativity, at least as far as Raelians were concerned.
Yes, so as soon as the heat's on, the Raelian cult moves from country to country. They had some heat on them, specifically related to stupid comments this idiot made about touching children that got him in some hot water in France.
And the Canadians could not care less about what the Raelians were doing in their backyard. In fact, they even recognized Raelism as a new religion without endorsing the values of the religion, of course. In North America, Raelism became revitalized and organized. So did Rail. A UFO land was created, something like a theme park that served as a recruitment center for new Raelians. The park became more and more...
UFO land, isn't that awesome? I think it's awesome. And, you know, this whole cult leader, you know, you can easily just take this guy's head off and put Grusch's head on there, and it's very similar to what's happening on UFO Twitter. The hero worship, right?
More popular, and so did the religion. Then Dolly the sheep was cloned, and cloning became more popular amongst the Raelians, who wanted to live forever by cloning each other. Naturally, Rail was spearheading it. Brigitte Bosselia was appointed to handle the scientific side, and she was determined to do so.
And there's more. That's proof as well that even in the cases of, even in science, you're going to find wackadoos that have wackadoo weird belief systems. This person was an accomplished chemist that became sort of like the head of science and technology for this Raelian UFO cult. And she was, before her time with the cult, a respected chemist and scientist. So, no, Soul Foundation, you don't get to claim credibility just because you have some science people in your organization. Because there's wackadoos everywhere, including in the land of science. Yes, indeed, there are wackadoos. I said it. I think it's interesting that, that this Raelian movement was sort of a science fiction. It had a lot of similarities to Scientology as well.
The American Dream. On May 31, 1997, a feature in New Scientist revealed that the international Raelian movement was getting into human cloning by launching a company dedicated to its research and development. This announcement stirred unease among bioethicists who called for legislative action to regulate human cloning. At this time, while
Yeah, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a huge battle in the United States over human cloning. And the Raelian movement, this UFO cult, was largely responsible for it because they basically said, we're going to clone humans. And so there was a race that we have to hurry up and pass some kind of laws against human cloning in the United States.
countries like Britain had already prohibited human cloning, the United States was operating under a moratorium that only restricted the use of federal funds for such research. In response, U.S. President Bill Clinton urged private entities to voluntarily adopt a similar moratorium. However, Rail contested the notion that cloning technology posed inherent risks. By June 15, 1998, Brigitte Boisselier disclosed that CloneAid, the company initiated by the Raelian movement for cloning research, was based in Las Vegas but was struggling with insufficient funding for its ambitious goals.
Yeah, and by the way, what does it cost to develop, to have the equipment and all of that to clone a human being? Well, even to clone, a sheep, it's like a lot of money.
Later on, December 19, 1998, New Scientist reported that CloneAid had set the price for its cloning services at $200,000, a figure significantly lower than $2.3 million budgeted by Texas A&M University researchers for cloning a dog named Missy. So
it cost $2.3 million to clone a dog. This UFO cult was telling people that they could clone your dead baby, or I think they even got into dead pets. They were going to clone people's dead pets for $200,000. And, that old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, applies here. They did not have the sufficient technology. They did not have the sufficient personnel even. And one of the whistleblowers in the cult, blew the whistle after they made all these huge claims of cloning a baby. He said, no way. They didn't clone anything. It was just a made-up story to get publicity for the cult.
The project's ultimate goal of human cloning, mainstream scientists remain skeptical about CloneAid's capability to achieve any cloning success in the foreseeable future. Boisselier indicated that pet cloning was intended as a means to support their broader cloning goals. On June 9, 1997, CloneAid announced its plan to enable homosexual and infertile couples to have children genetically identical to themselves. Now, this presented a path to achieve.
Yeah, look at this. This is a press conference. And look at all the members. These are members of the press that showed up to get the story. So, making fantastic claims with no evidence, it's easy to see that the media can be manipulated very easily with fantastical claims with no evidence. And exactly what happened in the case of Dave Grusch. He made all these fantastic claims with absolutely no evidence whatsoever of his claims. Same goes for the Raelian movement. They made all these claims, got all this media attention. They had no proof of anything.
Achieve a form of immortality, and Rail would say stuff like, if you don't want to get yourself cloned, you're welcome to die. This announcement was made online. During the announcement, there was the Raelian leader alongside a consortium of investors established Valiant Venture Limited in the Bahamas to undertake this mission under the project named CloneAid, eyeing a market of 1 million potential clients. In a significant development on September 21, 2000,
I don't know about you, but I don't think I would trust this guy. Look at him. Would you trust this guy with out of this world claims that has no evidence?
Rail held a press conference in a Montreal hotel where he disclosed that a wealthy American couple had offered to finance CloneAid. The couple sought to clone their 10-month-old daughter who had tragically passed away due to a medical error and offered $1.5 million for the procedure. However, the mother was not prepared to act as a surrogate for the clone, so they had to find new surrogates, and among these was the daughter of Brigitte.
Yeah, and that's interesting. So they just go to the cult and say, listen, we're going to need some of you to carry some of these clone babies. And isn't it interesting that they had more volunteers than they needed that were going to offer to be surrogate mothers? and carry these cloned babies to term for the wealthy clients.
Experts including Jamie Grifo from the New York University School of Medicine and Nobel laureate Paul Berg from Stanford University criticized Rail's promise, arguing it offered false hope by suggesting the cloned child would be the same as the deceased one. Brigitte Bossier mentioned the involvement of 4 scientists, a biochemist, a geneticist, a cell fusion expert, and a French medical doctor. In the project, though, she kept their identities and that of the American couple confidential.
Yeah, and isn't that interesting? We have all of these very prestigious scientists, and they're going to work on this project with us, but we can't tell you their names. We can't tell you who they are. Kind of like Dave Grusch. Oh, I know all these firsthand witnesses that saw the alien bodies and the alien technology. Great. What are their names? Oh, I can't tell you. Again, an awful lot of parallels between this Raelian UFO cult and the Dave Grusch UFO cult.
In early 2001, the Food and Drug Administration's Office of Criminal Investigations conducted a thorough inspection of Clonaid's laboratory situated in Nitro, West Virginia. This lab was housed in a rented space within an old high school. The review by FDA scientists concluded that the lab's research primarily focused on extracting ovum from cow ovaries obtained from a slaughterhouse was subpar, likening it to the work of a graduate student. However, they noted that the lab was equipped with cutting-edge technology funded by Mark Hunt, a former state legislator from West Virginia. Hunt had a personal stake in the cloning as he aimed to clone his son Andrew, who passed away in 1999 from a congenital heart condition.
Yeah, so isn't that interesting? There's another wackadoo who happens to be a member of the state legislature. So there's wackadoos everywhere.
Following the inspection, Hunt agreed with the FDA not to pursue cloning his son within the U.S. In March 2001, Brigitte made an ambitious claim that a woman would be pregnant with a cloned fetus by April, stating that the cells had advanced to the blastocyst stage. However, she did not provide details on any specific implantation or pregnancy. By November...
Yeah, and a lack of details. Kind of like Dave Grusch's claims, right? Make fantastic, huge claims, out of this world claims, but then don't offer any actual evidence or proof and be as vague as possible. Don't offer any specifics. This is exactly what Dave Grusch is doing right now, you know, and make excuses if you get pressed for actual, you know, evidence, proof, or specifics of your claims.
According to CNN, Clonaid's lab operations had moved outside the U.S., with Clonaid asserting it had achieved the development of human cloned embryos ahead of advanced cell technology. CNN was unable to verify these claims. Given Clonaid's ties to the Raelian movement and the absence of concrete evidence supporting their cloning achievements, authorities in the broader scientific community remained skeptical about Clonaid's capabilities in the field of cloning. On December 27th...
Yeah, and that's another parallel. So wackadoo UFO people come forward and make wackadoo claims, but the majority of scientists remain skeptical of their claims. Why? Because they don't provide evidence of their claims. And this is exactly what we see happening with Dave Grusch. He's made a lot of claims. Go talk to a real mainstream scientist about, you know, what do they believe about Dave Grusch's claims? They're going to remain skeptical until they see the empirical evidence. And so far, 253 days now, zero evidence.
2002 in Hollywood, Florida, Brigitte announced at a press conference the alleged successful birth of the first human clone named Eve, delivered via cesarean section outside the United States, with both mother and child reported as healthy. However, Bosselier did not provide any tangible evidence, such as DNA samples, to substantiate the cloning claim, nor was the mother or child present. It later became clear that the announcement was made without prior genetic verification, which only meant one thing. She was expressing belief in the success of her procedure rather than confirming the child's status as a clone. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration expressed its intention to investigate Clonaid for potential illegal activities, citing regulations that prohibit human cloning without explicit permission from the agency. This stands high.
Yeah, that's where it gets interesting. So then the government
the
gets
FDA's
involved.
regulatory authority over human cloning as ambiguous, which in turn prompted some U.S. Congress members to advocate for clear legislation that would outright ban human cloning. President George W. Bush expressed that human cloning troubled many Americans, and his voice resonated with the national sentiment. Sam Brownback, a Republican from Kansas, urged Congress to prohibit all forms of human cloning. The FDA's biotechnology chief, Dr. Phil Noguchi, highlighted the potential health risks associated with human cloning, including the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases to newborns. The White House...
Yeah, it's interesting too. There's something called genetic fading. So clones are, so far, the research on clones indicates that a cloned organism is very susceptible to problems because of genetic fading and all kinds of issues.
Also voiced skepticism about Clonade's claims. The Vatican criticized Clonade's announcement for showing a callous and unethical mindset. The Christian Coalition of America called for a ban on human cloning, labeling the purported cloned baby as an anomaly. Meanwhile, Nadine Gary, the PR head for Clonade, announced that Eve, the claimed cloned child, was taken home by her mother on December 30th, 2002. In response, Florida attorney Bernard Siegel.
Yeah, here's where it gets interesting. So then this attorney basically sues the cult on behalf of the child because he wants to make sure that the child is safe and, whatever. And that's where it gets interesting. Then members of the Raelian cult, under oath, still claim that this baby exists, but refuse to show any proof that the cloned baby actually exists.
Acted as a concerned citizen and petitioned the Broward County Circuit Court to appoint a temporary guardian for the alleged clone, suggesting a need for legal oversight. Clonade's defense was managed by local attorneys Barry Wax and Jonathan Schwartz. Throughout the legal proceedings over the following month, Brigitte Beausoleil testified and claimed under oath the existence of a cloned child living outside the U.S. When forced to reveal the location, she said that the child was in Israel, despite these assertions. Clonade failed to provide concrete evidence of the child's existence. However, she withheld details about the location of the surrogate birth, the lab where testing would occur, and the identity of the biological mother.
Yeah, so she withheld details, kind of like Dave Grusch, just make huge claims and then withhold details. A lot of parallels here between this UFO cult and the Soul Foundation and Dave Grusch UFO cult.
Mother was described as a 31-year-old woman married to an infertile man. However, one of the scientists involved in the whole cloning thing revealed that it was all a hoax, a lie. Angels or sex slaves? In 2000,
it was all a hoax and a lie. Yeah, interesting. I don't know if there's a part in here. I guess there isn't. There isn't a part in here about. So after this, then the Raelian cult testified before Congress, still claiming that they had cloned a human baby. But those claims were never proven. And a whistleblower from the cult who left the cult blew the whistle. That was all a hoax. It was all fake. All of that was all just made up nonsense in order to get publicity for the cult and aid in their fundraising efforts. Gee, sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? Somebody standing up before Congress and making huge, out of this world, fantastic claims with no evidence whatsoever, right? Sounds a little familiar to me. Oh, it should, because that's exactly what Dave Grusch did. Stood up in front of Congress and made huge claims with absolutely 100% zero evidence whatsoever. And again, we're at 253 days now so far, and still no evidence of Dave Grusch's claims, right? I wanted to check in. Yeah, and look, this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example of the hero worship that's going on UFO Twitter for those poor ontological shock victims, right? And Wise Monkey says, all hail at the Collars of Lou in the Church of Melon. All will be revealed in around 14 days. Just check out Elder Sensei Corbell's podcast and Pastor Colthart's. Oh, it's so stupid. It's just so stupid, right? But what are you going to do? Like, people are worshiping these people, just like people in that Raelian cult worship Rael. They worship him like he's some big prophet, right? Very, very interesting. I want to find one of these other clips. So we're going to be getting into some clips from the Soul Foundation. But before we do that, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Average Chris, because here's another fake story that's going around. You may have heard a story of, a UFO shooting beams at a weapon being tested. Yeah, the Big Sur UFO turns out to be a completely and totally fake story. The Air Force obtained some unusual photography while experimenting with very sensitive optics equipment during ICBM launches on the West Coast nearly 30 years ago. 3 years ago, in an article titled Deliberate Deception, the Big Sur UFO Filming, Jacobs, one of the members of the experimental team, claimed that the objects observed were beyond normal technical explanation and implied that the government had been communicating with aliens from outer space. So again, the claims being made, UFO intercepted nuclear missile with laser beams. No, completely and totally debunked in Skeptical Inquirer, Volume 17. That's a completely and totally fake story, which again leads me to ask, if Dave Grusch has 40 firsthand witnesses to aliens and UFOs in the possession of the United States government or spaceships being back engineered, why are they recycling old UFO hoaxes that have already been proven to be a fake story? If you had real smoking gun 40 people, 40 witnesses to aliens and UFOs on Earth, why are you trotting out old, stupid, proven hoaxes? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you show us the 40 witnesses, right? I'm calling their bluff. Where's the 40 witnesses? You told us you had 40 witnesses 253 days ago. Where are they all at? All these people selling the Grusch story helped with that bluff. They all said it. We could find clips of all of them saying there's 40 witnesses that are going to be coming forward. When? Where are they at? So instead of trotting out 40 firsthand witnesses, instead of doing that, you're going to recycle the Big Sur fake UFO case that's been completely and totally smashed to bits, debunked as fake. It's so stupid. And to me, it's so transparent. These people have no evidence. If they really had 40 firsthand witnesses, wouldn't they be trotting them out? Like, all right, we'll do them one a week for 40 weeks. We'll bring about this catastrophic disclosure that we've been talking about. No, instead, we're going to retread old fake UFO stories that have been largely debunked as fake stories for years now. It tells you, it should inform you that these people have no real evidence. If they did, they wouldn't need to trot out fake old UFO stories. It's ridiculous. All right, so we're gonna get into the Soul Foundation. But before we do that, I'm already getting hate mail about my use of the term cult in relation to the Soul Foundation. And I just want to, look, it's my opinion that the Soul Foundation is a UFO cult. I'm entitled to my opinion, but it's an informed opinion based on the view of history of other UFO cults who share very similar belief systems to these people. By the way, you know what other UFO cult shares very similar belief systems to the Soul Foundation people? Heaven's Gate, right? So a cult is defined as a system of religious veneration or devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. A relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. A misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. Is that kind of like what's going on with Dave Grusch? You're not even allowed to criticize him, right? If you do, you get attacked, right? No, it fits the technical definition of a cult, the Soul Foundation does. So you stop sending me hate mail, you wackadoo, and take your goddamn meds. Some of you people, listen, I've said it before. If you need help, like if you're running out of meds halfway through the month, right? You bunch of psycho wackadoos, I'll help you. Message me. Maybe we could get you some medication so that you can calm down, right? I think so. And I think this Soul Foundation is certainly interesting, especially when we consider the group of lying scumbags that are in their organization. I love it. Lying scumbags, a whole bunch. And I love this too. You people getting your disclosure boners. And like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, isn't it interesting? So here's what's happening right now, in my opinion. The Soul Foundation released these videos because they don't have shit. They've been telling everybody that they have 40 firsthand witnesses to alien technology on Earth for a year almost now. And Dr. Kirkpatrick comes out and blows the whistle on them, saying it's a bunch of people telling stories, second and third hand retellings of old stories. Nobody has any evidence. Suddenly they know they're busted. They can't keep saying we have 40 whistleblowers because essentially Kirkpatrick showed they don't have shit. So now they're retreading old UFO stories that were fake when they came out the first time. They're still fake. It's great. But isn't it interesting that their bluff gets busted? That's what happened. Their bluff got busted. So now they're going to retread the same old UFO stories that have been debunked before. They were fake when they came out the first time. How many times have we? And by the way, there's a conflation of events too, because now you got people like who is the nut job with the lady. Anyway, you have people saying, I saw the film of the flying saucer shooting laser beams at the ICBM missile. Well, there was a recreation made. That's what people are seeing. They're seeing a recreation, a fake video made to support a documentary telling this fake story. And the story has been completely debunked. But hey, keep pushing this fake nonsense because you don't have real evidence. So we're going to just take a moment to recognize that the people on this Soul Foundation cult website are a bunch of wackadoos, and all of them are profiteering whores. Well, I'll say most of them. We've got Gary Nolan. We know all about him. He's the guy who lied with Ross Coulthart and said that they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by Michio Kaku, when they didn't have shit. Where's the analysis? Where's the analysis, Gary Nolan? Oh, that's right. You bluffed. These people bluff all the time. The 40 whistleblowers that are going to be coming forward, that's a bluff. We have conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by Michio Kaku. That's a bluff. Or how about Ross Coulthart? I know the location of a giant alien spaceship on Earth, and it's so big that they couldn't move it, so they had to build a building around it. That's a bluff too. Ross Coulthart is right now bluffing that he's talking to people that were part of these UFO crash retrieval and back engineering programs. But he won't tell us who they are. He won't provide any details or information. That's another bluff. These people are bluffers. Then we have the bluffer in chief, David Grusch, who's now called a senior advisor. He's no longer special. He's a special senior advisor. Oh, he's special, all right. Yeah. He was the chief operating officer. What happened to that? Why did they change his role, right? And I love it. So I don't know who these two guys are. Sound like wackadoos to me. I'm vaguely familiar with Jonathan Berkty because of some of my AI endeavors. And I can tell you that he does have an AI company, but that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to say anything disparaging about his AI company or his piss poor garbage research. And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it, having been involved in computer science my whole life. So we've got, okay, so how many people have been caught lying on this page so far? Gary Nolan's been caught lying. Dave Grusch has been caught lying. Tim Gillette, this is the guy who's trying to start his own UFO organization and wants to get government funding, right? Kevin Newth, I don't really know him, but I know he presented a completely and totally evidence-free story. And the fact that he's a professor of physics and he just made physics claims about like the speed at which objects were going in the story he was telling and provided zero data or evidence is very, very troubling. I don't know who this Jeffrey Cripple is. I do know that Avi Loeb lied to everybody and claimed that Oumuamua, you remember that, was an interstellar spaceship. That all turned out to be bullshit, but he's still selling the book on Amazon, making completely and totally false claims that have been proven by a large preponderance of real scientists, not wackadoos like Avi Loeb. Then there's Diana Pasulka, who is also a UFO profiteer. She has been going on secret missions with Gary Nolan to crash retrieval sites, so secret that they have to blindfold her. Come on, with the James Bond nonsense. And of course, most of what Diana Pasulka does is just speculation and theoretical maybes, hope-sos, and possibilities. She's got no evidence. Then we have Jacques Vallée, who is a proven liar, who got caught selling a completely and totally fake book about the fake Trinity UFO crash that never happened. And he got that story from proven scammer hoaxer William Brophy. So it's not looking so good. I don't know who this girl is, so I'm not going to comment on her. But we've got 1, 2, I don't know. I'm not going to call Diana Pasulka a liar because I haven't caught her lying. But we definitely have Jacques Vallée, proven UFO profiteering, lying scumbag. When you find out that you've been selling a book for a few years and then the whole story of the book comes crashing down as a complete and total fake fraud hoax, and you just keep selling the book and double down that it wasn't a hoax when it was, then you're a lying scumbag. Avi Loeb, same thing. It's okay to have a theory and put it in a book, but wouldn't it be a good idea that you pull the book once you find out that your fundamental theory in the book is completely and totally wrong? Avi Loeb also, doesn't he also have some kind of organization he's trying to get funding for? And Jacques Vallée has been a UFO profiteer for how long now? Then we have Tim Gallaudet, right? He's trying to get government funding for his UFO organization. How many UFO organizations do these guys think we need? And they all need funding, right? So we've got proven UFO profiteering scumbag liar Jacques Vallée, proven liar and profiteer Avi Loeb, right? He sees aliens everywhere, and he's still collecting the money from his completely and totally fake theory book. Same for Jacques Vallée. Then we have Tim Gallaudet, who's trying to get money for funding for his own organization. We have Dave Grusch, who made huge claims for 253 days now, never proved anything, but we can prove that he lied about not having mental problems. And we can prove essentially that he lied on the resume that he submitted to Congress. Proven liar. Gary Nolan, proven liar. And this isn't looking good for an organization that's supposed to be about transparency and disclosure to have all these proven liars in their organization. Now, the other people, in fairness, I'm not going to say anything derogatory or negative about them. I don't know them. But given that they're part of this organization, I'm going to go out on a limb here and take a wild guess that they're wackadoos who share this wackadoo belief system of Gary Nolan and Dave Grusch and all these other people. Interesting. So we're going to get into it. We're going to leave my fair use banner up. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. I love it. The Soul Foundation. And here's another thing. Gary Nolan, PhD, on the material science of UAP. I'm just gonna say it for you stupid people. Gary Nolan is the last person who should be doing any analysis on any material. He's not a material scientist or an engineer or a chemist. He is an immunologist. It would be like, I don't know. It's like going to, this makes no sense. Having him do materials analysis. Why don't they get a materials scientist to do the materials analysis? Why do they got to use this wackadoo? It doesn't make any sense. It's like trying to get your car worked on at the Burger King. Go to the Burger King manager to get your car worked on. Well, that Burger King manager might know something about cars, but he's not qualified to work on your car. Same thing. Gary Nolan is not a material scientist, so you can't trust anything that he has to say about material science. It's not his field of study or endeavor. He's not educated in material science. So why are we listening to him? And then we've got Hal Puthoff. Great. Hal Puthoff was part of the TTSA techno scam. He was also part of the OSAP scam, which scammed government officials, scammed American taxpayers out of $22 million. How much money did he get from the CIA to study people doing magic tricks and claim they have superpowers? This is the quality of the people that you have here. People who are literally been involved in proven scams before and defrauded the American taxpayers out of how much money? Hal Puthoff was in on the $22 million for OSAP, right? He worked for Bigelow, didn't he? And then we have I love this one. We have Christopher Mellon. And isn't it great? Dave Grusch gives this talk that's largely theoretical. We're going to get into it, right? But Christopher Mellon was part of the TTSA techno scam, along with Hal Puthoff. So is this TTSA 2.0, right? Remember that organization? It made all kinds of promises and they never delivered on any of their promises, but they did defraud the American public, in my opinion, out of several $1 million. Now we've got the same people that were just involved in a scam defrauding the public out of millions of dollars are speaking at this UFO cult conference, which, by the way, closed doors, invitation only, believers only, because nothing says transparency like essentially locking the doors and saying no one with a skeptical mindset is allowed to hear this shit until we say it's okay. And we monetize it on our YouTube videos, right? Oh, I don't even know if they're monetized. But let's take a listen. Oh, 1 second. They're monetized. If you're a nonprofit, why are you monetizing your YouTube videos? Just asking, right? We're gonna skip some of this. I love Christopher Mellon. He's one of my favorite wackadoos, right? Rich son of a bitch, God bless him, but he is dumb as shit. This guy is dumb as fucking rocks. Christopher Mellon is. There, I said it. And you know, I love it. I think it was all these guys venerate him like he's the strategy guy and he's the puppet master behind all of these people. He's the guy. He is the puppet master behind Grusch. He's got his hand up Grusch's ass and controlling who he's allowed to talk to, right? And that's been proven by Dave Grusch's own emails and Dave Grusch's phone call with Dark Journalist, where he said that he couldn't give an interview to people unless approved by Christopher Mellon. So everybody holds this guy as being like the strategy guy. But look at the strategy. Was he the strategy guy behind the TTSA techno scam? Look how well that went, right?
Evidence of UAP demonstrating capabilities or doing things that violate our understanding of science.
Here we go again. These UAPs and these UFOs violate our understanding of science, or they violate the laws of physics. It's a great talking point, Christopher Mellon. Show us the data. Show us the data. Oh, that's right. He doesn't have any data. So this is just a faith-based belief system. I believe that these things are defying the laws of physics, therefore they are. It's telling. But this is a cult, and cults have faith-based belief systems. You don't need proof or evidence. You just need to have faith and believe.
To my mind, the Nimitz aviators and radar operators and technicians are eminently credible.
This guy's still talking about those TikTok videos. 3 garbage videos he stole from the Pentagon, allegedly, with Lou Elizondo, never meant for public, for public presentation, but they did it anyway. And they collected millions of dollars based on those videos. What do they prove? They don't prove anything. And I think that they've been largely debunked and are nothing burgers. He's still talking about that.
Intelligence community certainly prefers rigorous scientific information whenever possible, but it would be untenable, if not suicidal, for the intelligence or law enforcement communities to limit themselves to robust and repeatable sensor data. We rarely have the luxury of sensor information on the intentions of foreign leaders or the precise capabilities of adversary forces, so we do the best we can with what we have.
He's still pushing the UFO threat narrative that he's been pushing since 2017. That's an attempt to get funding.
We should consider the accounts of the Nimitz aviators and radar operators as highly credible evidence of intelligently controlled craft doing things we cannot emulate and don't understand.
And this is all based on witness testimony, not sensor data.
For example, as noted in an earlier presentation, the Tic Tac went supersonic without a sonic boom. It overcame G-forces that would destroy anything built by man. There was no evidence of the plasma that we would normally expect to see at such extreme velocities.
Yeah, this is the same guy who was wrong about the Go Fast video. Remember? They all said that it was doing, what was it? Supersonic speeds. It was going 40 miles an hour. So part of me, if I don't believe this guy when he says that when he makes these claims, because that's all they are. All they are is claims. So, Christopher Mellon goes on to rant on about the fantastic Tic Tac UFO case and shit that he stole out of the Pentagon basement. Great. And it proves, those videos prove nothing. I don't care. Send me your hate mail. Those videos prove nothing, period. And if you are skeptically minded and you actually look at the Mick West debunks of those 3 videos, I think he nailed that they're nothing spectacular and could very well be ordinary earthly objects and have a prosaic explanation. But these people just go straight to aliens and straight to these things defy the laws of physics, and they don't want to hear, you know, any evidence to the contrary, which is problematic. If you're really trying to get to the truth behind something, wouldn't you want all the information, right? I would think that you would, but you know, that's just me. But these people, they literally lock the skeptics out of their events. Why do they have to do that? Why would you have to lock skeptics out of your event and make it invitation only for believers, right? Why would you have to do that? If you have evidence and it's so good, why can't skeptical people see it? But if you sample all of these videos, they all have something in common. All these soul videos have one thing in common. It's people making huge, fantastic claims and not offering evidence for the huge, fantastic claims that they are offering. And I think that the best example of this is this Kevin Newth. This is a hell of a bunch of claims here. We're going to get into that. And again, fair use. We're citing fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video. So this is a physicist, a scientist, and he is making absolutely fantastical, out of this world claims, and he doesn't offer any evidence for it.
More remarkably, I talked to veteran David Barnett from New Zealand. He was a sonar operator on the HMNS MZS New Zealand, Southland in New Zealand in November of 1986. This is when JAL Airlines happened, right?
So what he has is a story that somebody told him.
I just realized this. In February, so they were performing exercises where they would leave out of Auckland, head out of the Hauraki Gulf into the Pacific Ocean, and then turn around and come back in, and they were to turn on their sonars to see if they were being followed by unidentified submerged objects. And they were followed. They would do this several times a day for weeks. And many times they were followed back in, usually by 1 or 2 small USOs that did not have propeller wash, so they couldn't identify what they were.
There's a huge claim. An unidentified submerged object with no propeller wash, so they couldn't identify what the object was. Well, that's a pretty big claim right there. And this is a physicist making these claims.
And as they got back into the Gulf,
where is the sensor data that confirmed there was no propeller wash of this object being discussed?
The USOs would usually take off. In one occasion in February, they were followed by a large USO which beamed about 150 feet wide. And when they finally made a sharp turn where they had to bank at about 45 degrees at 20 some knots, they were able to get a view from it from the side, and it was 800 feet long. It's about 30% longer than a Typhoon class submarine. This is a big craft, and it was following them, and it did not break away once they got to the
800 feet wide craft.
Hauraki Gulf. So they maintained top speed. They made some more turns to try to shake it, and when they did this, the 800-foot USO closed the distance of 20 kilometers. It was 20 kilometers behind them. It closed that distance in about 30 seconds, went under their ship, and
wow, great story. What is the evidence? Trust me, bro.
Killed all the power. The ship lost power, the batteries drained. They were basically adrift and couldn't call for help, and they had to wait.
And by the way, there would be paperwork of an event like that. Where's the paperwork? There is none. A little bit suspicious. So what he's got is a story somebody told him. And this is supposed to be a man of science who is making absolutely fantastical wackadoo claims of unknown submersible objects doing 1,500 miles an hour under the water. Do you know what it would take to get any object to do 1,500 miles an hour under the ocean? You know, this is where things get stupid for me. You know, like at some point you have to say, but I always think that these stories are designed this way, right? Oh, it was doing 1,500 miles an hour. What's your source for it doing 1,500? Trust me, bro. Well, great. This is just another unverified, uncorroborated, unverifiable story. That's all we get in UFO land. Unverifiable, evidence-free stories, and trust me, bro. And, you know, I hate to say it. I don't know this man. Seems like a nice guy and all, but you're a scientist. Why are you standing on a public stage making these claims without providing any evidentiary support of these fantastical claims? You're a physicist. You should know the amount of energy it would take to propel an object at 1,500 miles an hour under the ocean. I think at some point it goes beyond, you know, the believer brain or being a wackadoo. It's irresponsible for this person to put out this information with no evidentiary support whatsoever.
For 4 hours before they could wave down a fishing boat to be able to call for help and be rescued.
Again, there would be paperwork of a ship failure like that. Where's the paperwork, Mr. Newth?
You can estimate the minimum speed of the USO underwater. The minimum speed is around 1,500 miles an hour.
Oh, it's wrong. It's 1,500 is the minimum speed that this object was doing. The top speed is 3,000 miles an hour.
That would assume that you would immediately accelerate to 1,500 miles an hour and then cruise under the ship. The minimum acceleration, though, would be one where you accelerate at a minimum rate of 4.5 Gs underwater, but reaching a top speed of about almost 3,000 miles an hour. These things are very strange, and it's really bizarre because just like UFOs don't seem to interact with air, this thing didn't seem to be worried about any water resistance. However, the sonar still worked. And sonar works by a pressure wave hitting the craft and bouncing off. So if a pressure wave can interact with the craft, why isn't the craft seem to be interacting with the water when it's moving? Maybe we're not understanding how they're moving at all, and we've got some work to do here.
Again, these things defy the laws of physics, right? He didn't say these things defy the laws of physics, but with the information he's presenting, yeah, sounds like this thing's defying the laws of physics. And you say that this was tracked on sonar, then there should be sonar data. There should be data of this event that you could show us to prove your claims. We'll never see it. We will never see the data. And this will be just another often repeated story that people are going to repeat this and parrot this story over and over and over again with no evidence, with no evidentiary support. This is what this nonprofit organization is doing, pushing unproven, unverifiable stories that have absolutely no evidence. Just trust me, bro. Somebody told me this story. He was on the ship. Where's the guy? Let me interview him. Let's petition the government that around the craft for all the paperwork on this event. There would be a mountain of paperwork if a ship just suddenly lost power and were adrift for days waiting for rescue. There would be paperwork of that event. Why do we not get the paperwork, Mr. Newth? Or is this just another story in a long line of unprovable, unverifiable, trust me, bro stories from these same people that just keep telling these unproven, unverified, trust me, bro stories, right? You got to love it. And so for the Soul Foundation, I think it's great too. They drop all of these they drop these videos right after the Grusch story gets blown out of the water as being fake, almost like a defense. Like, let's just feed the true believers some new fake stories. Remember we talked about the Cosmic Con Shuffle? You get caught selling a completely and totally fake story, you just shuffle away, and then you shuffle back in and tell everybody new fake stories and hope everybody forgot that you just got caught. This whole group of people just got caught deceiving the world at large. They just got caught. They've been bluffing that they have all this evidence for 253 days now. And instead of providing the evidence for the claims they made 253 days ago, instead, we get what I just showed you. More unproven, unverifiable fake stories that can't be verified. You know, if the story can't pass the test of falsifiability, meaning I can't prove it's not true, but he can't prove it is true, then the story has no value. No value as far as evidence goes. It's not evidence. It's not proof. It's a story, an anecdote. That's all we get in the UFO world. Anecdotes. Great. And then here's another thing. Dave Grusch, for 253 days now, they've been claiming he has all this evidence and he knows 40 firsthand witnesses. And why doesn't he present some evidence at this event? No, instead, he just waxes poetically, about the philosophical ramifications of alien visitation on Earth and all this nonsense, which is what they do. They never provide the evidence. Oh, instead, let's speculate about interdimensional beings and how they may be shifting between dimensions to get there, right? And by the way, why is Stanford University sponsoring this shit? How much did it cost? Did they pay for the facilities for the day? These are just some questions I'm going to call Stanford and ask. Or does Gary Nolan just get to use university resources to make money with his nonprofit organization, which is against the Stanford Code of Ethics? So again, I'm going to have some ethics questions for Stanford University. Why are they hosting? Why would Stanford University host a bunch of people who literally have been accused of running a techno scam? Why would they host that at their prestigious university? Do they know, Gary Nolan, that some of your speakers, and you, by the way, were involved with what has been described as a techno scam around UFOs and aliens? Why would they let you use university halls to host people that have been involved in techno scams? It makes no sense to me. And I would think that would be against the Stanford Code of Ethics, but we're going to call them and find out. And by the way, I'll be recording those calls and sharing them on our Patreon. Praise the cash, bitches. I love it. Leading experts from academia and government to initiate serious, responsible, and cutting-edge inquiry into the phenomenon. Why don't you tell the truth? That the meeting assembled UFO profiteering whores, liars, scammers, and grifters. That's who you're hosting, Soul Foundation. People who've been caught lying for money around UFOs. People who've been caught scamming to get money around UFOs. People who literally ran what has been described as a techno scam and defrauded the American public out of millions of dollars. And you're hosting them, Gary Nolan, right? You're hosting them and you're saying they're leading experts. You mean leading scam artists, leading con artists and grifters that sell fake stories about UFOs and aliens for money? Why don't you at least be honest in your material? Here's the grifter of the year. We have two people here, Christopher Mellon and Dr. Hal Puthoff, who were part of TTSA, which scammed the American public out of millions of dollars and never delivered on their promises. Where'd all that money go? Who knows? Let's have them be part of our organization, though. It's great. And they host this at a school of engineering, sponsored by the Nolan Laboratory. The Department of, why is the Department of Pathology at Stanford University hosting a bunch of UFO scamming grifters and people who ran techno scams? Oh, I'm going to have a lot of questions, Gary Nolan, for Stanford University.
I assume that's a yes. Okay.
This dude needs to get some sun.
So I'm going to have a few minutes of remarks, and then there'll be certainly time for question and answer after my couple minutes. I know I'm between you and I assume a wonderful dinner, so I understand I'm the last guy between you and that. So I will try to keep it brief and then open it up for questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today
And they didn't post the question
here
and
at the
answer
first
period.
annual Soul Foundation Conference. I'm hoping that you took a lot away from these last 2 days. And we're here to discuss a matter, of great significance, government transparency regarding, unidentified anomalous phenomena.
Yeah, notice they want government transparency, but Dave Grusch won't give any transparency. He won't post his DOPSR requests unredacted. So he's not being transparent. He won't answer questions about how much money he's making around UFOs. So he won't answer questions. He will not provide transparency, but he wants the government to. You'll notice that that is a running theme with all these so-called disclosure advocates. They all want transparency unless you start wanting transparency about their wallets.
UAP. The veil of secrecy surrounding this subject, has captured our collective curiosity far too long, and it's time for profound change.
Yeah, you could end the veil of secrecy. Name your 40 firsthand witnesses to alien spaceships on Earth, Dave Grusch. That would be transparent. Oh, that's right. Transparency only applies to our demands on the government. It doesn't apply to us.
In a world where information is power, the transparency of our government and its allies, holds the key to unlocking these truths that lie beyond our current public understanding. Imagine a future where we no longer need to speculate about our place in the cosmos.
Again, philosophical ramblings, no evidence. This guy's got 40 firsthand witnesses, but instead of showing us any evidence from those 40 firsthand witnesses, he's just going to wax poetically about our place in the universe, kind of like how Lou Elizondo said nothing for years and years and years of podcasts and offered no evidence, but he too would wax poetically about our place in the universe and what a profound change the discovery of alien life would be, right? Same shit, different front man.
Shadows of uncertainty are dispelled by the light of disclosure. The impact of revealing information on UAP crash retrievals and associated activities would be nothing short of revolutionary, and I assume all of us, can agree to that point.
Yeah, so why doesn't he release all the evidence that he claims that he has? Why don't you release the list of the 40 first-hand witnesses and let's see their evidence? Why don't we do that? These people talk about a government cover-up. We've got Ross Coulthard claiming he knows where an alien spaceship is on Earth. We've got George Knapp claiming that he knows where the smoking gun evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth in the form of element 115 is, but he can't show it to us. Ross Coulthard can't show us the alien spaceship that's so big they had to build a building around it. And this clown claims that he's got 40 firsthand witnesses to alien crash retrievals on Earth, alien bodies, alien spaceships. But instead of showing us that evidence, he's just going to talk. That's all these people are. All talk, no evidence. I don't know. I'm getting sick of these people.
First and foremost, embracing transparency on UAP matters is an affirmation to our commitment to truth and openness.
Yeah, truth and openness, except for us, right? Oh, wait a second here. Interesting that they all want transparency, but they won't provide any transparency for their claims. He won't provide any details. 253 days now, Dave Grusch, you've been telling stories fed to you by the same old group of grifting scumbags that have been profiting from this genre for, years, in some cases, decades. And that's what you've got. Stories from your friends, people like Travis Taylor, Eric Davis, Hal Putoff, Jacques Vallée, all the same people telling you all the same bullshit. That's why he can't show you the evidence, because then we're all going to go, oh, all your witnesses are wackadoos that never prove shit. Awesome.
It's a declaration that we, as a society, are ready to confront the unknown and unravel the mysteries that have perplexed us for decades.
He
This
could unravel.
willingness
He could unravel the mystery. Show us your evidence.
to confront the enigma not only builds trust.
And I really think that all of us should start calling the bluff on these people. They all claim they have all this evidence, but yet they can't show it to us. Isn't that a little convenient while they're running around filling their pockets with every UFO dollar they can? Oh, how many of these people have organizations now? We've got Ryan Graves' organization. We have this William, the guy speaking at this conference, the former Rear Navy Admiral. He's got an organization. We've got the Soul Foundation. Abby Loeb's got an organization, right? Everybody wants money for UFOs, but nobody will show us their evidence. And yet they want transparency and disclosure.
Between the government and its citizens, but also sets a precedent for a new era of accountability.
Where's the accountability of a man who would make out of this world claims for 253 days now and yet provide no evidence? Isn't that irresponsible to make outrageous claims and not provide any evidentiary support of your outrageous claims? I think so.
The release of information on non-human intelligences has the potential to unite humanity in a...
Oh, here we go again. Same old speech. Oh, it would unite humanity. We'll get free energy. We'll live in a utopian society when our space brothers technology helps us create a perfect utopia on Earth. All the same shit that these guys have been saying for decades.
shared quest for understanding, regardless of the ontological shock.
Where's the shock? If you really want to ontologically shock people, show them proof of your claims. I agree. If he had smoking gun evidence or proof of his claims, people would be shocked. But so far, I'm not feeling very shocked by people telling the same stories, recycled and repeated, rinse and repeat for decades now.
No longer bound by the limitations of national borders, we would embark on a collective journey of discovery, transcending political distances or differences, and fostering a sense of global unity.
Oh, same old talking points. Yeah. Just like Ronald Reagan said, if there was a threat from outside our universe, how quickly our differences would disappear. How many people have ripped off that idea from Ronald Reagan? They all say this shit. Oh, yeah, when disclosure comes, we're going to have to get together as the people of Earth and all the wars will stop. And it's always this grandiose, utopian, idealistic view of what would happen, right?
The realization that we are not alone in this vast universe could serve as a powerful catalyst for international cooperation, reminding us of our shared destiny as inhabitants and stewards of the Earth.
Exactly Ronald Reagan's talking points.
Moreover, imagine the technological advancements that could stem from broad study.
And what did I talk about? Oh, we'll get free energy, we'll get propulsion technology, we'll get medical technology. Yeah, same old talking points.
The integration of this kind of technology into our scientific knowledge could propel us to the future with unprecedented innovation, shaping industries, improving our quality of life. It's not just about knowing, it's about the potential to revolutionize our understanding of physics, biology, and chemistry.
Exactly my point. A utopian world. When we recognize and understand that we're not alone in the universe, we'll get a utopian world. This is David Wilcock level bullshit.
And other foundational sciences. Releasing this information in a controlled, planned manner, such as Carl Nell has discussed during the conference, as with the Schumer Amendment, has profound implications on our philosophical and spiritual perspectives.
Again, this is all just philosophical ramblings. You're in a room full of true believers. Well, he's virtually in a room, whatever. Why would he not show evidence of his claims, at least to the true believers? But he can't, and he won't for 253 days. No evidence whatsoever. But he's going to wax on poetically and philosophically about the implications of all this. Same thing that Elizondo did for years.
Acknowledgement of
Speak, but don't say anything.
otherworldly intelligences challenges our very concept of existence encouraging us to reconsider our place in the grand tapestry of the universe.
Where have we heard that before? We're going to have to reconsider our place in the universe once we recognize that there's other intelligent species out there in the universe.
It's an important and profound introspection and a catalyst for a new era of spiritual awakening.
Oh, spiritual awakening. This is literally David Wilcock, ascension bullshit. There's no difference between David Wilcock and David Grusch. Both of them tell alien stories and never provide any proof or evidence. This is Corey Good, David Wilcock level of bullshittery.
In conclusion, this movement ignited in December 2017 with Leslie and Ralph's famous article in the New York Times.
Now he's quoting the fake New York Times article that falsely said that Lou Elizondo ran a $22 million funded UFO program for 10 years. That article was completely and totally factually wrong. No, Lou Elizondo never ran a funded UFO program. Full stop. He's quoting an article full of lies to support his delusional belief system here. If you've got to quote an article that has been proven to be completely and totally factually inaccurate and manipulated and wrong to support your belief system, that should tell you that your belief system is extremely and totally flawed, because your belief system is built on a house of cards made of lies. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. How many people keep quoting that article as oh, this really spearheaded the conversation? So you started the conversation with a bunch of lies, and that's a good thing somehow? That's not a good thing. I've never seen a conversation started with a big bunch of lies that end it well. But okay.
Is not merely a matter of government transparency. It's a paradigm shift that holds the power to reshape our world. By embracing the unknown, we open ourselves to a future where truth, unity, and technological advancements and a deeper understanding of our existence converge.
So we're going to get the truth out of a bunch of people who provably lied to everybody. Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean lied to everyone in that New York Times article. Lou Elizondo lied to everyone in that New York Times article. So this guy is saying that we're going to get to the truth. And in order to get to the truth, we have to base our truth on a bunch of proven lies. You see the problem with this?
Let us advocate for transparency, not for ourselves, but for the generations to come.
Not for ourselves. Yeah, we don't want to be transparent.
As we embark on a journey toward a more enlightened and interconnected world. Thank you.
Well, I guess there is a Q&A period. I apologize. Same speech we've heard out of how many UFO guys. What a great utopian world it will be when we achieve disclosure. Nonsense.
Okay.
Well, the other thing is this whole thing with the questions is a joke, because it's a curated audience full of true believers. Nobody's going to challenge Dave Grusch with real or hard questions.
Why not? Hi, Dave. I was wondering if you could comment on how far you think the United States or indeed other countries have got with the reverse engineering program, and have we got to fly these machines? Are they flyable?
Oh, so somebody's asking him how far we've gotten with the reverse engineering programs. And what we're going to get is a bunch of words and speculation and no evidence or proof. So who cares what he thinks?
I'm getting a little bit of double feedback. Do I need to mute my mic to hear it clearly?
Yeah, these bunch of super geniuses can't work a fucking StreamYard, right? They can't work a fucking virtual guests, but they're gonna bring us unlimited free energy and technology. They can't work a goddamn microphone. these group of super geniuses at Stanford University. Awesome.
Should I ask the question again, Dave?
I need to mute my mic, let me know. I was just getting like a reverb.
Let me know if you heard. Should I ask it again, Dave?
Oh, that sounds better. Okay.
Okay. I was wondering, Dave, if you could comment on how far the United States has got, or indeed other countries, in the reverse engineering program, and whether we've managed to fly these machines and are they viable?
Yeah, a lot of that I can't answer publicly.
Boy, somebody needs a producer. This is an organization full of wackadoos. Nobody knows how to work a microphone, apparently.
You know, a lot of it has been integrated in other U.S. Conventional classified programs. All at this point.
So he dodged the question.
Thank you, David, for everything.
Why would he dodge the question? He's talked to 40 witnesses. He should know how far along they've gotten in the reverse engineering program. He talked to 40 witnesses that were all part of those programs. But he has to dodge the question, claiming it's classified?
Yeah, I'm curious to know why you did what you did in coming forward and putting yourself up above the parapet and becoming a target. It's incredibly brave and inspiring.
So this lady's just licking his asshole. You're such a brave hero coming forward like this and telling stories with no evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of introspection and reflection to make a decision to come forward. You know, part of my looking into this subject and, you know, reporting my findings to the Inspector General, you know, I look back at my, you know,
Again, the Inspector General, he's saying, I reported my findings to the Inspector General. The Inspector General is not investigating any of his alien or UFO claims. Full stop. So who cares, right? So there's always some convenient excuse for why Dave Grusch can't show us the evidence. Oh, I gave it to the Inspector General, who doesn't care about your alien and UFO stories.
After 14 years in the Air Force, I looked at two of my core values that the Air Force espouses, you know, integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. And that may sound, you know, to many, but I really, you know, believe in that. And that's why I signed up for when I was a freshman in college 18 years ago. I didn't want to, besides living those core values, I did not want to look back 30 years from now when I'm an older man.
Oh, I can't even listen to any more of this. All right, I think we've heard enough, friends. So what we have here is a bunch of philosophical ramblings from a bunch of wackadoos, and they don't have evidence. So, you know, I'm left going, what is the deal here? We want to thank High Speed Chase for a kind and generous $5 super chat, who says, why do all these wackadoos look like Star Wars characters? Good point. Thank you for being a member, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We have VTR. Not just Grusch, but these X-Space influencers are also propagating UFO BS. Well, yeah, because it's very profitable. It's very profitable right now to push UFO BS. But thank you for the kind and generous $4.99, and thank you, High Speed Chase, as well. We appreciate the kindness, generosity, and support, and those of you helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much. So what we really have here is two UFO cults, and I think it's interesting how many parallels are we can see between the Grusch and Gary Nolan UFO cult. Very similar belief systems to the Raelians and very similar tactics. In order to get publicity for themselves, they go in front of Congress and make outrageous false claims, hoaxes, essentially. We know that for sure in the case of the Raelians, and I believe we're going to know it for sure in the case of David Grusch very soon. And isn't it interesting that Kirkpatrick comes out and basically busts their grift? There's no witnesses that actually have evidence, despite all of the bluffed claims that have been made for almost a year now. In a little over 3 months, it will be a year of Grusch making these claims. And so far, he has not proven any of his claims, none of them. He has provided zero evidence, unless you count talking about fake hoax UFO cases that were given to him by Lou Elizondo, who also talked about the same fake Mussolini garbage case that is a hoax. And we know it's a hoax because well-known UFO hoaxer extraordinaire William Brophy was involved in all the details about the Vatican conspiracy and the government picking it up and taking it back. That was all provided by William Brophy, a known UFO grifting scumbag, profiteer, hoaxer, proven hoaxer, who, by the way, was also involved with Jacques Vallée's proven UFO hoax. So it's a big club, and I ain't in it. So, I just wanted to do this tonight. I highly encourage you to watch that Raelian UFO cult documentary and not see all the similarities and parallels between the Raelian UFO cult and this Dave Grusch, Gary Nolan cult. There's very little difference between them. They both believe in aliens from outer space visiting us here. They both make fantastical claims, including making fantastical claims on the record in front of Congress, sworn testimony. They're both made fantastical claims. Both of them, both organizations have made fantastical claims in front of Congress with no evidence whatsoever. Yeah. High Speed Chase is here. Thank you for being a member, and the kind and generous $5 says, Stephen, all these damn Wookiee spankers. Too much crap in the world. Yeah, Dave Grusch and Gary Nolan are definitely Wookiee spankers. I'm not even sure if we've defined that term, but I think it fits, right? If the shoe fits, those guys look like Wookiee spankers to me.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, cash.
Praise the cash, bitches. All right. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So I highly encourage you to watch this Raelian UFO documentary. And by the way, you stupid people who keep messaging me saying, well, Congress wouldn't let him testify if this wasn't true. Well, they let another UFO cult testify about literally creating a human clone, and they didn't create shit. It was all a made-up fake story. And, but from the human level, I really do feel bad for Dave Grusch, because the longer this goes on, the more I'm becoming convinced that this group of UFO profiteering whores, the same people involved in the TTSA techno scam and the fake 2017 New York Times article, all of these people have manipulated this man into repeating their stories, with Trust Me, Bro. That's all we've gotten from Dave Grusch so far. Oh, no, the government's in possession of alien technology. Great, show us the evidence. No, I can't. You're just going to have to trust me, bro. Well, if their extraordinary claims in Congress get proven false, they'll get charged with contempt. No, they won't. Were the Raelians charged with contempt, crypto alchemists? No, they weren't. Do you know how rare it is for anybody to be charged with contempt of Congress or with lying under oath, perjury to Congress? It almost never happens, even in clear-cut cases, right? And yeah, the documentary is on Netflix. I'm going to hold on one second. I will share my screen. The name of the documentary. It's called Rael, the Alien Prophet. And it is on Netflix right now. I thought it was a pretty fascinating look at how a group of UFO enthusiasts can basically make millions of dollars. This is another thing. People tell me, oh, there's no money in UFOs. This guy's collected hundreds of millions of dollars with his UFO cult. Why couldn't some of these other UFO cult leaders equally collect millions of dollars? They have. In the case of Stephen Greer, David Wilcock, we could show you clear-cut evidence that they've collected millions of dollars from their followers. So it's called Rael, the Alien Prophet. It's available on Netflix right now. It'll probably be on the other streaming services after Netflix has the exclusive for a while. At least that's what I have been seeing. So interesting that I just loved when I was watching this documentary when they showed Rael and his science head making fantastical claims of, in front of Congress with no evidence whatsoever. That is exactly what Dave Grusch did. He made fantastic, out of this world claims with absolutely no evidence whatsoever. Spooky correctly pointing out psychology is a UFO cult, and they have $100 billion. Yeah, they really do have a lot of money. So for anybody to suggest that there's not a lot of money in the alien and UFO believer world, you're just completely and totally wrong. Jonathan Pham is here and says, I bet Tom DeLonge wishes he never released that book of his. If he wasn't famous, they would have dealt with him in a different way. I agree. Patty Wilhelm says, Alien Prophet with an F. Yeah. Jonathan Pham says, there's no such thing as aliens from far space. Name one video game that has an infinite amount of space to traverse. Name one video game. What is that? Falling Skies? Not Falling Skies. No Man's Sky. Isn't that? That's got an infinite amount of space to traverse. Yeah, I lost a friend over that game. He was so into that game, and I was like, this game is stupid, and it sucks. And he got so mad at me, he like unfriended me on Facebook or something. He hasn't talked to me in years because I said that game sucked. I think it's No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is an artificial universe where you can visit like a seemingly endless amount of alien worlds, but it's boring as shit. All you're doing is running around collecting rocks and shit, right? Go Kicks Rocks is here and says, you did it again. One of your best shows, man. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, we've been doing really well here. And I want to thank all the new subscribers. Listen, if you're tired of people just telling you fake stories and never providing the evidence, then you've come to the right place, because here we want to see the evidence. And, and by the way, just to be clear, I've never said that I don't believe in life on other planets. I do. I just look at the vastness of the universe, and I look at the amount of exoplanets that have already been discovered. And I just always have thought that it would be such a tremendous waste of space. Number of exoplanets. We've already discovered 5,573 confirmed exoplanets in 4,146 planetary systems, with 942 systems having more than one planet. Most of these were discovered by the Kepler Space Telescope. So isn't that interesting? 5,500 exoplanets already discovered. If you're a betting man, and by the way, they just started being able to detect exoplanets. Some say it's going to be up to 10 or 20,000 exoplanets discovered within the next year or two. So interesting that there's going to be that many exoplanets. One of them's got to have life. And, people get pissed at me and, what are you saying? UFOs aren't real? That's another one I get all the time. No, UFOs are definitely real. Unidentified flying objects. There's always going to be something flying in our skies that we're unable to identify. So yes, I do believe in UFOs. They are real. The problem that I have is all these people pushing aliens and making false claims of these things defy the laws of physics, but they never prove those claims. And it's like Eric Weinstein said, show me a physicist that says these things defied the laws of physics. And I don't mean this wackadoo Newth, because he just showed that he has no evidence. He's just going by a story somebody told him. That's not evidence. Anecdotes are stories, What if they're lying and there aren't planets? When Bigfoot comes in spirit form, he comes in a ball of light. The Native Americans say some of their relatives become the stars when they die. Need a panel celebration for all of the new subscribers. Yes, we are going to be doing that. And Spooky kindly made a thumbnail for it. I'll share it in a moment. Stumbled upon your channel a couple of days ago. Really enjoy your content. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you. The only Oz Angel. Is that like Ozzy Osbourne? You a big Ozzy Osbourne fan? I sure am. I've been playing Ozzy albums so much lately. That and Peter Gabriel. I don't know why. Peter Gabriel, by the way, happy birthday to singer-songwriter Peter Gabriel, founding member of Genesis. One of my favorite songwriters. It's his birthday today, February 13th. And he's got a new album out called I.O., which I can't recommend strongly enough. It's just a great album from beginning to end. It's got some of the old school 80s and 90s feel to it, but still got some modern stuff going on in it. Haven't enjoyed, every once in a while, I catch up to an artist that I like, right? I will go, find a new album that somebody has done. And I got to tell you, I was so sort of like, I don't know what my expectations were. First of all, this Peter Gabriel album is brilliant because he basically recorded and released one song every full moon for a year. And that's just cool. Like, I'm going to release a song on the full moon, the evening of the full moon. That's just awesome. And then he put it all together into a collection, and there's several different mixes of this album, bright side, dark side. I hear there's going to be a couple other sides. I don't know. The mixes are very, very similar, though. It's not like Nine Inch Nails remixes. But anyway, I highly recommend that. And the Only Oz Angel, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Lucy Day gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. This right here, my friends, is why you should subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, because people have been gifting memberships all the time lately. And what happens is YouTube will randomly give away those gifted memberships to people who are subscribers to our channel here, but not yet channel members. And for those unaware, we have a YouTube channel membership. It's $5 a month. You get the same member benefits that I put on Patreon, but you get a couple of extra YouTube goodies like those membership badges and priority reply and things like that. So we appreciate both of you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, 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 cash, praise the 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 cash, cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, cash, praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
We're praising it tonight. Thank you, Lucy Day. Lucy is the MVP of gifted memberships. And by the way, I just want to take a moment to thank you, Lucy Day, because so many people have kind of lost track of how many memberships Lucy Day has gifted, but so many people got a free membership and they come to me and they thank me. And I always say, don't thank me, thank the person who gifted you the membership. And that would probably be Lucy Day lately. So thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. VTR says, if there is life, it's not advanced, perhaps microbial. We don't see any intelligent artifacts with the most powerful telescopes. Yeah, but I believe that we may someday. For all we know, I remember I talked to one astrophysicist once, and he believed that there is life elsewhere in the universe, but because of the laws of chance and, all the right ingredients in the Goldilocks zone, it's extremely rare. And it's even rarer that there is intelligent life. I think that they're going to discover at least microbial or primitive life forms somewhere in the universe within the next 10 years. The telescope advancements are ridiculous lately. And we thank you, Jonathan Pham, for a kind and generous $1 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It's very, very well appreciated. No message, but we thank you for kindness.
Praise the cash, 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 cash.
Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. We appreciate that, Jonathan Pham. So I'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. Talmud, thanks for being a member, says the universe is big. I'm not surprised we haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, this astrophysicist I once talked to seemed to think that maybe there was one intelligent species in each galaxy. And I asked him how he arrived at that, and he started talking about math, and I just kind of zoned out, so I wasn't able to really comprehend how he got to that figure. But it would make sense. What if there's hundreds of thousands of planets in an average galaxy? Well, in one of those rolls of the dice, just like here on Earth, all of the building blocks of life were there. And it was within the Goldilocks zone, not too hot, not too cold, distance to the sun. All the dials are turned right, and certain throws of the dice with certain planets that they can develop not just life, but complex and intelligent life will evolve on some of those planets. I'd like to believe, certainly, that there are intelligent species besides us, right? Yeah, we tend to stay away from that. Some subjects we don't want to delve into, right? Daniel Evans is here and says, I figure it's why they travel to other dimensions when needed, right? And self-licking ice cream cones. I love that user ID. Says, agreed. Little purple polyps, yes. Little green men, no. Yeah. And Garage G says, Lucy is awesome, and I would tend to agree. High Speed Chase says, have a great night. We're trying. I'll be back, by the way, tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In the meantime, sometime this week or maybe weekend, I have to see what we have planned. But one of the things that we have planned to get in for this week is I promised I would do a panel show when we got to 10,000 subscribers. So sometime, I said, coming up this week, a panel show celebrating 10,000 subscribers. And these are, somebody asked who's on the panel. It's an open panel, which means, oh, I hate when I do that with the background. I apologize. It's an open panel, which means anybody is free to join the show. So for this one, don't just listen to the show. Don't just watch the show. Call in and connect with us and be a member of the panel. Be on the show. Don't just watch. Don't just listen. Be on the show. This is your invitation to do so. And I'll have some fun things to share during this, but mostly it'll just be an open panel, open topic show to thank everybody for their kindness, generosity, and support of the show and helping us to get to those magic numbers. Stormcrow says, Armstrong's poops have evolved and they are now in charge of the LARP fleet. Okay. Yeah, when is the Black Vault invasion? Well, here's what happened. For those unaware, yes, we're going to have John from the Black Vault here. And we've called it Me Invading the Black Vault. Hold on, I'll show you that one. Let me share my screen for that one. That's going to be a great show. One of my there's 3 guests that people ask me to bring here all the time. But they're all 3 of them are very busy guys that are doing their own thing. One of them is John from the Black Vault, one is Stephen Greenstreet, and one is Mick West. Those are the 3 most requested guests we get. And we try. I do my best. We try to give people what they want to see, but you have to remember that these are very busy guys. So me and John try to do it, but then today it snowed all day, and my children were home for virtual school. And for those unaware, I have a nonverbal autistic child, and you can't just leave him on a laptop. He won't do it. So I was busy with my kids all day today. We have to reschedule it. He can't really do our normal showtime at 9 p.m. He's got kids and family, and I don't blame him. So we're probably going to record that one at 9 a.m. And I haven't decided whether we're going to just go live and do it live, or if we're just going to record it off air and then I broadcast it at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Fat chance of that, Ben Stein. I'm one of his biggest critics. I really don't think he's going to want to sit here and be grilled by me for 2 hours, right? Bill Cooper, Jonathan Famas, what do you feel about Bill Cooper talking about UFO crashes where human body parts were found? Well, Bill Cooper made a lot of claims, but he never proved almost anything that he said. And he even later said that he believed that all the alien and UFO stuff that he talked about for many, many years was fake, and that he was a victim of disinformation. Take from that what you will. I don't believe that Bill Cooper was a very credible person. In fact, he got caught stealing material from a lot of other UFO people at the time. He stole material from John Lear, and John Lear fed him completely fake stories, and he ran with them, right? let's petition Signals Intelligence to grace us. Yeah, I'd like that. And we could use that for a bigger project, right? Bring back Doty. Yeah, I don't think I ever want to do that. First of all, Doty's, more or less a co-host of a show, a garbage disclosure show, who, attacked me, threatened my family. So I'm not feeling very friendly towards Mr. Doty. And I don't believe anything that Doty says. He's about as credible as a crackhead at this point. He's on Gaia TV. Enough said. Daytime lives are a surprise gift, always. Yeah, maybe we'll probably just do it live. Yeah. So we're going to have this show coming up. We just have to schedule it with John. I'm going to try to do that this week, and we'll try to get that one in the books. I'm excited about that one. And just so everybody's clear, when we have John here, I don't believe that anybody has really focused on his whole life story. I think it's a great story. The Black Vault, for those unaware, is the largest depository on the internet of once secret government documents. He's got all the JFK files and all the FBI files and CIA files. It is just a treasure trove of once secret things. And I think that alone is a very interesting story. And I want to delve into the way he created the Black Vault and what drives him to keep doing it. Because how much did you ever fill out a FOIA request? I had to do a few one time, and holy shit, was that hard. And he does thousands and tens of thousands of them. We really want to delve into that. Have I ever looked into the Dark Crystal conspiracy? No. Are you talking about the Jim Henson movie? I liked that as a kid growing up. On my list of things to do is to watch that Dark Crystal series that they released. I missed it entirely. I was a huge fan of Dark Crystal growing up. In fact, that was the movie. That and the David Bowie movie got me into puppets really big. Labyrinth and the Dark Crystal is what started me building my own puppets and things like that. Kind and generous, $2. Shout out to Juice World, aka Honey Ant 999. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And we thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash. All right, friends. So I think we've done our due diligence. I'll be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I really hope that you will be here with us. We want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you PayPal donators, you YouTube channel members, Super Chatter, Super Sticker, PayPal pledgers, Twitch subscribers. We thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we thank Simon Fly. I want to thank Spooky for the panel show graphic. We thank all of you. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We also want to thank Simon Fly for these wonderful UFO music videos. He's created his own art form. I remember a while ago, there was an internet personality who claimed there is no new music. Now there is. There's a whole new form of music. It's taking UFO grifters and making songs out of it. That's a whole new art form, and that was invented by Simon Fly. We're happy that he lends us his creative endeavors. It really does make the show better. I love these music videos. So we're going to play you out with one of my favorites of Simon Fly, and that is We Grifters. I'll be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with us. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.
We grifters, 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 we grifters. Shape the emerging UAP narrative. Remember those words, folks. Shape the emerging UAP narrative. Remember those words, folks.
I'm an intel guy. 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 I'm an intel guy.
grifters, we 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 grifters.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
We grifters, we grifters.
Remember those words.
We grifters, we grifters.
Remember those words.
We grifters, we grifters. We grifters, we grifters. We grifters, we grifters. We grifters, we grifters.
Luis Elizondo.
We grifters, we grifters.
Luis Elizondo. 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 Luis Elizondo.
For the masses.
Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo.
For the masses. Yeah. For the masses.
Good troubleshooting. Good troubleshooting. Good troubleshooting. Good troubleshooting.
For the
Soul Foundation.
yeah.
The Soul Foundation.
For the we grifters, grifters. Yeah. We grifters, grifters. For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
Hi, everyone, here and around the world. Tall right, Nordic, tall right, Nordic. Hi, everyone, here and around the world. Tall right, Nordic, tall right, Nordic. The tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, tall white, Nordic, tall white, Nordic.
UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies.
People who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, have said over and over again, he has no first-hand knowledge. He has no first-hand knowledge. Maybe we shouldn't believe you. When you say you have first-hand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you.
Legally, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
I'm an intel guy. Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
I'm an intel guy.
Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomenon. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomenon.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
Do you want a chocolate?
Somber. I think there would be this big exhale exhale for about a day. And then this turning inward and trying to reflect on what this means to us and our species and ourselves. Somber meaning serious. Somber meaning serious. Somber meaning serious. Somber meaning serious.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, we're going to be exploring something that I've called mad disclosure. If you haven't noticed, if you know any disclosure dorks, you better check in with them. People are getting so angry. And by the way, I forgot to mention some things on our previous show. Yes, people have asked me about this sort of beef or battle between Keemstar and Lou Reviews. I offered to let them come here and sort of work out their differences. I thought that that would be a better option than both of those guys wasting time attacking each other for days on end. But I was unable to get them to agree. I think that I was very fair because Keem wanted to do the debate or whatever argument like right away within the next 72 hours, which I thought was a reasonable request. But apparently Lou was busy with family and job commitments, and he wanted 7 days, which would have put it at not this Saturday, I think, or which would have put it at this Saturday, I guess. And so they were unable to agree. I tried to get them to split the difference and do it tomorrow night on Thursday, because that would be 5 days. So Keem wanted 3 days. Lou Reviews wanted 7 days to before doing this thing, which would have been here. I said I thought a fair compromise would be 5 days, but neither of them would agree to that. So for those who have asked me, I don't think it's going to happen here. But what I will say is, I'm trying to remain neutral on it. I really don't want to take a side. I see, both sides as maybe overhyping and over sensationalizing the other's prior bad acts. But it's interesting. The disclosure wars are heating up. I almost called tonight the coming battle for disclosure dollars. For those unaware, it's a multi-million-dollar industry. The problem is that these disclosure dork UFO celebrities like Lou Elizondo and Dave Grusch have bluffed so badly in the past year. Remember, we were told that Dave Grusch has 40 firsthand witnesses, and they all have evidence, and they're all coming out. Where are they at? We have detailed this before, but Dave Grusch's original claims were made in that debrief article, June 5th, 2023. We are now at 268 days since Grusch made his original claims, and he still has not provided any evidence, none, causing many people, including myself, to say this man is no whistleblower. When is the last time that some whistleblower came out and had no evidence of his claims whatsoever? Just trust me, bro. The government's got alien bodies. And interestingly, some of the mainstream reporting in the media has started to turn on this false disclosure narrative that was, I think originally really started in 2016 with the fake New York Times article, Lou Elizondo, the fake program director of a UFO program that never existed, officially was never funded. Interestingly, some of the mainstream coverage is starting to get wise to the fact that it's the same group of people that have been making these claims for literally decades and never proving anything. And yes, some of them are former intelligence for the United States. Some of them worked on some kind of top secret projects for the United States. But none of them have provided any evidence. So my running theory from the very beginning of the Grusch story was that Grusch was talking to the same old people. We detailed that here. I said He's probably talking to people like Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo. And what do you know, little by little, we get confirmation. In fact, Brian Bender said that Lou Elizondo groomed him for the role, his current role as a so-called disclosure whistleblower. Brian Bender also essentially claimed that Lou Elizondo and the TTSA gang misled him entirely and completely, purposefully, and that he felt manipulated. That's great. So these guys are running around using media assets to garner publicity and attention for themselves while they are literally misleading and manipulating reporters. And so now what we've got is this Dave Grusch situation. And I said it a while ago, and I'm going to say it again. This is the biggest bluff in UFO history, or alien history, the history of this thing, whatever you want to call it, UFO land. They literally trotted out a guy who said the government's got alien spaceships and the government's got alien bodies. Trust me, bro. And for 268 days now has provided absolutely no evidence. Now, some other things are in the works right now that are making this whole thing very, very interesting. And that is that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who, by the way, ran the government's UFO program for real, he's not a fake UFO program director like Lou Elizondo. He was the real deal, has informed Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post of something interesting. He said, this is from Stephen Greenstreet's Twitter. You can follow him on Twitter at Middle of Mayhem. Kirkpatrick, new UFO report by March 7th. Former Pentagon UFO Office Director Sean Kirkpatrick tells me his final UFO report will probably be released to the public before the State of the Union on March 7th. Kirkpatrick's long-anticipated Arrow report will supposedly include an analysis of UFO cases dating back to the 1940s, including Roswell. But apparently, and here's where it gets great, the most shocking thing revealed in the new report will be a breakdown of how a, quote, small group of religious UFO activists, unquote, have infiltrated the U.S. government and influenced Congress to hunt aliens that aren't there. The report goes through everything to a very high level of detail. Kirkpatrick previously told Peter Bergen at CNN, it all goes back to the same core set of people. So that's pretty interesting. Then he mentions his recent report on Kirkpatrick and this UFO religion. For 18 months, Kirkpatrick was the head of the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. He retired in January 2024. After his retirement, Kirkpatrick released a scathing op-ed in Scientific American in which he revealed that a small group of UFO conspiracists have been duping Congress with baseless stories about aliens. So, what is going on here is that the bluff is all falling apart. Pardon me. I always forget to check into the background. Let's get the better background going. I apologize for that. So, it's just interesting that Lou Elizondo has been bluffing about having some kind of secret knowledge since 2016, never really released any verifiable evidence or proof of his claims. He was another bluff, trust me, bro. But when we get to Elizondo, I believe that things get into a level of criminality. After all, it is literally illegal to lie to investors while you're working for an organization that is soliciting public investment money. So these guys have backed themselves into a corner, and they've got some real problems. And now I freely admit this is my speculation, but everybody's wondering, where's this Lou Elizondo book? Well, I have a feeling that the book is delayed because Lou Elizondo is trying to figure out just how much can he lie without getting criminally prosecuted for consumer fraud. You can't claim in a nonfiction book that you ran a Pentagon UFO program that never existed and then collect money for that. I would think that would be considered some form of consumer fraud. But again, I'm no expert. I'm no law enforcement officer or prosecutor. These are important questions, though, that really do need to be answered. And when we get on the subject of important questions that need to be answered, we may also, I also want to draw your attention to a recent video that I posted, which is a challenge to Kurt Jamungal from Theories of Everything, who's rumored to be the next person that gets to interview Lou Elizondo. But there's a huge problem here. And this is the problem with all of these UFO celebrities. They draw clicks and views. Therefore, people want to interview them. They draw so much clicks and views, and people want to interview them so much that they're willing to throw their morals, their ethics, and any journalistic integrity in the garbage just to get the clicks and views. So a lot of people don't know this. I can tell you the truth because it's a big club and I ain't in it. It's a big club, friends. The big UFO circle jerk club, and I ain't in it, so I can tell you the truth. The reason that these UFO celebrities are able to run around lying to everybody for years on end is because all of the assholes that get the interviews don't do their jobs. So I made a video challenging Kurt or anybody else from, UFO circle jerk land that gets the Lou Elizondo next interview. Hey, you have to get them to answer some questions. Like, did you lie to investors about running a $22 million Pentagon-funded program while you were soliciting investor money? What happened to those millions of dollars? How much was your cut? Did any investors get their money back? Or did you guys just blow through millions of dollars and no investor made a dime back on their initial investment? And by the way, we've been searching, and so far, all I have found as far as investors go is people that said, I gave them the money, I never got a dime back. So was this an investment or just a bunch of people that took money from the UFO community and the public at large and made huge promises like building a spaceship? By the way, that's another question. Why doesn't anybody ask Lou, where's the spaceship you promised everybody, Lou Elizondo? And there's more, like the claims of having remote viewing superpowers. The problem with this whole UFO celebrity thing is that everybody getting the interviews doesn't want to, rock the boat. So nobody will ask the hard questions. And I'm at the point right now where why bother? Why are you even bothering doing an interview? Oh, I get it. So you can put money in your pocket. But if you're not going to ask the hard, critical questions that demand answers, then don't do the interview. Don't just take the money and run. And by the way, I'm putting everyone on notice. Anybody that interviews Lou Elizondo and doesn't ask him about lying to the New York Times, we're calling you out. Anybody who interviews Elizondo and doesn't ask him, did you lie to investors about building a spaceship? I'm going to call them out. Anybody that interviews Elizondo and doesn't ask him, how much money did you get from the what has been described as a techno scam in the form of TTSA? How much money did you collect from all those investors that never got a dime of their money back, to the best of my knowledge? We'll call you out. So Lou Elizondo is going to have a lot harder time going forward doing the circle jerk, right? He did it for years. Speak for hours and not say anything. And every UFO circle jerker that interviewed this clown refused to ask him these questions. If you were involved in what has been described a techno scam that bilked millions of dollars out of investors, and you're being interviewed, somebody should ask you, where's that money, Lou Elizondo? What happened to those millions of dollars? You would think it's a no-brainer. Somebody's got to ask, what happened to all that money? Somebody's got to ask. You were the principal source behind the New York Times article. Did you lie, or did Leslie Keane and Ralph Blumenthal just make up fake facts based on what you told them? Who lied to the New York Times, right? He admits in his own ICIG complaint that what he did was not a program, but rather an activity he did in his spare time. Well, you didn't tell people when you were soliciting money doing the TTSA dance, that you were a hobbyist that looked up UFO stuff in your spare time at the Pentagon, where your job had absolutely nothing to do with running a UFO program. You told the investors that you ran a UFO program, and then your organization collected all kinds of money, and nobody knows what happened to all that money. I'm sure there's some accounting available. It's great. So the situation really is mad disclosure. All the disclosure dorks are getting pissed off. And some of them, even the true believers, are saying, where's the goddamn evidence, Lou Elizondo? Where's the goddamn evidence, Dave Grusch? Or are you guys just going to keep running through the UFO community, filling your pockets with every UFO dollar you can find and still provide no evidence? Show me in history whenever this has happened before, that a so-called whistleblower came out and then waited 270 days to show their evidence. If he hasn't shown any evidence so far, he doesn't have any. And where's the 40 whistleblowers? Oh, that's right. He can't tell us who those 40 people were, because I believe that people like Stephen Greenstreet and myself and others are correct. The 40 people he's talking about are all the usual wackadoos: Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, Jacques Vallée, Gary Nolan, who he's now working for, and other known wackadoos, you know, Jay Stratton and all these other people that have been saying these things for years, Kit Green, Kellehammer, whatever. All these people that have been perpetrating this myth, Bigelow, all of these people that wasted government money before to the tune of $22 million. They're the people that Grusch was talking to, that convinced him that the aliens are real and the government has alien bodies. The guy destroyed his career because a bunch of UFO true believer, Kool-Aid drinking cult members convinced him, manipulated him, and I would go out on a limb and say used and abused him, because they needed a front person to help push this false narrative. It gets more interesting. Brian Bender is dropping some bombs on the mad disclosure side, and is also confirming some of the reporting from people like myself. But you know, really, Greenstreet is the one who blew the thing wide open, basically connecting some of the dots and proving that Grusch is talking to a group of UFO wackadoos that have convinced him of this stuff with absolutely no evidence. But hey, don't let things like we have no evidence get in the way of a good fake story that you can make money from. We have to remember that all the people that are involved with the Grusch story have all made a whole lot of money in the past 268 days, but they've provided zero evidence. And at some point, you have to say, hey, why don't you stop collecting money talking about Grusch until you can provide evidence of Grusch's claims? But that's not what we get. All we get is stories, so here we are. Brian Bender previously said that he was manipulated by some people about the whole ATIP Lou Elizondo story, and he felt manipulated and used. And by the way, I'm paraphrasing, so don't quote me for not quoting him correct. We've reported on that previously. But now he's going further and also confirming the sort of story that is being put forth by Kirkpatrick. It's all the same group of people, friends. And that's why I've titled tonight Mad Disclosure, because how mad is everybody going to be when they learn that these people have no evidence of their claims, when they learn that these people are basically playing a game of telephone, right? And nobody has any actual evidence. And when people learn it's the same group of people that lied through their teeth in the New York Times article, it's the same group of people that lied and collected and wasted $22 million studying poltergeists and dino beavers at Skinwalker Ranch. It's the same group of people that lied and told everybody they're going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. It's all the same group of people that have been deceiving the UFO community and, more importantly, the public at large for years, in some cases, decades. But Brian Bender goes a little further to confirm his thoughts that the reporting of Green Street and the story being put forth by Kirkpatrick is likely correct.
When I say I don't think there's evidence of these claims, we don't know what these secret programs were. We don't know where they were run. We don't know how they were hidden. Now, granted, they could all be secret, deeply classified, and so that's why we don't know.
No, that can't be the case, because Dopser cleared Grusch to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, and more. If there was a real classified project involving those things, they wouldn't have let him talk about it.
But I also think we have to consider that one of the most common things humans do, you and I do it probably all the time in our daily lives, is play the game of telephone, which is I talk to somebody who knows my brother-in-law, who works in the secret agency, who saw the alien bodies at Area 51. I have found in my reporting and getting to know some of the leading people, particularly former government officials who really believe this, who again will say, I never saw it myself.
Yeah. So we get an awful lot of, well, I didn't see it myself, but I've heard from my insider sources. So again, yeah, people telling Grusch things, people telling Elizondo things, and those guys go and repeat the stories that have no evidence.
That they have fallen victim to a little bit of a game of telephone that has gone on for decades. Sort of the water cooler talk, even at the CIA or at the Pentagon, where people hear these stories and they hear them from people that are quite credible. I mean, they have security clearances, they're entrusted with our nation's secrets. But
that's the scary part of some of this, that there are people inside the United States government that truly believe this stuff to the point where they're willing to basically destroy their government job and their career in order to go on some kind of crazy disclosure mission, right?
I do think there is an element of this, of sort of this echo chamber, if you will, that this is true and it's always been true and it's always been hidden. And I talk to the people who know about it, but yet we still haven't seen the goods. And, and people say, well, if it's secret, why would we see the goods, right? How would the government?
Yeah, the coping from the true believers is really starting, talk about mad disclosure. I'm getting mad. I'm tired of explaining the same things to people. Like, if Dopser approves Dave Grusch to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, alien spaceships, none of that is classified, or they wouldn't approve him to even talk about that. So we get this sort of circle jerk of excuses for where the evidence, why Grusch can't show any evidence. Oh, no, he gave it to the ICIG and they're investigating. No, they're not. Call the office of the Inspector General of the intelligence community. Ask them if they're investigating Dave Grusch's alien body, alien spacecraft crash retrieval claims. You go do that. They're not. They're investigating claims of reprisals against him and waste, fraud, and abuse, as is their purview. They're not investigating or confirming or denying his claims of alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, or any of that stuff. It's a one big circle jerk echo chamber of excuses for lack of evidence. And, if we apply Occam's razor here, what is the most likely explanation? That a bunch of wackadoos that happen to also work for the government got too deep in the rabbit hole and truly believe this stuff? Or, that there's some grand 80-year conspiracy to hide this and cover this up? By the way, how many personnel would it take to keep their mouths shut for 80 years to keep this all a secret? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Who knows? But, you can't let things like facts and logic get in the way of a good story you could sell, apparently.
Bring itself to ever let us know. And my rejoinder to that is we get a lot of secrets that get leaked out of the government, tons of them, to the point where they put people in jail for the rest of their lives.
Right.
Yeah, the recent Discord leaks is a perfect example. The literal battle plans for Ukraine were leaked in a Discord server. That guy got prosecuted, by the way. That's another part of tonight's broadcast. Why is Jeremy Corbell and who's ever leaking him this sometimes claimed to be classified material not getting investigated, not getting arrested? But other people who leak things that are classified get instantly arrested. This has led many, including myself at times, to believe that the government must be in on this in some way. Why would the people leaking classified information just get a pass when others are literally have the book thrown at them? Interesting.
Leaking stuff. So if, there was this grand conspiracy to hide evidence, real evidence of alien life, why have we not been able to figure it out? And why haven't we been able to see the evidence? I'm not ruling out that it's possible that has happened. Those programs did exist.
Anything's possible, but there has to be evidence to prove that these things really exist. Stories isn't going to do it anymore. And the problem that the disclosure boner bros are going to have in the next few months is that they bluffed so big. They literally bluffed all the way to Congress, and they have no evidence to share. Now, people can argue with me, oh, Ryan Graves testified, David Fravor. Okay. So they gave their testimony. What about Grusch and all of these grandiose claims that he's been making for 268 days now? Where's the evidence to support his claims? Where's the 40 whistleblowers? There's a reason he can't even give you their names. And I believe that reason is because he's talking to the same people we've mentioned here many, many, many times. And that would explain why they just roll out excuses. Anytime you start demanding evidence, oh no, he gave the list of 40 to the inspector general who's not investigating that, right? Oh, that's strange. 1 second. Okay, let's continue with this, and I have a little more to share with you.
There was a UFO crash. I'm just saying I'm just not convinced yet that that's the case, even though there's this whole sort of cultural phenomenon surrounding this that almost takes it as gospel. We watch a lot of Hollywood movies that underscore that, and I think
X-Files was definitely an influence on a lot of these people.
It's a cultural issue as much as it is a sort of national security issue, right? Mm-hmm. We believe what we believe, and it doesn't matter really what the facts are or the truth is. And I think we can't rule out that some government people have fallen victim to that too.
So some government people have fallen victim to that too, and that's pretty interesting. Also, wanted to point out that Brian Bender also basically released a list of some of the people that he believes that Dave Grusch has been talking to get his information. And it is interestingly matches very closely the list of people that I have been saying Dave Grusch talked to get this information from. Elizondo, Mellon, Putoff, Bigelow, Kelleher, Stratton, Semivan, Lukatsky. New or former government and contractors too, I'm sure of it. But who? And who mentioned them? See above. So, yeah, there may be some names on that list of 40 we're not familiar with, but those people were likely supplied to Dave Grusch, and I freely admit this is speculation, by these same people. If you take into account all of the UFO-related bullshit that these people have pushed in the past couple of years, none of the claims of Elizondo, Mellon, Putoff, Bigelow, Kelleher, Stratton, Semivan, or Lukatsky have actually been proven with any sort of evidence. So it kind of makes sense that Dave Grusch, the evidenceless so-called whistleblower, is getting his information from people who have no evidence. People like Elizondo, Mellon, Putoff, Bigelow, Kelleher, Stratton, Semivan, Lukatsky. I would also add to this list Eric Davis. We've proven that Eric Davis claims that he sent him in the right directions. You know, he dropped some breadcrumbs for him to follow in his mission of disclosure, right? Yeah. And Brian Bender chimes in and says, oh, Eric Davis too, of course. Davis, according to Average Chris, 100%, Davis already confirmed he's known and worked with Grusch for several years. I've got a screenshot of that Facebook post by Davis. So, yeah, the game of telephone, friends, a bunch of people with no evidence backing each other up. And it's basically, it's a circle jerk, friends. That's what this is. It's a circle jerk. It's an evidence-free circle jerk of UFO bullshittery. And the real problem that these disclosure advocates are going to be facing in the next few months here is that they have so far gone out on a limb, over-promising, that it's inevitable that they are going to inevitably underdeliver. I mean, in order to not underdeliver, they basically have to prove that the government has alien spacecraft, prove there's alien crash retrievals, prove there's alien back engineering programs, and prove that the government has alien bodies. That's kind of a tall order. It's going to require a great deal of evidence and proof to conclusively prove those things. What are the chances? What are the odds that the same people who have been providing basically evidence-free stories for years now are suddenly going to come across all that smoking gun evidence, and this will all turn out to be true? And they'll be proven not to be the bullshitters that I believe that they are. Now, interestingly, I'm excited that some of the mainstream media are starting to catch on to some of the, I just call it fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery going on in the UFO community. There's things that the government, they need to explain some things. And Green Street pointed out this thing, which is really a good point. And by the way, I've made inquiries on this same issue and gotten zero reply. But I guess he has better press credentials being with the New York Post, so he at least gets a reply. Green Street says, regarding the leaked jellyfish UFO video, I asked the Pentagon, quote, is the DoD currently or planning to investigate how this video was leaked? 8 days later, after multiple follow-ups, a Pentagon rep said, quote, I don't have anything for you. I followed up by saying, the question still stands. My perception is that these leaks keep happening and nothing seems to be done about it. I'd appreciate a statement. This was over a month ago, and I've gotten no response. Previously, the Pentagon issued a blanket statement regarding the potential unauthorized disclosure of national security information, but did not specifically address my questions above. The Pentagon has been swift, and this is the point, and this is where it gets very problematic for Jeremy Corbell, and why he suddenly started calling himself a journalist, right? He thinks he's just going to be protected because he's a journalist, a self-appointed journalist now. The Pentagon has been swift to investigate leaks of U.S. military images and quick to publicly announce punishments. And this is from the Navy Times. He cites an article there about people being punished for leaking classified pictures, video, or information. But with the leaked UFO images, they suddenly aren't so swift and so quick. Why? And here we see U.S. Navy sailor jailed for taking photos of classified areas of nuclear submarine. Instant investigation and punishment. Ensign and 4 chiefs were charged for leaking F-35 crash videos. Instant investigation and punishment. UFO filmmaker releases 46-second images allegedly showing a swarm of objects hovering near Navy ship. Nothing. And by the way, somebody took that image from inside a Navy ship's command center. So you're not allowed to film things from a Navy ship command center during an active incursion of that ship's airspace and then post it on the internet. That would be illegal. Nothing happened. Nothing. Defense Department confirms leaked videos of unidentified aerial phenomenon is real. And again, nothing happens. which, you know, this situation has led myself and many other people to think that the government is in on spreading fake, false UFO disinformation and misinformation. And that would make Corbell one of their useful idiots, right? And it kind of makes sense. Jeremy Corbell has been wrong about everything, and he runs with everything. Oh, somebody dropped some flares? No, we'll call it a giant pyramid, a giant triangle spaceship the size of football fields, right? You got a strange looking image taken off of a Navy ship that's drones. We'll pretend it's pyramid spaceships, right? Do you have a video of some balloons rolling by an observation vehicle, filming it? These balloons, oh, we'll call it a jellyfish UAP, a jellyfish spaceship, we'll call it. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence that Corbell keeps getting leaked information that turns out to be completely and totally fake, and he runs with it. This is not a coincidence. How many times is Corbell going to leak fake UFO videos, fake UFO disinformation, misinformation? And, you know, I don't understand why nobody's getting investigated. There's claims that there's some sort of investigation into this situation, but so far nobody's been prosecuted or arrested. It makes me believe that the government's in on this. Why would they get? Of course, if Corbell is their useful idiot, they're going to give him a pass for leaking this classified information. They're not going to arrest him. They want him releasing this fake nonsense bullshit. At least that's my take on it. Something is odd. And why won't any member of the government or the Pentagon address why there's been no investigation and no punishment for anybody leaking this fake nonsense to Corbell? It's bizarre, but welcome to Bizarro World. Now, interestingly, like I said, I'm getting surprised because there is a great number of media outlets that are finally starting to wake up and cover basically what we call the UFO Con Squad. In the description of the video, I have provided a link. There is a new article in the Washington Spectator. The wide angle, is a UFO hoax a ticking time bomb for Biden? I'm not going to read you the entire thing, but it talks about the NDAA, the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, passed in December, and includes a provision that requires the federal government to provide any and all records on UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomenon, a new and broader term for what had previously been called UFOs, to the National Archive, which in turn is supposed to make them available to the public. And come June 2024, 180 days after the bill was passed in December, and smack in the middle of election season, activists hope that a deluge of new UAP information will be disclosed. The new law requires that all UAP-related records created more than 25 years ago must be made public, unless personally blocked by President Biden. Daniel Sheehan, an attorney based in Santa Cruz who has claimed involvement in various UAP-related legislative efforts over the last several years, has been making the rounds on fringe podcasts and at conferences to share the good news. As Sheehan told Nathan Williams on the Amazing People podcast in a December 2023 episode titled The UFO Lawyer, any and all the information that is 25 years old or more has to be revealed to the American public and to the world. Now that includes Roswell. That includes the Aztec events. It includes all kinds of extraordinary, important events that have taken place in this field, prior to 1998. Okay, unless the president himself, that would be President Biden, unless he puts his own demand that this be postponed for any particular reason. And then that has to be specified and it has to be made known to the public. Sheehan presents this as an ultimatum to Biden of sorts. Either release what you know about Roswell and the alleged lesser-known Aztec UFO incident. By the way, we covered Aztec, a complete and total hoax that was perpetrated by literal con artists. So, I think Sheehan's a pretty interesting guy from a legal perspective. He's been involved in a lot of interesting legal stuff. But as far as his belief system, he's a wackadoo. He's talking about Aztec, the Aztec UFO incident, which is essentially a proven hoax that was perpetrated by literal convicted con artists, right? But he wants the government to release all the information on the Aztec UFO incident, a UFO hoax perpetrated by literal convicted con artists. And this gets into the problems with some of this stuff. These guys want the government. They don't want the government to give them the truth. They want the government to confirm their pre-existent belief system that aliens have crash landed here and the government has bodies and spaceships. And isn't it interesting that the very same people who demanded an office like Arrow are now calling the Sean Kirkpatrick a disinformation agent and saying he's attacking whistleblowers? More on that in a moment. So either release what you know about Roswell and a lesser-known Aztec UFO incident, or face the wrath of a rabid community of enthusiasts, some of whom are threatening violence. And here's where it gets great. I almost fell off my chair when I read this. Jeremy Corbell, a discredited UFO celebrity who has 225,900 followers on X and who claims to have played a, quote, a major role in influencing members of Congress, has been escalating calls for violence. Corbell has tweeted, "This is war, a UFO Vietnam," and that his followers should get mad, rage, and weaponize, and that he, quote, won't stop fighting for UFOs until the bodies hit the floor. Corbell adds menacingly that UFO debunkers should beware. Right? The guy who put out 5 UFO hoaxes in a row, the literal worst UFO investigator, researcher, whatever you want to call him, in the history of UFO. I can't think of another guy that's put out 5 fake hoax videos in such a short period of time. Corbell is the worst. The article goes on to state that many of us have become numb to this kind of incitement coming from the far right. But the UAP issue enjoys broad popularity across political spectrum, and one independent presidential candidate is taking notice. The article goes on to talk about Kennedy, and Kennedy vowed that if elected, he would order the release of information regarding non-human aircrafts, non-human life forms, reverse engineering by the Department of Defense and federal contractors, and Roswell. And Kennedy isn't the only politician who's become enmeshed in this issue. Senator Mark Warner shepherded an early draft of UAP disclosure legislation and has been vocal about the need to better understand the issue, in part because some UAP sightings may be the result of advanced technology programs of rival nations. In the summer, Senator Chuck Schumer sponsored the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023, a sweeping 64-page bill that required not only the disclosure of all UAP records, but imposed penalties for failure to meet the bill's stringent requirements. Much of Schumer's language was stripped out in the House reconciliation process, and only 24 pages remain, those that require agencies to give UAP records to the National Archives, and those provisions prevent a potential vulnerability for the Biden administration come June. What if there's literally nothing new in any government vault regarding the apocryphal but enduringly popular Roswell incident? It will put Biden in the position of saying, we have nothing new to report. Or he will have to say, there are records we declined to disclose for these reasons. In either case, he will be accused of conducting a cover-up by the increasingly violent-sounding UFO activist community. While Kennedy Jr. has expressed support for the disclosure agenda, Donald Trump has been less forward on the topic, while still engaging with it and acknowledging its popular appeal. But unsubstantiated chatter I'm seeing in UFO extremist circles suggests enthusiasm for a Trump-Kennedy ticket, or even what one enthusiast described as a co-presidency, where Trump worries about the international affairs while Kennedy takes on a portfolio of things he cares about, such as healthcare and UFOs. The article goes on to discuss General Michael Flynn, former national security advisor to Donald Trump, charged and later pardoned for lying to the FBI about his contacts with Russia, floated the prospect of a Trump-Kennedy joint ticket. The New York Post first reported that Trump's campaign was in contact with the Kennedy camp. The joint ticket idea was enthusiastically endorsed by Jim Hoft, editor of the Gateway Pundit, the far-right news website. So it's interesting. This article is essentially laying out the case for why there's going to be some major problems. There could be some problems in the upcoming presidential race, and it could actually be influenced by the UFO issues, which is pretty interesting. Then this next part I like. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who recently resigned as the head of the Department of Defense's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, the latest such effort to aggregate and investigate UAP reports, penned a scathing Scientific American op-ed January 2024 calling out the network of UFO activists. AARO also compiled a report submitted to Congress and to be published sometime this year. By the way, less than 7 days, we should have that report. According to Kirkpatrick, AARO found no evidence of the existence of any alien life or government cover-up. In a follow-on interview with Scientific American, Kirkpatrick agreed with editor Daniel Vergano's characterization of Washington's latest obsession as a tremendous game of telegraph that's been going on for a long time, or telephone, as described by Brian Bender. And it's spun up now from the world of ufology to entertainment to the Congress and genuine Congress people, pounding the table and demanding answers. The late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan warned about the dangers of overclassification and excessive government secrecy. Opportunists, foreign and domestic, are happy to amplify and take advantage of popular distrust in government. The United States should normalize its security protocols to ensure the information is not unnecessarily classified. The fact that a fringe group of activists mirroring messaging from hostile foreign powers has injected frivolous legislation rooted in myth into our most important defense bill is alarming. Legislators need to practice better discernment and not be swayed by popular mythology, even as they themselves may have become susceptible to tempting questions planted by decades-long information warfare campaigns. Yes, and isn't it interesting that so many of these former intelligence people, did you know that Dave Grusch worked in information warfare? Did you know that Anjali worked in information warfare? And of course, we've got Lou Elizondo, who worked in counterintelligence, which essentially is a problem. Interesting that all these people that worked in information warfare are, influencing literal legislation be passed and things like that. Yeah, so interesting article. We're not going to go through the entire thing. The rest of it is in the description of the video, should you care to check into that. I have a few more things to share with you. At least I thought that I did. One moment there. Oh, yes. This is also from Stephen Greenstreet. And this is where it gets interesting. The disclosure bros love to claim that there's gatekeepers and they're stopping disclosure. Well, we found a couple of the gatekeepers and they're UFO people that are stopping disclosure. Well, I didn't find them. Stephen Greenstreet did, but I just think this is great. So Greenstreet, again, Skinwalker Ranch ghost hunters were worried the U.S. government would use eminent domain powers to confiscate their paranormal discoveries if Senator Schumer's proposed UFO legislation became law. In an email of which I was CC'd, Skinwalker Ranch ghost hunter and former Pentagon scientist Travis Taylor states, the opposition to the Schumer Act was purely Alabama and Utah pushing back on eminent domain. If we dig something out of Skinwalker Ranch, you think the Fed should own it? Well, Mr. Brandon Fugel didn't, and I didn't. So we stood up against it. So isn't it great? All of these disclosure dorks are blaming certain members of Congress as being gatekeepers or enemies of disclosure. No, the people who stop that from being enacted are literal UFO wackadoos in the form of Skinwalker Ranch ghost hunter Travis Taylor and Skinwalker Ranch owner Brandon Fugel. They stopped it, according to an email that they sent out. Mr. Greenstreet goes on to state, Brandon Fugel is the current owner of Skinwalker Ranch and produces a reality TV show about his ranch on the History Channel. Taylor is the star of that show. Senator Schumer's far-reaching 64-page proposed UFO legislation included provisions that would give the U.S. government eminent domain power to acquire any technology from, quote, non-human intelligence, unquote, including crashed UFOs and alien bodies. Schumer's amendment was mostly gutted and thrown out by other congressional leaders last year. And then he goes on to talk about his newest New York Post report, highlights the Schumer amendment and how multiple dubious UFO activists reportedly helped write it, including, strangely, Travis Taylor himself. So Travis Taylor helps write the legislation, and then him and Brandon Fugel get involved to stop the legislation from passing because they didn't want their spooky stuff confiscated by the government somehow. This is just pretty wild where we're at with this stuff. But isn't it interesting that, I got to share this. Somebody just shared this with me on Twitter. Apparently, Dave Grusch has finally provided some proof, and here it is, friends. Grusch brings proof. Thank you, Nick Jammer, at NickJammer1 on Twitter. You gotta love it. So, basically, I love that all these people are claiming that there's these enemies of disclosure out there. And meanwhile, who's the enemy of disclosure? Apparently, Skinwalker Ranch is an enemy of disclosure. They stopped that law from being enacted because they didn't want their spooky goodies to be confiscated by the United States government. It's wild. It's wild. And why? I don't understand. If Travis Taylor was one of the people helping write the legislation, why would he then oppose the legislation that he himself wrote? I guess that's a question for Travis Taylor to answer. But it's just incredibly interesting to me that people are making all of these false claims about government officials blocking this and that. Mick West is chiming in. Mick West, about this situation that's Greenstreet posted, is also firing on this very issue. And Mick West says, was at Brandon Fugel involved in the gutting of Senator Schumer's UAP disclosure legislation? Travis Taylor seems to think so, citing concerns about the Fed confiscating any non-human artifacts they might dig up at Skinwalker Ranch. This seems odd. Yeah, it does seem odd. So the enemies of disclosure for you disclosure boner bros are your own people. Apparently, Travis Taylor is the one that stopped the legislation, him and Brandon Fugel. According to him, I think Fugel should probably chime in on this and make a statement, right? I would think that he should make a statement. But, what do I know? So we want to take a moment here to recognize the live chat. I did it again. I apologize. Just so everybody's aware, we read every single super chat, but sometimes I forget and then I see them and have to jump into them. So I apologize. Rican Havoc 215 became a YouTube channel member, longtime show supporter. Thanks for becoming a member again. High Speed Chase, who's also a member with a kind and generous $5 super chat, says, a wise man once told me years back that the truth will be coming out intensely. The time is now. And thank you, Stephen, for being part of the movement. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. And another $5 in the hat from High Speed Chase, longtime show supporter and YouTube channel member. By the way, I just posted the monthly show journal for you YouTube channel members and Patreon supporters. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thanks, High Speed Chase, who says these wackadoos definitely got another thing coming. And another one. How many wackadoos does it take to create a jellyfish UAP? The world may never know, High Speed Chase, but thank you for your generosity. And we've got Edward Truitt with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we'll take a moment to thank all of you, including High Speed Chase and where was the other one? I'm sorry. And Rican Havoc, who just became a member. By the way, if you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, just so you're aware, we give you a shout out and a thank you, but thanks to all of you for helping us to praise the cash.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank all of you guys. So I wanted to take a moment to promote some of the upcoming special events that are happening here. For those unaware, we were running replays for a little while, and people seem to like that. I stopped doing it for a while. Now I'm going back to it, but with a specific reason, and that would be I'm very good at starting things. I started this new series called Murder in UFO Land, and it was about people who essentially got so deep down the rabbit hole that they lost their minds and killed people. I thought it would be a good idea, sort of mixing true crime and the world of aliens and UFOs. We produced 2 episodes of that, and I had plans to produce 3 more, but life gets in the way. So I have episode 3 almost prepared and ready. That will be broadcasting live here sometime next week. I'll announce details on my Twitter. Please follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. So anyway, I decided a good idea would be to sort of remind people. People tell me all the time how great those 2 episodes were. The first 2 Murder in UFO Land series episodes. But then, as inevitably happens, I get excited about a new project. I start on it. And originally I thought I'll produce 10 episodes then. I found 10 cases that would qualify. Got sidetracked. So I'm sort of reminding people this Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern, Murder in UFO Land, the first one. Let me get that up here. So this Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time, and again, yes, these are pre-recorded. 1 second. So this Friday night at 9 p.m., we have part 1, Murder in UFO Land, the Christopher Gray story. And these things really took forever to prepare and produce. And it's a shame that at the point that we started these, I guess, maybe we didn't have quite the audience that we had, that we have now. They didn't really get much attention here. 1 second here. I'm going to share my screen with the second one. This one is Murder in UFO Land Part 2, and that will be Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Murder in UFO Land Part 2, David Icke, Matthew Coleman, and the Murder of 2 Children. I really think that this series is important because it highlights just how dangerous some things in the UFO community can become, and how deep and dark the rabbit hole really goes. When you get to the point where people are killing themselves or killing their children because they got too involved and convinced of conspiracies that aren't real, I think that says a lot about the dangers of the UFO community. And isn't it interesting? In that first case, the gentleman was involved with the Bledsoe cult, and he talked a lot about the lady right before he stabbed his father to death and live streamed him killing his own father on Twitter, and then sent that video to a big group of like 100 UFO celebrities emails, and nobody wanted to talk to me or comment on that. They got sent a literal video of one of their followers killing his own father. Oh, we can't talk about that. People were threatened, by the way, not to talk about that situation. It's bad for business if people know that somebody got too tied up in this cult shit and killed somebody over it. It's bad. It's just bad for business. Also, we've got a couple of previously produced documentaries that will be on Saturday and Sunday night. Yeah, 1 second. And those, some people have asked, John from the Black Vault and I are going to do a show, but he's having a hard time just schedule wise, and honestly, so am I. So no worries if John from the Black Vault is listening. We've been trying to get it done. These last couple of weeks have been tough. We had snow, children home, sick days. He's a working dad like me, so very, very difficult. Also, so Saturday and Sunday are at 9 p.m. All this is at 9 p.m. So we've got a full boat for you Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I should say, of these premieres. 2 episodes of Murder in UFO Land, which will follow up next week with a brand new episode of Murder in UFO Land. And then we've got these 2 documentaries that we produced that we were essentially bullied out of putting on YouTube with false copyright, with people claiming they would falsely copyright them, copyright claim them, or privacy claim them. And so at the time when these UFO hoaxers extraordinaire, by the way, I just want to put it on the record. If you're a UFO hoaxer and somebody makes a video explaining and showing everybody how you create all those hoaxes, you don't have the right to copyright claim that off of YouTube. And, so I've consulted with attorney and legal representation. I've got letters standing by. We will not be bullied or intimidated. We did, at the time, put those videos on all the alt media sites. These would be the Third Phase of Moon documentaries. There's 2 of them. We put them on all the alt video sites when they were produced. And I think tons and tons of people, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people saw those videos. But I really don't think it's fair that the subject of an investigative journalism piece gets to essentially veto your ability to publish those on YouTube with legal threats or whatever the case may be. So we're doing it. They can do what they want. I've already got letters, fair use defense letters, privacy complaint defense letters, whatever letters that I need. Essentially, especially in the first one, the documentary lays out and proves 100% that they basically are making fake UFO videos to defraud YouTube and the public. And in one case, they did it with their 4-year-old child. You don't get to commit a crime with a 4-year-old child by using and manipulating a 4-year-old child and then say nobody's allowed to show that video of us literally committing a fraud with our 4-year-old child. So again, I'm just at the point now, like we're not going to be threatened, intimidated, or silenced. Those videos belong on YouTube. So I'm putting them there. And those people can do whatever it is they're going to do. We'll be standing by with a proper legal defense regardless. All right. Comments and questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. You think they don't have an altar with his picture and sacrificed an animal, let alone a human? What the hell are we talking about in here? Jesus Christ. Jewel Chicky Arlene is here and says, I giggle every time I hear Steven say, I have letters standing by, thwarting the weenies before they even start. Well, we've won we have great, Jewel Chicky Arlene, I have great legal letters here. I think we're up to like 30 times somebody has falsely copyright claimed, community guideline strike, whatever. We send off our legal letters. We won every single one of them. So, they can claim whatever they're going to claim. We won't be intimidated. I have good letters, right? Randy says, Corey Good, the other prince of UFO grifting. Great. So comments or questions from me. I've got a little more time to share with you. Please put them in all capital letters. What? Can you please say, don't be a core butthole? Okay. Corbell is going to get into some big trouble for his threats. So far, he hasn't, though. Yeah, somebody sent me that before. Chuck Bam says, True Seekers, did you know that H.G. Wells invented the gray in an early novel? Yeah, little man with a big head. I have seen that. I've seen an illustration and description of that. Somebody sent this to me somewhere along the way. It's interesting to know where this stuff comes from, you know? So comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. You should also take a moment to thank Phil on Twitter, who did the wonderful graphics. Sometimes I see a graphic so good, I just say, I'll just use that from tonight's broadcast. And his Twitter is in the description of the video. Posts a lot of funny UFO celebrity memes if you want to give him a follow. And of course, we want to thank Simon Fly, who provides the music videos that we play here. We thank him for his generosity in allowing us to broadcast those. I think we should probably have another sampling of that, a musical guest, if you will, if I can find an appropriate one here. And for those that have asked, I think that we'll do a show tomorrow, but I haven't decided. I have several that are queued up and almost ready, but we may do a call-in show, not a panel show. Those panel shows get too chaotic, but a show where people can call in and it will be open topics, but we'll take one caller at a time. It's been a while since we have done that, so I kind of think like that would be a good idea. Let me know what you think in the comments. Should we be doing more shows, including call-in shows? Let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat. Questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. 1 second here. Oh, I'm way behind here. Corbella Knapp cut in front of the line at the congressional hearing and sat up front, and they just let them. Well, not exactly. What people are not aware is if you testify before Congress, they give you a few seats for your lawyer, for your family, whatever. That's what happened. At least that's what has been reported. That's how they got those seats. Bledsoe family that were on Danny Jones' podcast. Yeah, and everybody who interviews the Bledsoes doesn't bother to ask them about that guy who freaked out and stabbed his own father to death. High Speed Chase says, one day I will be a musical guest. Send me those songs again. I'll turn them into a video. Sure. Jonathan says, call-in shows. Yeah, I like the call-ins. Chuck Bam says I like the call-ins. Can you do a show on the Turkey UFO sightings? Yes, I can. It's on my list. But I will pull that out again. I don't think that the Turkey UFO sighting is very good. In fact, I think it's kind of been debunked to death. And Roger Lear being involved really kind of makes me doubt that it has any authenticity alone, right? I don't know what that is about. I hope you feel better if you're having medical problems, right? Solar Marshall says, how about when he failed the lie detector test? Yeah, didn't MUFON get him a lie detector test, a MUFON investigator, and he failed the lie detector? People don't talk about that, right? It's really, really, but that's the circle jerk. You know, these people, nobody does a good job interviewing these people. Nobody actually researches their long history of false claims before interviewing them. They're just interested in getting those clicks and views because these people bring attention to their show, and that's what they do. So we're going to take a short musical break here. This is one of my favorites from Simon Fly, The Death of UFO Transparency. I'll be right back, so get those questions and comments together for me. Put them in all capital letters, and I will answer comments and questions. You can ask me anything you like when we return. We'll be right back, friends.
For the masses. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. For the masses. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. For the masses. Yeah. For the masses.
Good trouble shows, good trouble shows, good trouble shows, good trouble shows.
For the
the Soul Foundation. Of the Soul Foundation.
For the weak grifters, weak grifters, grifters. Weak grifters, weak grifters, grifters. For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
Hi, everyone, here and around the world. Tall right, Nordic, tall right, Nordic. Hi, everyone, here and around the world. Tall right, Nordic, tall right, Nordic. The tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, tall white, Nordic, tall white, Nordic.
UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies.
People who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, have said over and over again, he has no first-hand knowledge. He has no first-hand knowledge. Maybe we shouldn't believe you. When you say you have first-hand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you.
Legally, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence, any evidence, any evidence.
Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence, any evidence, any evidence.
I'm an intel guy. Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence, any evidence, any evidence.
Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence, any evidence, any evidence.
I'm an intel guy.
Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomenon. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomenon.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
For the masses. Masses.
Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
I blocked somebody named Simon Fly. I can't see anything Simon Fly says. I blocked somebody named Simon Fly. I can't see anything Simon Fly says. Because we always fight he always starts shit. Because we always fight, he always starts shit. Because we always fight, he always starts shit. Because we always fight, he always starts shit. But I just blocked him. 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 What it is, 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 what it is. I blocked somebody named Simon Fly. I can't see anything Simon Fly says. I blocked somebody named Simon Fly. I can't see anything Simon Fly says. Because we always fight, he always starts shit. Because we always fight, he always starts shit. Because we always fight, he always starts shit. Because we always fight,
Simon Fly.
Simon Fly.
from me.
Truth seekers, seeking the truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truth seekers, yeah. Place the cash, place the cash.
Okay, greetings and salutations. So I see a few more questions in the live chat. The Hydrogen Lion says, Stephen, have you covered those lunatics who claim they speak light language? I saw some YouTube ad where you can pay for them to teach you. Yes, and in fact, Simon Fly has also made some music videos out of those people that claim to be speaking in tongues or speaking light language or channeling aliens, right? Yeah. William Runner says, if I was back on Twitter or X, I'd be blocked by all the UFO wackadoos pretty fast. Yeah, they block me pretty quickly, and that makes things difficult because I can't see what certain people are saying. A lot of people are telling me that I need an alt account, but I only have one Twitter account. Therefore, it really does get in the way. But as soon as you start, an Ardent Paranormalist kindly sharing Simon Fly's YouTube channel, please go and make sure that you subscribe to him, right? Thomas Red Robinson says, I bought hundreds of dollars of UFO books. What have I gained in knowledge? Laugh out loud. Yeah, I think all of us have wasted a lot of money, time, and energy, perhaps. I got a bookshelf downstairs that runs the whole length of a huge basement, and it's just filled with, well, there's a lot of other books there, but there's a big section of UFO books, especially, right? UFO Cholo wants me to do a show on Bashar. Yeah, we probably will do that. He's one of the primary people claiming to talk to aliens, and you got to love that the aliens told him to put everything behind a paywall. They've got important information that for all of humanity that they need to channel through their vassal, Bashar. But they want him to copyright it all and put it all behind a paywall and make people pay for that secret and, special knowledge, right? Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Solar Marshall says, Seal Don Shipley said that Grusch was nuts. Yeah. Lou Reviews asking, did you see any of Ashton's answers to some of my questions the other night? Yeah, I think I did, and he did the normal thing where he just is denying reality, right? He just makes excuses for whatever people say. But it looks like that grift is coming crashing down, and he's going to have to come up with a new grift, which is going to be anti-gravity. So a guy who couldn't prove that, massive airplanes teleported out of the sky based on fake videos is now going to show us free energy, I think, and anti-gravity technology. Great. Daisy B is here. Hey, Daisy B. Good to see you there in the live chat. Solar Marshall says, Lou Reviews, you did a great job with Ashton a few nights back. Respect. Yeah, I'm gonna revisit that, Lou, and I'll probably clip out some of those questions and answers because I'm making a video of all about the MH370 thing. It's interesting that it's just one of those things. Like, if you want to believe it so strongly, and the amount of coping and like the amount of coping and mental gymnastics that people are doing to still want to believe that those videos aren't 100% fake, it's just ridiculous to me. And there is a new video. Mick West just did a new interview. 1 second, I'm going to cite fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public. It's interesting. Mick West did this recent appearance where he blasts MH370 out of the water in seconds. And so I kind of feel like anytime anybody asks me about MH370, I could just send them to my 3-hour video. By the way, let me put up my fair use banner one more time here. This is fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public. So Mick West had this to say recently on a recent podcast episode, and I think the whole discussion should be over just after this one clip of Mick West explaining how fake those MH370 videos are.
The MH370 video is a fake, and you can tell it's a fake because it's using stock footage, and it's using a stock image for the explosion. It matches the actual stock footage from the 1990s. It's using stock photos for the clouds. We can see that it's on an online database of clouds, and I've talked to the photographer and the person who runs the database, and they both confirmed that these photos were on that database before the video was made, before MH370 went missing. And there's various discrepancies within the video itself, like the contrails or the smoke trails, depending on what they are. They're simulated, so it doesn't really matter, but they don't line up with the plane, and they jiggle around. If you stabilize it with the plane, the contrails move like this. And there's numerous other issues with it as well.
Yeah. So, sometimes you go like, this is so stupid. Why are we still arguing about these videos being real? But just so you're aware, Lou Reviews, I got harassed nonstop by what I believe to be somebody's sock puppet accounts, because I'm sorry, I just don't believe that anybody cares about that guy enough to spend 8 hours a day attacking his critics, right? It's just ridiculous, right? UFO Cholo, he was shook, says Lou Reviews. Yeah, and I'm sorry you weren't able to work out you doing that thing here with Keem. I thought it would be time better spent than, just going back and forth at each other on Twitter, right? Yeah. And by the way, Smith says Mick should make a game about faking UFO videos. Yeah, maybe if he turned to the dark side, he could make a ton of money doing that. And just so everybody's aware, I'm gonna talk about this other issue, which is somebody literally calling me the P word, saying that I'm a child predator because I said that those MH370 videos are fake, and here's why. And just so everybody is aware, when any UFO cult group gets backed against the wall and they have no argument for a debunk or whatever, that's what they do. They accuse you of being a child predator, a sex predator of children. And I have to say that this is perhaps the third or maybe fourth time that we have done a show exposing something to be completely and totally fake, and then people start coming at me, calling me the P word. And it's very troubling because That is literally the worst thing you could accuse a man of, especially with no evidence or proof of any of that. I've never been arrested or convicted of any crime, let alone a sex crime. But, you know, they are so unhinged that what I believe the reason they do that is because it works. If you critically cover one of these delusional UFO fantasy boys and show that he's pushing complete and totally fake nonsense, they lose their minds, especially if it is so definitive that they really can't argue with your evidence. So then they begin to character assassinate. Let's just tell everybody this guy's a pedophile. And he'll get, and I think, and I've seen this happen, they've done it to other people who have instantly shut up or taken videos down because they don't want people running around calling them the P word. This isn't my first rodeo. The Billy Meyer sex cult did this to me. The TTSA fanboys did this to me. The Lou Elizondo fanboys did this to me, and others. So this is just another example of somebody throwing the P word at a good researcher or investigative journalist who is exposing their scams and their grifts. It's to me, it is an act of complete and total desperation if somebody has to go to those lengths to try to and that's, let's be clear, they're trying to silence or intimidate me into shutting up about those videos being fake. But hey, Ashton, I'm here to tell you, you can throw a P word at me or have your lunatic fringe followers do it. By the way, do you support or condone somebody doing that to somebody? Because, hey, there but for the grace of God go I. If Ashton does not immediately condemn people doing that to his critics, then people can do it to him, I guess. And that's okay, right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And by the way, just to be clear, I would never support or encourage or condone anybody to make claims like that about somebody, regardless of, you know, their position of being a skeptic, a believer, whatever. I would never support, encourage, or condone that. I condemn that kind of thing. It's absolutely evil that somebody would start throwing the P word at a married man that has children with no evidence, no proof, no court documents, no arrest records, no nothing, just declaration. You're a P word now. Why? Because you said videos are fake that we think shows an airplane with 239 people aboard it teleporting into another dimension by aliens or secret government technology or whatever other nonsense they want to push. It's not going to work. It didn't work when the Billy Meyer cult did it to me. By the way, I'm sure that was Mikey Horn. Talk about unhinged. It didn't work when the TTSA fanboy crew did it to me. It didn't work when the Lou crew did it to me. And it's not going to work when a bunch of unhinged followers of Ashton or Ashton himself on sock accounts. By the way, Ashton, God help you if I can prove that that's you on sock accounts doing that. God help you. And we'll leave it at that. But it's enough to say that I'm not going to be threatened or intimidated into silence by somebody throwing around completely and totally false accusations. As horrible as those accusations are, I know it's not true. My friends, neighbors, family, and audience know it's not true. So why would you throw those kind of accusations at somebody unless you're desperate to shut that person up because they're ruining your scam, con, grift? And, and I renew my questions to Ashton. What happened to the $9,000 or $10,000 was it that you collected? Then you file what? A $300 filing fee lawsuit with your local county? What happened to the rest of the money? And how much money have you collected on the MH370 thing? Now that everybody is clear that the videos are completely and totally fake, shouldn't you give all that money back? You should just keep money that you made pushing completely and totally fake conspiracy theories based on fake videos. But it is what it is. And some things never change. But we've seen this. I have seen this multiple times. And quite honestly, when I saw the Ashton idiots doing this, I knew that we had already won. They have nothing. When they start throwing that shit around, they've got nothing left but that. Jill Chicky Arlene is here and says, I wish making that false claim was a criminal offense. It should be because it destroys people's lives. Yeah. And Patty says, terrible to say those things. Yeah, I have the screenshots to prove it. And isn't it interesting that the person that made those accusations against me does nothing but attack Ashton's critics all day long on Twitter? Is that a coincidence, right? Smith said, why would anyone care what he thinks about UFOs anyway, when he's only talked about one case 6 years late? Yeah, I mean, I can't agree with you, you know? I can't agree. I agree that nobody should care. Alien Girl will be only a Skyfire member I like. Maybe she will destroy it for, oh God, she's working for them too now. No offense, but that girl's dumb as rocks, Bobby Broadway. Nice girl, not very bright, right? I didn't hear that she was working for them. And by the way, I'm trying to remain neutral on Skyfire and on the whole Keem thing. You know, I thought it would be a good thing. You know, at the very least, I could pull clips from them, so I kind of like them being there. But I do see that they're posting stuff that is just completely, totally fake. Like, who cares? Like, oh, Richard Doty. Here's what Richard Doty said about all these alien races on Earth. Great. So now we're posting stuff from a known government disinformation agent, paid, admitted government disinformation agent. Okay. You know, but I'm trying to remain neutral. I try to see the good in people, but you know, I understand the criticism as well, but I will renew my desire to stay neutral and try to not take sides. We'll see how they do going forward. Truthers versus Grifters MMA brawl at the Coliseum. Get your tickets now. Yeah. How did he get Alex Jones to have him on? That was nuts. Well, you know, conspiracy is popular, right? So if you've got one and somebody like Alex Jones can make a segment out of it, they're going to. My question for you, do you think that people are going to hate even more with the truth coming out? Yeah, I think these next couple of months are going to be pivotal because essentially what we're going to have is mad disclosure. We're going to have a lot of, that's why I titled tonight's show Mad Disclosure. We're going to have a lot of mad disclosure people. Because when they realize that these UFO celebrity clowns have been bluffing and lying about having evidence they never had for how long now, almost a year, they're going to be upset. And it's the same kind of thing that happened once it became incredibly clear that TTSA was a scam. Everybody jumped from the ship, pissed off at TTSA because they got fooled. Nobody likes getting fooled, right? That's why a lot of scams are not even reported. People don't want to admit that they got scammed. Smith says, Doty attempted a Hitler mustache in the 2000s. You got to respect the man. Oh, God. They'll be mad because the money will dry up. Yes, so we're going to have mad disclosure. And there's going to be a battle for what little UFO disclosure money will be left. You see, these guys bluff so big that when this all comes crashing down in this Arrow report and other things, it's going to be a problem, right? Yeah, this shirt says, don't sue me, bro. For those asking, it's available in our merchandise store. That's another common tactic. People threaten either people call me the P word or they threaten to sue me for defamation. But we all know that the very best defense against a defamation case is to tell that you were telling the truth and you did it without malice. We do our due diligence here. And generally, we have an 8-year track record of accurate reporting here. So though many people have made threats, nobody's actually filed an actual suit. I've gotten a lot of what you would call angry lawyer letters, these cease and desist. You better stop talking about my client or we're going to sue you. I wipe my ass with them and I keep rolling on doing what we're doing here because we know that we're accurately reporting. And the last thing, people aren't aware of this, but if you sue somebody, even in civil court, you're giving them subpoena rights of everything in your life. So if somebody were to do that to me, then I get subpoena rights. That means I could subpoena things. So for example, if somebody sued me, I could subpoena all their emails. I could subpoena all their text messages, phone call records, whatever. They don't want to give me subpoena rights. That would be a very, very stupid idea for them, right? Yeah, well, they don't like it when Solar Marshall says this certain show host from Disclosure Dork Central yelled at me the other night for questioning Travis Walton's story after the story was totally debunked. Yeah, you're not allowed to question the UFO overlords, right? Those are their heroes, and there's so much hero worship that you're not even allowed to be critical, which is really the hallmark of a cult. If you think about it, that's kind of what a cult does, right? Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, and I'm sure somebody's going to ask. So Solar Marshall and I had a disagreement, and we're just over it. So like he overreacted, maybe I did too, or whatever. He's been at our shows since the very beginning. He's always welcome here. He apologized if I think I did too. So we're good, and we just move along here. Is Walton still around? Yeah, he's still working UFO conventions, right? He's still working UFO conventions. So yes, he's still around. The grift is still alive. JD, go ahead and ask your question. Put it in all capital letters, but we're going to be getting out of here, right? Solar Marshall, he's mad I left, though I know these guys don't want me here. Yeah, we're fine. So it is what it is, right? Steven, you said 2 episodes. That's some new AI software that would come out and change the game. What's it called? It's from OpenAI. What is it? Soar? It was nonstop on my. I think it's called Soar, SOR. New AI video technology. And it's Sora, maybe? Yeah, it's real. Yeah, it's called Sora. It's new Sora video generator. Just Google Sora videos. Some of that stuff is incredible. And we're going to see a huge flood of fake UFO videos. I guarantee it, right? Well, that's because they're assholes. And so is he, I don't even know why you would hang out there, Solar Marshall, but okay. Some people are so addicted to alien and UFO stuff that they just look beyond the fact that they're listening to a total scumbag, and they still listen to some scumbag show because they want the alien stories so badly. I would think that you were above that, right? JD says, Sora, new AI video technology. I'll look it up. You're amazing. Thank you. That was nonstop across my feed. I don't know. Bambino says Sora is terrible. I think it looks pretty good to me. Yeah. So we've done our due diligence, friends, and we're going to bounce on out of here. I will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with some kind of show. I think we're doing a call-in show tomorrow, but one caller at a time. Let me know what you think of that in the comment. Do you think these call-in shows are a good idea? Let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat. So we've done our due diligence. I want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. Just posted a new video just for you. We want to thank all of you super chatters, super sticker people, and PayPal pledgers. We took a moment to check in with the PayPal. For those unaware, we read every single PayPal pledge. We read every single super chat. So be sure to get those in. We want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge. Says the shows lately have been very good. Keep them coming. We'll do that. Thank you, Maria, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll take a moment to thank you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And I will check back in. there is one more that we forgot about. High Speed Chase with another kind and generous $5 super chat says, for the Dragon Capsule. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and thanks for being a member. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. I have a bunch of stuff to do this evening. And for those that asked, I did forget to post the last show's audio podcast version, but I posted it today, so we're all up to date except for this very episode, which will be posted tomorrow. Follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion to keep up with the latest. You can follow me on Facebook as well, or on the Truth Seekers Facebook page. Also follow us on Instagram at Truth Seeker Show. And let me know what you think of these new shorts. Everybody asked me for the shorts. It seems like some of them, it's hit or miss. Some of them get great views, and then some of them nobody watches. I'm not sure why that is. We're still trying to figure it out, but let us know what you think of the new shorts section. It's available from our main YouTube page. And by the way, if you are listening in the audio podcast, we love and appreciate you, but you're missing all the fun. We tape these podcast episodes live on YouTube with video feed. So go on over to youtube.com, click the little magnifying glass, the search bar, put Truth Seekers, one word in that search. And the first thing that pops up should be me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go there, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping for the podcast. Come and be a part of the show. You are most welcome. So that's all we got for you, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with me. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Spacecraft, if you will.
Call it spacecraft if you will. No kidding, non-human, exotic origin. Call it spacecraft if you will. Call it spacecraft if you will. Non-human. 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 Call it spacecraft if you will. Call it spacecraft if you will. Non-human. Non-human. We crashed. We have spacecraft. 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 Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft.
Bobby Loeb, Kevin Knuth, Gary Nolan, Jacques Delay. Bobby Loeb, Kevin Knuth, Gary Nolan, Jacques Delay.
Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely.
Diana Pasolka, Hal Puthoff. Diana Pasolka, Hal Puthoff. Diana Pasolka, Hal Puthoff. Diana Pasolka, Hal Puthoff.
Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. This is not a joke. Like, none of this was a joke. This is not a joke. A joke. This is not a joke. Like, none of this was a joke. This is not a joke. A joke. Entertainment. 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 Entertainment.
What is catastrophic disclosure of catastrophic disclosure? And don't forget, what is catastrophic disclosure of catastrophic disclosure? And don't forget,
Controlled disclosure.
Of catastrophic.
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 Controlled disclosure.
Of catastrophic. Societal disruption.
Catastrophic disclosure.
Catastrophic.
catastrophic
disclosure.
Societal disruption.
Catastrophic disclosure.
Catastrophic.
Catastrophic
disclosure.
Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic disclosure.
Psychological, theological, philosophical,
philosophical, theological, philosophical, theological, philosophical, philosophical, theological.
Truth seekers, seeking truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truth seekers, yeah. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. And what a day to not be a member of a UFO cult. What an interesting day it has been. For those unaware, the Pentagon has released their Aero Historical UFO Report. And the news is not good for the UFO Grift Con Squad. And what we're seeing is quite possibly catastrophic disclosure, but not the catastrophic disclosure that some people were expecting. Apparently, the catastrophic disclosure is when the government gets so fed up with the UFO Grift Squad making evidence-free claims and filling their pockets with every UFO dollar that they can, while simultaneously lobbying the United States government for lucrative contracts to study UFOs and UAPs, that they finally start speaking out and calling the bluff. And this is what we're seeing, friends. We detailed here on this show at the beginning of this Dave Grusch story, or really since the beginning of the Lou Elizondo story in 2017, we have been critically covering this, calling many of the claims being made by so-called UFO celebrities out as being big bluffs. And this report is incredibly damaging to some members of what I call the UFO grift squad. Other people may more politely term those people UFO celebrities, because it would appear that people like Lou Elizondo are having a really bad day today, because so many of their false claims are directly addressed in this report as being what they are: false narratives. And it's interesting that, you know, the UFO grift game has now changed, because for years, decades, in fact, private citizens could make all kinds of claims about government cover-ups and the government having alien bodies and technology. And by and large, the government did not comment on those claims being made by private citizens. But what has happened with the UFO grift squad, people like Lou Elizondo and David Grusch and Gary Nolan and all of these other people, Christopher Mellon, pushing this all the way to Congress. They wanted Congress to investigate their belief system that is largely evidence-free and faith-based, that the United States government is, in fact, in possession of alien technology, alien spacecraft, even alien bodies. They bluffed too far. Maybe they should have left the government and Congress out of it. After all, does anybody remember the Bob Lazar story when it first broke? Yes, I have been following these strange and esoteric topics since at least then, 1989. The government has never issued, to my knowledge, definitive statements denying Bob Lazar's claims of either being a real scientist, working at Area 51, working on alien spacecraft, whatever. They have never called the bluff of these UFO grifters. But the UFO grift game has changed. So congratulations, you grifters who grifted too far, who bluffed too much, and have now ruined the UFO grift game. Do you realize what a can of worms you grifters have opened up? Because now it appears that there is a marked change in United States government policy about people making claims with no evidence and demanding investigations and all of this. So the UFO grift game is gone. They have essentially, they have ruined their own grifts. Now I know we've seen time and time again that the grift must go on. And what I predicted would happen when this report released is already happening. Just claim cover-up. Just say the government is lying, and you can roll on with your grift. But the problem is that this report is incredibly specific about specific claims that certain members of the UFO grift squad member team have made, and they are refuted. And I believe that you can cry cover up. You could say, oh no, the government's lying. They really do still have those alien bodies and all that. Well, there's a big change now, because apparently the United States government is not just going to sit there and let UFO grifters lie to the American public anymore. And I, for one, applaud that. Now, I have to preface my remarks tonight with saying I don't, by and large, just trust what the government tells me. After all, let's just look at some examples like, oh, I don't know, the Gulf of Tonkin, weapons of mass destruction, things like that. I don't just trust that they're telling me the truth. I'm evaluating all available evidence, and I get it. Some people want so desperately to believe these things are true, it's easy to just say they're covering it up. But it's more difficult to say that when you look at the credibility issues involved. The people who are claiming there's a cover-up have all been filling their pockets with every UFO dollar they could for years, in some cases decades now. This report essentially calls their bluff and says they have no evidence. There's no people with firsthand knowledge. There's nobody that has corroborative or verifiable, empirical, real evidence to prove the claims are being made. Essentially, what we have is a game of telephone and people telling each other stories. In other words, a bunch of UFO fans circle jerking each other off, telling each other stories, but never providing the evidence. This report, to me, I was falling off of my chair reading this thing. Now, I've included a link to the unclassified final Department of Defense all-domain anomaly resolution office report on historical record of U.S. government involvement with unidentified anomalous phenomenon, UAP. We've included a link, but we're going to get into specifics of what is included there. Now, a lot of people are saying that, this is a 60-something page report, but the last bunch of pages is really just citations and sources. So it's really 45 or 46 pages of actual information. And then they provide all of their cited sources. Now, some of the UFO Grift Squad members are not happy and are already lying through their teeth. And I have specific examples to show you of the same people who pushed this false narrative since when? 20 cases, right? In other cases, decades, people have been pushing these false narratives. But interestingly, the government has finally had enough, it would seem, and started to push back against this. But like I said, people are now losing their minds, lying through their teeth, making new claims. And here's one of the hallmarks of the UFO con squad grift scumbags like Ross Coulthart. Yeah, that's right. I call Ross Coulthart a scumbag. He has been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories. So what does he do when the government calls his bluff? He invents new evidence-free fake stories to explain away this report that essentially says none of these people have any evidence. And it's also interesting to point out that the reporting of Stephen Greenstreet from the New York Post seems to be 100% accurate. It is the same small group of UFO promoters and activists involved in all of this stuff. And some of the people that David Grusch was getting his information from were interviewed by Arrow and found that they had no evidence. So interesting. We're going to get into all of this, but we're going to begin tonight. I'm going to share my fair use banner. We're going to begin tonight with the muddying the waters bullshit defenses of scumbag disgraced journalist Ross Coulthart. And by the way, I know scumbag is a very strong word, but Ross Coulthart essentially accused members of British Parliament of being child predators with no evidence. That's something that a scumbag disgraced journalist would do. So right off the bat, Coulthart comes out with new conspiracy. Here's how you can spot when somebody's full of shit. When they pushed one conspiracy theory that gets completely debunked as a false conspiracy theory, and then they immediately and instantly create new conspiracy theories to explain away the debunking of their first set of conspiracy theories. We've seen it happen. Happens all the time in UFO land. You get caught, just claim cover up and Men in Black, right? But I'm going to put my fair use banner up, and we're going to listen to ridiculous, nonsensical, disgraced journalist Ross Coulthart. Oh, and by the way, I just want to say, Ross Coulthart has been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories in recent years. Or is it 4 or 5? Who cares? It's 4 or 5. So, the fact that he's pushing the Grusch story and he's been caught selling so many other completely and totally evidence-free fake stories should be a red flag that the Grusch story may not be true. But, don't let things like history, facts, and credibility and evidence get in the way of a good UFO fairy tale if it gives you that circle-jerking UFO disclosure boner that you want so badly. And by the way, all of these scumbags that push the Grusch narrative. All of these scumbags that push the false Lou Elizondo narratives should all be banished from this thing. At the very least, they got it all wrong. They wouldn't even allow a critical discussion. They wouldn't even allow people to critically think. These idiots all just repeated the UFO circle jerk talking points. Urgent and credible, urgent and credible. It's all fake. It was all a carefully constructed fake story narrative put out by the same group of fake story creating UFO profiteering whore scumbags that have been caught lying to everybody multiple times. But hey, you can believe, even though they've all been caught lying through their teeth, selling completely and totally fake stories, in some cases making millions of dollars from those completely and totally fake, over-sensationalized clickbait garbage stories, single source, no evidence, trust me, bro. We're supposed to all trust them now when they tell us, oh no, there's a cover-up. It is true. Well, the time to prove that is now. So, and let me tell you, we're going to get into this. Did you know there's no, Lou Elizondo lied to every podcaster when he mentioned NDAs and he can't talk about things because apparently there is no UAP specific NDAs. So the whole time he's just using fake NDAs as an excuse for why he can't provide evidence or details, you know, claiming things are classified when he had no, apparently there is no specific UAP NDA. Interestingly, he used that excuse constantly. So, you know, the one thing I will say is that I'm extremely disappointed. All of this UFO grift squad activity, or a great deal of it, started in 2017. Why did it take this long for the government to finally stand up and correct the record? And oh boy, did they in this report, correcting the record, Lou Elizondo never ran any official UFO program. It was a hobby, an activity that he did in his spare time. Awesome. And that brings up a lot of legal problems for Mr. Elizondo and I believe the members of TTSA. But, you know, we'll see. There's supposed to be an SEC investigation into that. We'll see where that goes. We'll report on that if I find out more information. So we're going to begin with Ross Coulthart crying and making new conspiracy theories to cover why it's being revealed that Dave Grusch has no evidence, and this will be, what will this be? The sixth fake story, evidence-free, single source fake story, trust me, bro story from Ross Coulthart in recent years. You know, I get it if you're a fan of this stuff and you really want to believe it, but how many times are you going to let somebody lie to you before you have to just admit this person is a lying scumbag? I don't know. I don't get it. And here's something that I want to point out. In any other genre of anything, if you get caught selling a completely and totally fake story 3 or 4 times, your career is over. Why is Ross Coulthart still have a career? Why does people like Linda Moulton Howe still have a career? Why do people like Lou Elizondo have a career? It boggles my mind that they could be caught lying or playing fast and loose with the facts, or at least at the very least misrepresenting available data and evidence in order to personally profit from a story as true that's not probably true and they can't prove is true. So interestingly, here is Ross Coulthart on News Nation crying cover up.
Special correspondent Ross Coulthart. All right, Ross, I'm just going to give you the floor on this because you know far more about this than, well, certainly than me, but anybody else. This report, the headline, as Joe says, basically no evidence of aliens or any.
Yeah, and now would be a good time for Ross Coulthart to show everybody the location of a giant alien spaceship he says is on Earth, right? He could totally disprove them. And here's the thing that we all have to keep in mind going forward when evaluating these people that have been making these claims, these fantastic out-of-this-world claims for how long. Here's what we need to do. We have to evaluate their credibility. How many times have they been caught lying? How many times have they been caught selling a completely and totally fake story? Or let's just say being too credulous, too believer-brained, and running with a story that turns out to not be true. Even that is a problem, and it should be part of the evaluation process when you decide if someone is credible or not, or somebody is trustworthy. And I'm here to tell you that any so-called journalist that got caught selling 3, 4, 5 completely and totally fake stories is not somebody that you trust, especially to make outrageous claims and then not have the evidence to back it up. But here we go. We'll get into this, and I want to cite fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public. And I love going to News Nation because they're the people that started all of this. And now, News Nation, 277 days of constant coverage of this evidence-free Dave Grusch story. Now they're going to bring in their expert, disgraced journalist who, by the way, he is an award-winning journalist. He won an award for the most fake, unbelievable stories and the worst reporting in all of Australia, the Bent Spoon Award. That's what he just won for 2023, for having the most fake stories. And the fact that he's on a so-called news network as an expert, having been given the Bent Spoon Award for most fake stories in all of Australia, is hysterical to me.
Become a cover-up of aliens. You say what?
Good evening, Connell. Well, firstly, I don't think anybody's surprised that the Pentagon is making a pronouncement like this. I'm talking to...
I don't know. I think a lot of people are surprised.
Multiple people tonight.
And here's where he's going to do more. Trust me, bro. Look, Dave Grusch was a trust us, bro. David Grusch, the whole story was single source. Trust me, bro. Now he's going to claim he has new sources all of a sudden, right? New sources. Can we see those sources? Can you name them? Oh, no, I can't.
People inside the legacy retrieval program, reverse engineering program that is being secretly operated by people within the U.S. government.
So he's claiming he's talking to members of the real secret UFO alien crash retrieval programs. Great. Then why don't you prove the government wrong and name them? Why don't you call their bluff? If they're bluffing and there's no evidence, if they're bluffing that there's no evidence, why don't all these grifters stand up and say, here's the evidence, bitches? Why don't they do that? You know what a huge win that would be for the disclosure movement if you could prove that the government was indeed covering these things up, was indeed lying about them? You would be in the history books. You would have more movie and book deals and TV show deals than any UFO person ever in the history of this entire movement. But you can't do that, right? This is another bluff. Remember, this man once bluffed that he had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. I can't believe that he's going to make up new fake shit to cover his old fake crap. And here we've got everybody doubling down now. Lou Elizondo is going to double down. No, I really was the director of a fake Pentagon program. No, I really was. I really was in the land of make-believe.
Government and private aerospace who hoot with laughter at this feeble attempt by the Pentagon to try and stop the issue being discussed any further. We know for...
And you've got to love that while they're interviewing Ross Coulthart, they're playing a debunked video of balloons, right? And Ross Coulthart is going to cry and complain that there's a cover-up while he's on television next to a fake UFO video. You got to love it.
A fact that the Inspector General of the intelligence community, that is the oversight body.
Here's where he lies. He's about to tell some big porkies here.
For the intelligence community, separately from the Pentagon, has made a determination that David Grusch's complaints are credible. And
his complaints of reprisal, not his alien claims. And Ross Coulthart, you understand language. You understand that when you You can't do this. He's conflating two different things. The urgent and credible lie is being used to claim that the Inspector General of the intelligence community found David Grusch's alien and UFO claims urgent and credible. That is a complete and total lie. So, hey, Mr. Bluff, get me an on-the-record statement from the intelligence community Inspector General co-signing Dave Grusch's alien and UFO claims as urgent and credible, or saying that his claims are true, because he's going to say that here now, too. He's completely and totally lying through his teeth to cover up yet another 100% evidence-free fake story that he got caught pushing for this whole year. It's wonderful.
Urgent. And that's why they were referred to the Congress for investigation.
Right.
And I was only just recently in Washington talking to senior staffers, senior congressional representatives.
Here's more fake sources he can't name. More anonymous. Trust me, bro.
And senior senators. And by golly, they are not letting go of this just because the Pentagon makes a pronouncement that it's not true.
And by the way, he could certainly name the senators he was meeting with who said this. Listen, making these claims after you've already been caught selling 4 or 5 completely and totally fake stories, and you're just standing there with your pants down as the government just said you sold yet another completely and totally fake, evidence-free, single-source story, is really problematic. Oh, no, I talked to some senators, and they say it's all true. Name them. Let's get on the record statements from them then, Ross Coulthart, you liar.
They know it's true. They have first-hand witnesses who've testified about it, who didn't go to Arrow, to the Defense Department.
Why did they not go to Arrow? Oh, they don't trust Arrow.
Because, frankly, Connell, they didn't trust them. And that's the problem. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the person who created this report, it's alleged by the people I've been talking to that he set out with a preconceived agenda.
Who are the people he's talking to? Why can't he name any of the people? This is a stupid prover maneuver. It's another bluff. Oh, no, they do have firsthand witnesses. Oh, no, it is all true.
And I can reveal here tonight that I've found out some of the members of a special secret advisory committee that Dr. Kirkpatrick used to advise him in the preparation of that report.
Great. So name those advisors. Let's get them on interviews. Let's get them on the record to talk about this. Let me hear from them that they influenced Kirkpatrick's report.
I have their names. I have their roles. I know who they are. They are the gatekeepers, believe it or not, to this legacy program.
Okay. So now Coulthart is claiming he knows who is running the cover-up, and he even knows their names. Yeah, just like he knows where a giant alien spaceship is on Earth. This is another bluff. Release the names then. If you know who's running the cover-up, release the names and their roles, as you just claimed you have. Or, listen, this is so childish and stupid. It's like a child on a playground getting caught in a lie, just lying, double down, triple down, lying more to cover the first set of lies.
We're quite literally pulling the strings on this Arrow report. And people are so angry, so bitterly angry with this feeble attempt at a cover-up that they are now leaking more assiduously to people like me. And more importantly, whistleblowers are becoming more compelled to come forward and give evidence about what they know.
Well, great. Now's the time to do it. You can totally prove that the government is covering things up if you provide that evidence. I am predicting we're never going to see this evidence that Ross Coulthart is claiming he has. Remember, he's bluffed before. Now, oh, he knows who the gatekeepers are. He knows who's covering up the UFO alien secrets in the government. Then name them, Ross Coulthart. Name and shame. Come on. What are you waiting for? Why are you waiting on that?
And if I can just make one...
He's got nothing. He's got nothing.
Further point.
Okay.
There is an executive order under your president, Ronald Reagan.
Oh, here's where he gets history completely and totally wrong. You got to love this. You got to love this.
God bless him. back in the 1980s, this Executive Order 12333 banned covert actions by the US intelligence community against the American public, designed to influence American public opinion or media commentary. Now, the allegation that we now have...
Now there's a constitutional crisis, but he's completely and totally incorrect, because what I guess he doesn't know American history very well, and I do. Barack Obama made it legal. So there is no constitutional crisis. Yeah, you heard it right. Barack Obama made it legal for the United States government to use propaganda against its own people. Yeah, Barack Obama.
Constitutional crisis, separate arms of government.
Oh, now listen very carefully. He's going to say that the Intelligence Community Inspector General is saying that Grusch's claims are true.
You have the ICIG, the Intelligence Community Inspector General, saying it's true.
Yeah.
And you've got no comment right now from the Director of National Intelligence. And you've got the Pentagon claiming it's not true.
So there we have it. Ross Coulthard is now claiming that the Intelligence Community Inspector General is saying that David Grusch's alien and UFO claims are true. Can we see an on the record quote? Can we see where you got that information from? This clown we just caught him. He just completely and totally lied through his teeth. Nowhere did the Intelligence Community Inspector General say that David Grusch's alien or UFO claims are true. He also didn't say that his alien or UFO claims are either urgent or credible. That was in reference to his claims of retaliation, waste, fraud, and abuse. So, there's a game being played here, and someone is deceiving you. And yes, I'm here to tell you there is a cover-up. There is definitely a cover-up. And here's what's being covered up. These UFO profiteering scumbag grifters have been bluffing, having evidence they did not have. How many times has Ross Coulthard been caught bluffing evidence? Remember, he claimed and bluffed, 100% bluffed, that he had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. Then you cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku didn't confirm shit. That was a bluff, right? Then we get David Grusch. Oh, no, I interviewed 40 firsthand witnesses, and they have all this evidence. Where's it at? Where's it at? Now he's bluffing that people said things they've never said. He's saying the Intelligence Community Inspector General said David Grusch's claims are true. Which claims? Which claims? See, it's a game. And the use of language and tricky language is an often employed tactic of the Grift Squad members. Show me an on-the-record quote of the Intelligence Community Inspector General saying that Dave Grusch's alien and UFO claims are true. He can't, and he won't. They did not say that.
So who's lying?
What about the evidence of the program, the reverse engineering program I'm talking about? Because the way they phrased it in their description from the Pentagon was that there was no verifiable evidence for claims the U.S. government and private companies have access to or have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology. So they say there's no verifiable evidence. Is there?
The word is verifiable.
Right.
And the issue is, did Arrow have the will and the powers to actually kick the doors in and go?
Yes, they mentioned in the report that they had full access to everything they needed. So that's another lie from the Grift Squad that goes out the window after today. Oh, they don't have Title VII authority. Yeah, they did. And they stated clearly in this report they had full access to everything they needed to investigate. So more lies from Coulthard trying to cover for another fake story. And boy, this one's a whopper, man. His latest, this Dave Grusch story, is the biggest fake story he's ever pushed. How's he going to recover from this? Oh, just claim cover-up, right? Just claim cover-up. Claim the government's lying with no evidence they're lying. See, like I said in the beginning of the broadcast, the game has changed. And now these grifters are going to have to prove things when they make claims against members of the government. And they can't, and they won't. So interesting. Let's see what else Clown Coulthard says.
Go and do the investigating. That didn't happen. Even the aerospace bosses who claim in the report that they've got no knowledge of extraterrestrial technology or a reverse engineering program, they haven't formally been put under oath.
No, but they had to write up and sign their statements according to the report. But I get that. Okay, they didn't testify under oath. Testifying under oath doesn't really mean anything. How many times have we seen people testify to Congress under oath and be proven 100% to be lying? The Ray Elliott UFO cult lied straight to Congress's face. And yes, legislation was passed based on their testimony, even though it was completely and totally false testimony, right? And what about the mass surveillance, right? Members of the government sat there with a straight face and lied to members of Congress. Were they prosecuted? No.
And asked to testify under the oath that would make them commit perjury if they were lying. There's been no attempt proactively by Arrow, because they don't have the power to do this, to go into these facilities, the addresses of which, the locations of which were given to them by David Grusch and other witnesses. They haven't made those inquiries. So frankly, Connell...
Well, that'll be interesting then, because also, you know, at some point, you then call the government's bluff. If the government is calling your bluff saying this is all fake, then why don't you call the government's bluff and say, here's the evidence, bitches? It's always this cat and mouse game. There's always some reason or excuse for why they can't show the evidence. Oh, no, Dave Grusch gave them the names and the locations, and they didn't look into it. The report's pretty thorough, and Arrow interviewed many of the same people that Grusch claimed to have interviewed.
Well, right. I'm sorry to be rude to the Pentagon, but they're a complete joke on this.
So what now?
And I think they just...
Yeah, a guy who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories, calling distinguished scientists who've never been caught selling fake stories a joke, is a joke.
Ridicule. A lot of this is going to fall to the Congress. There are moves afoot in the Congress for more public hearings. I mean,
yeah, let's have more wackadoos like Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna and others waste more time and resources on UFO grifters story time.
In as recently as this week, we've had a situation where allegations made by Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida have been borne out by an FOI request. And believe it or not, the military is continuing to try to suppress a video of an unidentified anomalous object.
Yep, show a Corbell fake video again.
That was seen hovering over the Florida coast by a US Air Force pilot. If there's nothing in this, if this is all poppycock, if it's all nonsense, and if it's all the fictional claims of a bunch of tinfoil hat crazies, why are US Air Force pilots not being allowed to reveal what they shot with their videos on their gun cameras? What is the US military hiding? And
well, could be hiding weapons tests of a classified nature, Ross Coulthard. And since you're such a big proponent of not violating national security secrets, after all, you can't tell us where the giant spaceship is, you would think you would understand that.
Why is it so reluctant to expose itself to proper transparency?
I don't know the answers to any of those things, but I do know.
Yeah, he wants transparency from the government, but listen to these claims that he just made. I know exactly who the gatekeepers are who influenced this report, but I can't tell you. I know where a giant spaceship is on Earth, but I can't tell you. I know where the names and locations of these UFO crash retrieval programs are, but I can't tell you. He wants transparency from the government, but he has no transparency and is just able to make up whatever ridiculous claims he wants to make up, right? Oh, I hear he's starting a new podcast. And what's the guy's name? What's his partner? Bruce, Zabel? Oh, no more need to know? Yeah, I guess Bryce Abel had enough of people questioning, selling fake stories and pushing false narratives. Is he quitting on you? And you're starting your own podcast by yourself? Oh, poor Coulthard. Did you lose your Griff Squad partner?
Oh, I enjoy any segment that includes the term poppycock. So thank you, Ross. It's good to see you. We'll stay on this, obviously. Good to talk to you too.
All right. So there's that, friends. I'm going to take a moment to recognize and welcome in the live chat. If you're chatting on our Rumble chat, Twitch chat, our Facebook live feeds, our Twitter live feed, our Instagram feed, or our YouTube feed, welcome one and all. 1 second here. We want to take a moment to thank some kind and generous benefactors like Sidvich, who's been a member for 22 months. And he says, smash that subscribe and like button. Woohoo. And we want to thank DM Andy for becoming a YouTube channel member. For those unaware, if you become a member of our channel during a live broadcast, we give you a thank you and a shout out. So thank you, DM Andy. And thank you, Sidvich, who's been a longtime show supporter and a member for almost 2 years now. We thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And I thank you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Also, while we're on this subject, I don't want to dwell too long on this, but I just want to tell you, in case you didn't know this, that if you cover these topics critically, you pay the truth tax, and you will make 1 to 10% of what the Grift Squad people who are just willing to sell lies, disinformation, misinformation, evidence-free story, false narratives, fake whistleblowers are making. But I feel very strongly about covering these topics honestly, ethically, and morally. And I just want to take a moment to thank everybody for their support. But I would like to ask all those people who are now basically, they've all been caught pushing completely and totally false narrative for almost a year now. Are they all going to give the money back? You know, that UFO podcast and the Good Propaganda Show and Liberation Lies. Are they all going to give the money back? And how are these people going to navigate this? I predict a lot of claims of cover-up. Just that's the only play they have. No, just say it's all still true and there's a cover-up, even though they can't prove it, right? It's great. So I want to get into some of the specifics of this report. I like I said, I woke up and got this today and started reading it, and I nearly fell off my chair because of the level and amount of detail in this. Which is really, really crazy, right? So I have some specific things I want to show you. And by the way, I've posted these in our Discord server. I don't want to leave out important bits, so I have just clipped important parts. The entire report is in the description of this video. Oh, you know what? Let's start with something else that is, I think, equally important. It's this report is devastating for Lou the Liar Elizondo. It is absolutely devastating, and here's why. We're getting another confirmation from a verified government source that Lou Elizondo was never a Pentagon UFO program director like he claimed. At the direction of Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, and here's the thing, they incorrectly identified him as a Democrat from New Mexico. He's from Nevada. So that's what all these people, there's typos and they got one fact wrong in a 65-page report, so you can't trust anything in the report. That's a false argument of stupid people. So they misidentified which state Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid is. It doesn't do anything to damage their credibility. There's typos in I don't know. You write a 65-page document and not have one factual error or typo. It's very difficult to do that. I remember when I was in corporate America, I had to have, for important big moneyed clients, I had to have any emails or anything proofread twice, because the company that I worked for was very sensitive that there not be typos or, I don't know if they didn't get somebody to proofread this, but anyway, the Defense Appropriation Act of fiscal years 2000 and 2010 appropriated $22 million for the DIA to assess long-term and over-the-horizon foreign advanced aerospace threats to the United States. In coordination with the Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, DIA established OSAP in 2009, which was also known as ATIP. The contract for this DIA-managed program was awarded to a private sector organization. Note on program names, the name OSAP and ATIP have been used interchangeably for the name of this program, including an official documentation. Unlike OSAP, ATIP was never an official DoD program. However, after OSAP was canceled, the ATIP moniker was used by some individuals associated with an informal, unofficial UAP community of interest within the DoD that researched UAP sightings from military observers as part of their ancillary job duties. In other words, it was basically like a Facebook group. It wasn't an official program. It had no funding. And the fact that Lou Elizondo is still going to sign that he's the director of a program that never existed shows you what a joke Lou Elizondo is. Even when called out in official government documents saying he was not the director of any official or funded program, he's still going to sign his name as the director of a program. And here we go. This effort was not a recognized official program and had no dedicated personnel or budget. So what is Elizondo the director of? He's got no employees. He's got no money. What's he the director of? Oh, that's right. He's the director of the Pentagon UFO program in the land of make-believe. That's what's happening here. Very interesting part of this discussion is that it literally doesn't name names, but everybody knows who he's talking about here. And I found it interesting that throughout this report, they don't name names, but you can guess who they're talking about. In one section of this report, they talk about somebody claiming that the White House commissioned a study from a group in Virginia. That's Stephen Greer. And given that Stephen Greer has claimed to brief presidents, Vladimir Putin, he briefed Trump, he briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. It's not a shock to me that Stephen Greer would also lie and claim he did some report or study at the request of the White House. Turns out the White House didn't even know about it. They did not request it. So interestingly, in this situation, what we get is they're not naming names, but anybody familiar with these situations can instantly know who it is that they are talking about. More bad news for Mr. Grusch and for Lou Elizondo. And that would be this. Remember TTSA telling people that they had spaceship parts, or they might be spaceship parts? Arts Parts is now and will forever be a hoax. And that hoax is specifically addressed in this Arrow report. Sample of alleged alien spacecraft is an ordinary terrestrial metal alloy. Arrow learned through an interviewee that a private sector organization claimed to have in its possession material from an extraterrestrial craft recovered from a crash at an unknown location from the 1940s or 1950s. The organization claimed that the material had a potential to act as the terahertz frequency waveguide and therefore could exhibit anti-gravity and mass reduction properties under the appropriate conditions. The organization that owned the material negotiated an agreement in 2019 with the U.S. Army to analyze the samples. With permission from the shareholders, Arrow acquired this sample to conduct more in-depth analysis, or from the stakeholders. This is where it gets interesting. Arrow and a leading science laboratory concluded that the material is a metallic alloy, terrestrial in nature. Oh, it didn't come from aliens like Tom DeLonge claimed and the members of TTSA. And here's where it gets problematic. These claims of being in possession of this exotic material were made by members of TTSA while they were collecting millions of dollars in investment money. Then they got a contract with the Army for what was that, over $1 million, right? All for junk. All right. Aero, a leading science laboratory, concluded that the material is a metallic alloy, terrestrial in nature, and possibly of U.S. Air Force origin, based on its material characterization. It was also assessed from the material is mostly comprised of magnesium, and the bismuth present was not pure layer per layer per initial claims. So all those claims about, oh, how this material couldn't be manufactured on Earth and this couldn't be earthly material, it all falls apart. All the arts parts, TTSA, bullshit lies completely and totally fall apart. How many times are we going to catch these grift people, these UFO grifters lying to everyone before we start saying we have to scrutinize every single thing that they say and fact check every single thing they say and assume they're lying until they prove they're not? The U.S. Army had also conducted in-house analysis of the sample. And while Aero generally agrees with its conclusions, Aero found that the structure was not purely layered magnesium alloy and bismuth. So even the descriptions that DeLong and others were talking about, or let's forget DeLong, go back to Linda Moulton House. She made all those claims too. All the claims that were made about these arts parts material were completely and totally bunk, wrong, bullshit, right? Aero assesses that a separate private sector organization's recreation of this metallic sample was almost certainly conflated with claims that the aerospace industry was attempting to reverse engineer off-world technology. So a private company tried to recreate this material to see if it could be done. That gets conflated with the aerospace industry is trying to back engineer this alien technology. Great. Prior to Aero's acquisition of the samples, the organization fabricated a replica of the sample to determine if it could be done. The same organization made an attempt to replicate the sample at the same specific location cited by the interviewee as the location where the interviewee alleged to have participated in discussions about transferring UAP crash materials. The claim that extraterrestrial technology was being reverse engineered almost certainly was conflated with this material fabrication. So there we go. Bad day for Lou Elizondo. First, the government comes out and says, no, he never ran a UFO program. Oh, and remember that UFO material that they collected millions of dollars in investment money to study, right? And it couldn't be made on Earth. And if you shoot a terahertz, if you shoot this at it, it levitates. Remember? Tom DeLonge said that on Joe Rogan. And the internet does not forget. So it would appear that people were literally lied to while TTSA allegedly lied to, I don't know, about this material while TTSA was soliciting public investor dollars. Also, there's a real problem with saying that Lou Elizondo ran a Pentagon UFO program and collecting UFO money. But I'm going to check in with the SEC and try to get an on-the-record statement from a member of the Securities and Exchange Commission who investigate these things to explain to me how it's legal to claim you ran a government UFO program while you're soliciting investment money from the public. I posted, people posted on my Twitter, somebody posted something about, now's the time to sue and get your money back, because this is proof positive that TTSA basically misled and misrepresented Mr. Elizondo's role in the Pentagon while they were soliciting investor money. And here, I'm going to share some of the comments. People are not happy. Maybe this is one of the investors. Who knows? When you have no evidence, blame Aero on Wikipedia. This person says, so it was just Lou at his desk LARPing as a UFO program boss. Yes, It was just Lou at his desk, live action role playing as a UFO program boss. If you invested in TTSA, this is the time you sue him. This is the proof you need to recover your funds for the investor fraud. It's a very clear case now. Lou is done. And that's somebody's opinion. We're just sharing it here. I'm not making claims or accusations, but I did share this, often referred to as the truth in securities law. The Securities Act of 1933 has two basic objectives: require that investors receive financial and other significant information concerning securities being offered for public sale, and prohibit deceit, misrepresentations, and other fraud in the sale of securities. So, big can of worms is being opened here. I don't know how anybody can say that TTSA did not misrepresent Lou Elizondo's resume in order to sell people stock. I don't know how anybody could say that they did not deceive people claiming that they were going to build a spaceship while soliciting investor money. I'm sorry, we're going to move on. We've got plenty of other things to cover here. So I'm just going to share this from The Average Chris because I was too lazy to make these screenshots myself. Thank you, The Average Chris, for sharing them for me. This is a real problem. The Average Chris says, life sucks when you get exposed for the fraud you are, especially when it's your former employer. And this I can't agree strongly enough with. Also, if you're going through Matt Ford to make a statement, that shows how irrelevant you truly are. Also, at Good Trouble Show, Good Propaganda Show, you are now officially spreading propaganda and misinformation, as it has been confirmed that Lou Elizondo was never the director of any program, especially ATIP. So, we read you what's in the government report, that Lou Elizondo never ran ATIP. It didn't exist. It didn't have a budget, had no employees. It was a hobby. But here's Lou Elizondo's statement, which I believe is going to be further problematic for him. And by the way, I'm just going to put this out there. If Lou Elizondo falsely sells his book, claiming that he ran a Pentagon UFO program to sell his book, that may be considered a form of consumer fraud. But again, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not making allegations. We're just talking about things and raising questions and concerns. Should it be legal for Lou Elizondo to market a book claiming that he is the former director of the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, if the Pentagon itself says, no, he wasn't? Should he be allowed? Let me know what you think in the comments. Let me know what you think in the live chat. Should he be allowed to market a book based on a lie? Wouldn't that be considered a form of consumer fraud? Like, can I just sell a book saying that I ran a Pentagon UFO program? And if he can sell a book claiming that he ran a Pentagon UFO program and have no evidence or proof that he did, then I can too, right? I'll sell a book. Well, come on, I could use some money. But here's Lou Elizondo's statement. And again, all of these grifts, these guys got eviscerated in this report. Multiple of these UFO Grift Squad members got eviscerated, but no more. I don't think anybody got it as much as Lou Elizondo in this. But here's his statement. It is inconceivable that the Pentagon continues to go down this road of obfuscation and denial. Kind of like Lou Elizondo obfuscates and denies when people try to press him on actually running a funded, real Pentagon UFO program, right? And here he says, this is where I always get confused with Lou Elizondo, because he throws in facts that don't matter to the argument. Our adversaries have already stated for the record they have their own UAP programs. What does that have to do with anything? Who cares? Yeah, other foreign governments have UAP or UFO programs to protect their skies. But okay, he goes on to say, is this not important to the Pentagon? This report is not only inaccurate, but also misleading in many of its assertions. Great. If it's inaccurate, show us where it's inaccurate. Oh, he can't, right? He can't, because then he'd have to offer specifics. And now he's not going to be able to hide behind the NDA excuse anymore, because that excuse comes falling down. Same for Grusch. You can't say NDAs. You can't say, oh, I can't tell you. Furthermore, this is yet another example of a long list of missteps by the Pentagon in recent history. It's a sad day for democracy when the American public, I love this, when the American public is being fed misinformation under the guise of truthfulness and transparency. Do you mean, Lou Elizondo, like the misinformation that you are the former director of the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program? Because that's misinformation. Do you mean misinformation like we've got pieces of alien spaceships? Because you did that, right? Do you mean misinformation like we're going to build a spaceship with investor money, with a revolutionary power source that will change the world? Do you mean misinformation and disinformation like that? This is classic projection. He is accusing the government of that which he has already done. He has put out provable fake information, provable false claims in order to solicit money, right? Provable false claims he's put out. But he's going to say we're being fed misinformation under the guise of truthfulness and transparency. Isn't truthfulness and transparency the way you sold you and this entire false narrative? Lou Elizondo, former director. I love how he's doubling and tripling down. This makes him more of a clown. When you get caught lying through your teeth from the government, I mean, how much do you got to lie for the government to say, you know what, we had enough. Let's correct the record. This clown never ran a Pentagon UFO program. It wasn't official. It wasn't funded. It had no employees. It was an unofficial effort. In other words, a hobby. And you're still going to sign your name as the director of a program that didn't exist. You're still going to sign your name as the director of a Pentagon program that had no funding, had no employees, and never existed. You are a director of disinformation, Lou Elizondo. You're a director, all right, a director of fake information, false information, misinformation, and disinformation. He's the director of the Pentagon program in the land of make-believe. And the fact that this childish man, you know, he reminds me of a child too, because what is he, like 4 foot tall? But I really shouldn't get into his appearance. There's plenty of other things, including his immoral and unethical way that he handles himself. The fact that this clown is still going to no, I'm not lying. I did run a program that didn't exist. You know, at some point, look, I get it. If you looked up to this guy or you thought he was some kind of hero, I get it. But think of the ridiculousness of this. Like, imagine if you fudged your resume and said that you were the director of something you weren't. And then your former employee publicly calls you out and said, he's lying. He never ran any program. It wasn't a real program. And you just double down and say, yes, I did. I'm still going to sign my name as this. And I will immorally, unethically, and possibly illegally still market a book claiming this false claim. Then you're a clown, Lou Elizondo. Welcome to Clownville, run by Lou Elizondo. Maybe him and Grusch and Coulthard and Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp can all get in a clown car and ride to the land of make-believe together where Lou Elizondo ran a Pentagon UFO program. Maybe they could do that. All right. More to get through. I thought it'd be interesting to, you know what? I'm just going to go to the report 1 second because this stuff is a little small. 1 second. I have some of this. You know what? It is really small. I'm going to go to my notes and we're going to get into other areas of this report that are interesting. You know what? We're going to start at the very beginning because I think they made some interesting comments at the beginning of this report. And I was amazed at the level of detail of this. So, one second, let me share my screen. And this whole report is in the description of this video or podcast. If you're listening in audio podcast land, you could go to the description of the podcast and find this material that I am sharing. You can read the whole report. I'm going to make it really big because I'm literally half blind. Let me check here. Okay, so we're going to go. I have notes for what I thought were the most important parts of this. We're not going to go through all 45 pages. I have here notes of pages that I found of specific interest, so we could just go through those. Oh, but you know what? Before we do that, I had some other things to share concerning Mr. Elizondo and false claims that he apparently has made in the past bunch of years. Not a good day to be Mr. Lou Elizondo. So Jeremy McGowan shared this, and this part is very interesting. In the no official UAP non-disclosure agreements discovered. In the conduct of this review and to meet direction of Section 1673 of the NDAA for fiscal year 2023, Aero sent guidance and requests to DoD, IC Elements, DOE, and DHS to review and provide any NDAs pertaining to UAP or its previous names. To date, Aero personnel have not discovered or been notified of any NDAs that contain information related to UAP. Also, part from the National Standard NDA language contained in Title 18, Section 794, describing the death penalty or jail time for illegally disclosing information related to national security, defense. Aero has not discovered any NDAs containing threats to interviewees for disclosing UAP-specific information. So all these claims of people's lives being threatened and they're risking their lives if they tell the truth about this, it all falls apart. Historically, most, if not all, NDAs contain standard language stating that the death penalty can be applied for crime of disclosing classified information. Title 18, Section 794, as referenced in typical NDAs in several places in relation to the transmission of classified information. But here's where it gets interesting. Lou Elizondo, my NDA is lifetime, as those with clearances can attest. Only when info becomes unclassified can I talk about it. Yes, I am still subject to polygraphs and periodic reinvestigations. When does your non-disclosure agreement expire? Do you still have to submit the polygraph tests? Asks the weather balloon. So you remember that media tour where Lou Elizondo, every time somebody would dare to ask him a difficult question, he would just cite, I can't get into that, my NDA. Well, yeah, it turns out that was another misrepresentation. More proof that he is manipulating the public. And that is interesting to me. NDAs, right? Unnamed sources on Twitter also made a very good point. Elizondo could clear this all up instantly if he provides his last 5 or 10 SF50s and SF52s. You usually get 2 or 3 a year, along with his DCIP's performance elements and evaluations. But he won't. Yeah, so if you want to claim that you ran a real program, just show us your paperwork. He can't, and he won't. And now we also know why he would not testify to Congress, right? Area 503 says, how many times had people like Elizondo hid behind a non-existent NDA? If I was one of those podcasters or journalists he bamboozled with that line, I'd be pissed. Yeah, it's just great. And back to those arts parts, Hal, Nolan, and Putoff, and Travis Taylor all claimed it possessed properties related to wave frequencies and even levitation that surpasses human technology and are impossible to fabricate. So there's the clown show. Gary Nolan, wrong. Hal Putoff, wrong. Linda Moulton Howe, wrong. Tom DeLonge? Wrong. All the claims made by TTSA? Wrong. Great. All right, 1 second. Let me just check here. Okay, we'll go to the actual report now. Just bear with me here. All right, since 1945, the United States government has funded and supported UAP investigations with the goal of determining whether UAP represented a flight safety risk, technological leaps by a competitor nations, or evidence of off-world technology under intelligent control. These investigations were managed and implemented by a range of experts, scientists, academics, military, and intelligence officials under differing leaders, all of whom held their own perspectives that led them to particular conclusions on the origins of UAP. However, they all had in common the belief that UAP represented an unknown and therefore theoretically posed a potential threat of an indeterminate nature. AARO's mission is similar to that of those earlier organizations. AARO methodology applies both in scientific method and intelligence analysis tradecraft to identify and help mitigate risks UAP may pose to domain safety and to discover, characterize, and attribute potential competitor technological systems. A consistent theme in popular culture involves a particularly persistent narrative that the United States government or a secretive organization within it recovered several off-world spacecraft and extraterrestrial biological remains, that it operates a program or programs to reverse engineer the recovered technology, and that it has conspired since the 1940s to keep this effort hidden from the United States Congress and the American public. AARO recognizes that many people sincerely hold versions of these beliefs, which are based on their perception of past experiences, the experiences of others whom they trust, or media and online outlets they believe to be sources of credible and verifiable information. The proliferation of television programs, books, movies, and the vast amount of internet and social media content centered on UAP-related topics most likely has influenced the public conversation on this topic and reinforced these beliefs within some sections of the population. The goal of this report is not to prove or disprove any particular belief set, but rather to use a rigorous analytic and scientific approach to investigate past United States government-sponsored UAP investigation efforts and the claims made by interviewees that the United States government and various contractors have recovered and are hiding off-world technology and biological material. AARO has approached this project with the widest possible aperture, thoroughly investigating these assertions and claims without any particular preconceived conclusion or hypothesis. AARO is committed to reaching conclusions based on empirical evidence. Lastly, AARO thanks all the participants in this review who made this report possible, to include the interviewees who came forward with information. Now, this executive summary, right off the bat, we're only on page 3, right? AARO, or I'm sorry, we're up to page 7 already, but the first bunch of pages are just, table of contents and all. Anyway, AARO found no evidence that any United States government institution, academic sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. All investigative efforts at all levels of classification concluded that most sightings were ordinary objects and phenomenon and the result of misidentification. Although not the focus of this report, it is worthwhile to note that all official foreign UAP investigatory efforts to date have reached the same general conclusions as the United States government investigations. Although many UAP reports remain unsolved or unidentified, AARO assesses that if more and better quality data were available, most of these cases could be identified and resolved as ordinary objects or phenomenon. Sensors and visual observations are imperfect. The vast majority of cases lack actionable data, or the data available is limited or of poor quality. Resources and staffing for these programs largely have been irregular and sporadic, challenging investigatory efforts and hindering effective knowledge transfer. The vast majority of reports almost certainly are the result of misidentification and a direct consequence of the lack of domain awareness. There is a direct correlation between the amount and quality of available information on a case with the ability to conclusively resolve it. AARO found no empirical evidence for claims that the United States government and private companies have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology. AARO determined, based on all information provided to date, that claims involving specific people, known locations, technological tests, and documents allegedly involved in or related to the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology are inaccurate. Additional claims will be addressed in Volume 2. AARO successfully located the United States government and industry programs, officials, companies, executives, and documents identified by interviewees. In many cases, the interviewees named authentic United States government classified programs well known and understood to those appropriately assessed to them in the executive branch and legislative branch. However, the interviewees mistakenly associated these authentic United States government programs with alien and extraterrestrial activity. AARO has reached the following high confidence conclusions related to UAP non-disclosure agreements. So here we get the section, has found no evidence of any authentic UAP or related NDA or other evidence threatening death or violence for disclosure. So all those claims, oh, this person, they can't come forward or they'll be killed. That's all bunk. It's all fake. I will say this though. I think it was Weird Reads by Emily said, like, they just asked the CIA if they have the aliens and the CIA said no. So, but I think really the way that I'm viewing this report is like the Griff Squad versus what the government says. I'm sucking in all available evidence, but based on the abysmal track record of just what scumbags a lot of these UFO grifting scumbag people are, sorry, I lean more towards believing this until it's proven to be wrong. And by the way, I haven't made up my mind completely. Prove me wrong. Prove the government wrong. Alleged UAP intelligence community document. And this is great. An alleged 1961 special national intelligence estimate that was leaked to online sources and suggests the extraterrestrial nature of UFOs is inauthentic. In other words, it's a fake document. And what have we said here repeatedly, time and time again? These people have stories. They have fake documents to back up their claims, fake whistleblowers. Aliens present during a DoD technology test. AARO reviewed information related to account of an interviewee overhearing a conversation about a technology test at a military base where aliens allegedly were observing. And AARO judges that the interviewee misunderstood the conversation. So remember the game of telephone that everybody has been talking about, including our show here? People are hearing things, drawing conclusions, and they misidentify what is actually taking place. Claim that a military officer touched an off-world craft. An interviewee claimed that a named former military officer explained in detail how he physically touched an extraterrestrial spacecraft is inaccurate. The claim was denied on the record by the named former officer who recounted a story of when he touched an F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter that could have been misconstrued by the interviewee. Though the named former officer does not recall having this conversation with the interviewee. So again, the game of telephone. Well, this guy told me that he touched an alien spacecraft. Okay, give us his name. They give the name. AARO investigates. Oh, he never said that. This is the problem with the UFO Griff Squad. They play fast and loose with facts. They are not good researchers. They are not good investigators, because if they were, they wouldn't get such simple facts and evidence completely and totally 100% wrong. Here's another one. And it looks like this office went through an awful lot of UFO wackadoo claims. God bless him. Test of off-world technology. An interviewee claimed that he witnessed what he believed to be testing of extraterrestrial technology at a United States government, pardon me, United States government facility. Almost certainly was an observation of an authentic non-UAP related technology test that strongly correlated in time, location, and description provided in the interviewee's account. So, misidentification of normal earthly, perhaps weapons platform testing of technology. Oh, must be alien. I've never seen anything like that. No, it was a weapons test. Non-UAP related technology test. Sorry. UAP disclosure study. Interviewees, here's where they reference Dr. Stephen Greer's crappy organization. The Disclosure Project, which the only thing that Stephen Greer ever discloses is that he lies constantly and he loves money. All right. Interviewee claims that between 2004 and 2007, the White House requested a research institute in Virginia study the theoretical societal impacts of disclosing that UAP are extraterrestrial in origin. Arrow confirmed the study was conducted, but it was not requested by the White House. Gee, Dr. Stephen Greer gets caught lying to people again. And again, Dr. Stephen Greer tells people, oh, the White House commissioned this study that my organization did. People run with it. Again, game of telephone. Wrong, wrong, wrong. You're just repeating things people told you, and you're getting it wrong. Named companies allegedly experimenting on alien technology. Arrow has found no evidence that U.S. companies ever possessed off-world technology. The executive scientists and chief technologies officers of the companies named by interviewees met with the director of Arrow and denied on the record that they have ever recovered, possessed, or engaged in reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology. Now, this one I have a little bit of a problem with because, okay, they're on the record, but they could just say, no, we don't have any goodies like that. And is that case closed? But I don't even know, since they're private industry, like, how would you verify that? Would you subpoena? Would you get search warrants for all their locations so you could go in and check if they have alien technology or not? So I'll give the Believer Squad a little bit of points on that one. Oh, we asked them if they got the aliens and they said no. Case closed. That one, I'll give it to you. That's a little weak. Experimentation on alleged extraterrestrial spacecraft sample. Yeah, this one we already went through. This was Art's Parts and the false claims of Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Christopher Mellon, and others involved in TTSA, Gary Nolan. Arrow assesses that the inaccurate claim that the United States government is reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology and is hiding it from Congress is, in large part, the result of circular reporting from a group of individuals who believe this to be the case, despite the lack of any evidence. And a lot of people are really curious, like, well, what group of people? And I'm here to tell you that I for one, think Stephen Greenstreet nailed the group of people that Arrow is referring to. I'm going to show you this tab. These are the same people that have been involved in making huge claims. And I just want to tell you, as I put this on the screen, that these people all collectively have made millions of dollars. I'm going to say that one more time. All these people on the screen have collectively made millions of dollars making claims that the government is in possession of alien technology or whatever. Millions of dollars has been made. Book deals, television show deals, documentary deals, TMZ deals, right? News Nation deals. Friends, we have to recognize and understand that if it's really this same group of people, and I'm sure there's a few more we can add to the list, right? I was just about to say, is Jay Stratton on this list? He is. So this is the list of people. And by the way, I've been involved in UFOs and aliens for decades, long enough to know that many of these people have been making the very same exact claims that Grusch has made for decades, but they never have evidence. They never prove anything, which is why I was very suspicious of Grusch from the very beginning, because I knew that he was closely associated with others, people on this list, all of which have made out of this world claims of aliens and alien technology and other things and never proven anything. So when Grusch first came out, as soon as I realized that he was closely associated with people on this list, I said, Grusch is likely full of shit, and this is likely all bullshit, and he's never going to show or provide any evidence. just like all these people never provided or showed any evidence of their claims. So that's the group of people that are influencing, and Arrow, I believe Arrow is referencing when they say the result of circular reporting from a group of individuals who believe this to be the case, despite the lack of any evidence. Arrow notes that although claims that the United States government has recovered in hidden spacecraft date back to the 1940s and 50s, more modern instances of these claims largely stem from a consistent group of individuals who have been involved in various UAP-related endeavors since at least 2009. And who is that group of people? Somebody described it as the usual suspects, right? This is the same people that lied in the New York Times. Eric Davis, the guy who the Air Force called a crackpot researcher, Hal Puthoff, who's been involved in all kinds of paranormal research efforts, right? We've got Travis Taylor, the Skinwalker Ranch star, who can't tell the difference between a fly flying by a camera and an alien spacecraft doing, what was it, 30,000 miles an hour? Robert Bigelow, who wasted $22 million in government taxpayer-funded research efforts to study, dino beavers, poltergeists, and spooky ghost stories at a spooky ranch he owned. We've got Eric Davis, who the Air Force called crackpot researcher. Christopher Mellon, who was a member of what has been alleged to be a techno scam in the form of TTSA, promised people a spaceship, right? Leslie Keene, Gary Nolan, who along with Ross Coulthart promised everybody that they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. So yeah, it's the same group of people involved in all this stuff since at least 2009. Okay, so many of these individuals were involved in or supportive of a canceled DIA program and a subsequent but failed attempt to reestablish this program under the Department of Homeland Security called Kona Blue. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Arrow assesses that UAP sightings and reports of these sightings to United States government organizations and claims that some UAP constitute extraterrestrial craft and that the United States government has secured and is experimenting on extraterrestrial technology have been influenced by a range of cultural, political, and technological factors. Arrow bases this conclusion on the following factors. So basically, let's go back to Mr. Greenstreet's graph. So basically, these people wanted another program to study extraterrestrial UAP or alien technology, retrieve any that crashed. These people wanted that, and the government looked into it and did not go forward with that. But that's what Arrow believes many of these people are referencing as a defunct, never green-lighted program that was supposed to do some kind of UAP crash retrievals and didn't go forward. Okay. The aggregate findings of all U.S. government investigations to date have not found even one case of UAP representing off-world technology. None of the programs mentioned by interviewees are UAP reverse engineering programs, and all the authentic programs have been properly notified and reported to Congress through the Congressional Defense and/or Intelligence Committees. So Stephen Greer, David Grusch, Lou Elizondo, and everybody else who lies and says there's these secret classified programs that aren't reporting to Congress. Totally bunk. Bullshit. Arrow has no evidence for United States government reverse engineering narrative provided by interviewees and has been able to disprove the majority of the interviewees' claims. Some claims are still under evaluation. Arrow determined that a piece of metal alleged to be recovered from off-world spacecraft is ordinary, of terrestrial origin, and possesses no exceptional qualities. So more BS that the same group of people, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Gary Nolan, more evidence that the narrative they pushed was completely and totally false. They did not have a piece of metal from a recovered off-world spacecraft. It was ordinary it was of terrestrial origin and possessed no exceptional qualities. Several factors, domestic and international, most likely influenced sightings, reports, and the beliefs by some individuals that there is sufficient proof that some UAP represent extraterrestrial technology. Arrow's examination of the historical context of UAP investigations from 1945 to the present reveals that these factors, some common to and distinct between the earlier era of UAP investigations pre-2009 and the modern era post-2009, undoubtedly influenced the direction of these investigations, the volume of and spikes in sightings, and the overall public interest, concern, and debate. Those periods are divided into pre- and post-2009 timeframe because this is the year of the stand-up of Advanced Aerospace Weapons Application, or AAWSAP, and ATIP efforts. Prior to AAWSAP ATIP, there was about a 40-year gap in UAP investigation programs since the termination of Project Blue Book in 1969. Common contextual factors between earlier and modern investigations include a rapidly evolving and dynamic national security environment, concern about technological surprise, intense secrecy related to government military programs, public interest in UAP, perceived bureaucratic barriers, and the persistent lack of quality data. And here is where I think it gets interesting too. Arrow assesses that some portion of the sightings since the 1940s have represented misidentification of never before seen experimental and operational space, rocket, and air system, including stealth technologies and the proliferation of drone platforms. So, hey, maybe Stephen Greenstreet was right when he said, it's drones, it's drones. We have talked about here that I believe many of these claims of off-world alien spacecraft are, in fact, this misidentification of advanced technological platforms being tested. Many of the technologies fit the description of a stereotypical unidentified flying object. It is understandable how observers unfamiliar with these programs could mistake sightings of these new technologies as something extraordinary, even otherworldly. Along with these conventional technology research areas, the United States government started the Manhattan Project in 1942. This program operated in secrecy and led to the establishment of several secret cities across the United States to support the development of the nuclear bomb. Any misunderstandings stemming from the intense secrecy surrounding this and similar programs could have been misconstrued for other efforts. So it's pretty interesting. And let me go to my notes here. We'll see what I tagged as the next important. There's some very important. So we've got the first couple of things. Now we need to go to page 28. And of course, we're not going to go through this entire thing. But it's interesting that if you're interested in UFO history and what the government knows about it, this is like a free book. You get all of the history of different projects from the government. Project Saucer, Grudge, Project Sign, Project Blue Book, Arrow and AAWSAP, Twinkle. They're all here. But we're going to go. Apparently, there's some goodies on page 28 that we're going to go to next. If you're just joining us, I want to thank you for joining us. Please be sure to follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. Follow me on Instagram at True Seeker Show. Or you can follow me on Facebook. It's just Steve Cambion. All right. Okay, so assessment of interviewee claims. This is where it gets interesting because remember, David Grusch claims to have interviewed 40 firsthand witnesses. Remember that. He claims to have interviewed 40, count them, 40 firsthand witnesses. Okay, so here's what Arrow had to say. As of September 17th, 2023, Arrow interviewed approximately 30 individuals. Arrow categorized these individuals into 3 tiers. Tier 1 interviewees are those who have spoken with congressional staff or members of Congress and have been subsequently referred to Arrow. Tier 2 interviewees are those who have been referred to Arrow by Tier 1 interviewees. Tier 3 interviewees are Arrow-generated interviewees that have a corroborating touch point to the principal integrated narrative of reports from Tier 1 and Tier 2 interviewees. Priority is given to those interviewees who claimed firsthand knowledge of government programs, events, or details about any resulting materials. Interviewees relaying second or third-hand knowledge are lower in priority, but Arrow has and will continue to schedule interviews with them nonetheless. So, despite sort of lambasting these third-hand reports, they're still willing to listen to people, which I think is fair. Arrow generated random numbers and assigned one to each interviewee. Arrow maintains the key, which is stored and handled in a secure manner. And it's interesting that they start talking about these interviews that they had, and in some cases, you know exactly who the person is. Like one is Michael Herrera and some other tells. Arrow assesses that two main narratives have emerged with various and potentially unrelated offshoots. Primary narrative. The primary narrative alleges that the United States government and industry partners are in possession and are testing off-world technology that has been concealed from congressional oversight and the world since approximately 1964 and possibly since 1947, if the Roswell events are included. The narrative asserts that this UAP program possesses as many as 12 extraterrestrial spacecraft. An Arrow interviewee claimed in a third-hand account that an organization was in possession of 12 spacecraft recovered from different crash events prior to 1970. Some of the craft allegedly were intact. The interviewee also stated that the CIA had a partnership with a company that ended in 1989 and wanted all material returned to the CIA. Arrow discovered no empirical evidence supporting these claims. So, it's kind of interesting to read this because they kind of go through each of these people that they interviewed making claims. And as you read this whole thing, you start to get a sense of like, maybe they are right. All of these people are just playing a game of telephone, telling each other stories, and nobody has evidence, verifiable evidence of the claims they're making. It's just stories being passed around. Next, an interviewee claimed that an organization was in possession of off-world material in 2009 and 2010. A separate interviewee stated they participated in negotiations to return the material to the United States government. The same interviewee stated that a former named senior CIA official quashed the proposal to remove the material from the corporation. A separate interviewee claimed that circa 1999, a former senior U.S. military officer told the interviewee that he touched the surface of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. That's the one where we find out that interviewee was completely and totally wrong, and the person only stated that they touched a F-117 Nighthawk, which is not an alien spacecraft. So somebody got the story wrong and ran to Arrow and said, I talked to somebody who touched an alien spacecraft. They talked to the military person who denies that and denies even having a conversation with this person or doesn't recall it. Great. Next, two interviewees that participated in an alleged White House leaked UAP study in Northern Virginia sometime between 2004 and 2007. This is the Stephen Greer one. The study evaluated the impacts to society should the United States, Russia, or China disclose they had evidence of extraterrestrial beings or craft. One interviewee assumed these governments possessed such evidence. The study was conducted by approximately 12 participants who evaluated 64 different aspects of society, such as religion and financial markets, which could be impacted by such a disclosure. The study lasted 1 day, and the interviewee was not aware of any final report or to whom any report may have been delivered. So that's not evidence. That's a Stephen Greer fake story. Great. You got people. Imagine being the guy at the government that has to interview this stuff, and you've got Stephen Greer fan wackadoos coming into your office and telling you, repeating lies that Stephen Greer told his audience members or his friends. Great. Another interviewee claimed that in the 1990s, he overheard electronic communication of a conversation between two military bases where scientists claimed aliens were present during specialized materials testing. The interviewee also reported that on another occasion in the 1990s, he observed an unidentified flying object at a U.S. military facility. The interviewee described the object as exhibiting a peculiar flight pattern. An interviewee who is a former U.S. service member said that in 2009, while participating in a humanitarian and security mission in a foreign country, he encountered U.S. Special Forces loading containers into a large extraterrestrial spacecraft. That one's the Michael Herrera. That's one of Stephen Greer's fake evidence-free so-called whistleblower, another fake whistleblower that's just out there telling stories and has no evidence whatsoever of their claims. So, you know, I get it that it's easier to just say the government's covering this up. But when the best that the best and brightest in the world of disclosure can come up with is some guy who says, I was on a mission and I saw people loading boxes into a spaceship. Great. You have any evidence of that? No, they took my camera. Okay. So what are we supposed to do with that? It's just a story. It has no value. Next, a separate interviewee said that a family member was part in an effort to reverse engineer an object assumed to be off-world technology in the 1980s. The engineers failed to reverse engineer the object, and it was sent to a different facility for further evaluation. An interviewee pointed out to Arrow the existence of an alleged leaked Special National Intelligence estimate from 1961 as proof of the existence of UAP crashes. Are they talking about the NRO report? I think they might be. Arrow obtained a copy of this document through open source research and evaluated its authenticity. Yeah, that document was fake. Some interviewees and public accounts underpin this story by claiming through second and third hand accounts that some NDAs may have been used to protect a reverse engineering program of off-world technology. These accounts describe the NDAs, including punishment by death. So we've been over this. Secondary narrative. The other narrative is that a cluster of UAP sightings that occurred in close proximity to U.S. nuclear facilities have resulted in the malfunctioning and destruction of nuclear missiles at a test vehicle. Arrow interviewed, and this is where we get into the Maelstrom incident, which we know from Brian Dunning's excellent documentary, the UFO movie They Don't Want You to See, was just a power failure. There was just a power failure. That's it. And a conflation. Maybe somebody saw a UFO a few weeks before the power failure. But there's a big jump from a nuclear facility that houses nuclear weapons having a momentary, it was only a few minutes long, power failure and flying saucers and aliens stopping the missiles from working. Big jump to those things, right? Some of these individuals claim UAP sightings near the silo, while others claim UAP disruptions to ICBM operations. Specifically, they said the ICBM launch control facilities went offline or experienced total power failure. Additionally, one interviewee told the United States Air Force videographer claimed to have observed and recorded UAP destroying an ICBM loaded with a dummy warhead mid-flight. Arrow is researching U.S. and adversarial activity related to these events, including any U.S. programs that tested defensive ballistic missile capabilities. So both of those things are essentially proven hoaxes. That's what the government has to fight through. People who refuse to admit when a hoax is a hoax. Findings. Arrow investigated and reached conclusions of the majority of the claims made in these narratives. In most cases, Arrow was able to locate the companies, people, and programs that were conveyed to Arrow through interviews. Arrow will report on the results of unresolved allegations in Volume 2. Arrow's findings to date are as possible. No official UAP non-disclosure agreement. So we went over that. Historically, if we went over that, there's no UAP specific. Nobody's being threatened to be murdered if they release information about UAP. That's all bunk. Former CIA official involvement in movement of alleged material recovered. Arrow interviewed and obtained a signed statement from former CIA official who was specifically named by Arrow interviewees. The former official stated he had no knowledge of any aspect of this allegation. The allegation included the claimed crash of the objects, the possession and of the resultant material by the United States government and private sector. Great. So the interviewee alleged to have stopped the transfer denied these allegations. The former CIA official stated that he had no knowledge of any extraterrestrial material in the possession of the United States government or any other organization. The official signed a memorandum for the record attesting to the truthfulness of his statement. So that one falls apart. Yes, an interviewee brought to Arrow's attention the existence of alleged Special National Intelligence Estimate, SNIE, dated November 5th, 1961, titled Crucial Aspects of Unidentified Flying Objects and the Nuclear Threat to Defense of the United States and its Allies. Through open source research, Arrow obtained a copy of the document after discussions with the CIA Center for the Study of Intelligence, CSI, and NSA Scientific Studies Board, one of the alleged authors, and research comparing this document to a number of known SNIEs and national intelligence estimates. Arrow concluded that the document is not authentic. This is probably one of the many Stephen Greer fake documents or other people. Yeah. The inconsistencies including the document's short length, incorrect formatting, inconsistent branding, lack of dissemination, block, and coordination language. So somebody's coming to Arrow saying, here's this document. It's a secret document, and it proves alien crashes and alien recovery of alien technology. And so Arrow does the research on the actual document. Oh, that document is fake. So, you know, these people, if this is the best evidence that you got, fake documents. And by the way, I just think maybe you should do the research yourself. If you're saying, I have a document which proves the existence of alien crash retrievals and alien technology reverse engineering, maybe you should research that document and verify its authenticity before you waste everybody's time with a completely fake hoax document, right? Arrow determined this account, this aliens observing material test, a likely misunderstanding of authentic non-UAP program activity. So here's another one. No, that didn't happen. They were testing technology and somebody misconstrued that as alien. They even tracked down the technology being tested. Allegation that a former military service member touched an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Somebody went to Arrow and claimed that a former military member stated he had touched off-world aircraft. And this is where we get into my mother's brother's cousin told me, these third-hand accounts. Why are you wasting the government's time? Like, oh, this military man told me he touched a spacecraft, right? Arrow contacted and interviewed the former military member who denied any knowledge of off-world technology in possession of the United States government, a private contractor, or any other foreign or domestic entity. The former military member attested that he could not remember if this encounter with the original interviewee had ever even occurred, but opined that if it happened, the only situation that he might have conveyed was the time when he touched an F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter at a facility. The former military member signed an MFR attesting to the truthfulness of his account. So these third-hand accounts, oh no, I know somebody that touched a spaceship. I know somebody did. He said he touched a spaceship. Then he tracked down the guy. No, I didn't say I touched a spaceship. I touched an F-117. This is the best that you UFO believing clowns can do? Great. A UAP with peculiar characteristics refers to an authentic, non-UAP related special access program. Arrow was able to correlate this account with an authentic United States government program because the interviewee was able to provide a relatively precise time and location of the sighting, which they observed exhibiting strange characteristics. At the time, the interviewee said that he observed the event. The DoD was conducting tests of a platform protected by a special access program. The seemingly strange characteristics reported by the interviewee matched closely with the platform's characteristics, which was being tested at a military facility in the time frame the interviewee was there. This program was not related in any way to the exploitation of off-world technology. So normal military weapons platform probably, or experimental platform, whatever. Extraterrestrial disclosure study confirmed, not White House sponsored. An organization in Northern Virginia did conduct a study between 2004 and 2007 on the societal effects of the United States or other world governments disclosed that they have evidence of extraterrestrial life. Interviewees believe the White House sponsored it. Arrow confirmed through two former White House senior officials that the White House did not request it, nor were they aware of any such study. So here we have Stephen Greer lying to his friends and followers. I did this study. The president requested it. The same Stephen Greer who claims that he briefed every sitting sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan. No, he didn't. So, again, a game of telephone. I know a guy who he did a study on extraterrestrials for the White House. No, he told you he did. We checked with the White House. No, he didn't. They didn't request that. Just like nobody requests a briefing from, no president has ever requested a briefing about aliens or UFOs from Stephen Greer. He just lies and says he briefed everybody. And when I started checking all of the presidential libraries and calling him a liar, he suddenly changed it from I briefed them to I sent them a briefing, which means he sent the White House a letter. Congratulations, I'll send the White House a letter and claim I briefed the president too. Aerospace companies denied involvement in recovering extraterrestrial craft. Aero met with high-ranking officials, including executives and chief technology officers of the named companies. All denied the existence of these programs and attested to the truthfulness of their statements on the record. Yeah, and here's where Art's Parts falls apart. So that's another one. They totally fake. Art's Parts falls apart. And TTSA lied to investors, or perhaps allegedly lied to investors, or misrepresented special characteristics that material that they claimed to be in their possession had. Okay, summary. Aero investigated numerous named and described but unnamed programs, pardon me, alleged to involve UAP exploitation conveyed to Aero through official interviewees. Although at least one interviewee claimed to have seen a captured UAP, none of the interviewees had direct access to or firsthand knowledge of the programs alleged to be UAP related. So where are all these firsthand witnesses, right? Grusch claimed that he interviewed 40 firsthand witnesses. Well, they interviewed 30 people, and one claimed to have seen a UAP, but couldn't verify that with any actual, evidence. One interviewee had access into one authentic program, but his position was such that he only had limited access to its complete details. Interviewees' indirect and incomplete knowledge of authentic efforts most likely contributed to their misinterpretation. We're going to hear that word a lot in this report, misinterpretation of what they heard or saw. Aero concludes many of these programs represent authentic, current, and former sensitive national security programs, but none of these programs have been involved with capturing, recovering, or reverse engineering off-world technology or material. All the programs assessed to be authentic were, or if still active, continue to be appropriately reported to either both the Congressional Defense and Intelligence Committees. So all those claims of Dr. Stephen Greer and others, or Grusch has made, these are special access projects, they're being hidden from Congress. No, that's all bullshit. That talking point falls apart. And like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, the UFO grift game has changed. Now, these grifters got to be a lot more careful about claims they make, because the government is going to start, I suppose. This is only, by the way, this is only the first report. I hear there's 3 reports like this. Aero instituted a secure process for handling information to allow interviewees to come forward to provide their statements to Aero within secure facilities. Aero established a partnership with the Special Access Program control offices for the DoD, IC, DHS to review programs identified in interviews by name or description to determine if the programs correlated in time and location to historic Special Access Program or Controlled Access Programs. This agreement details how interviewees' claims concerning the names and description of alleged programs are handled, stored, and protected so that their veracity can be determined in a secure manner. A key part of this agreement is that Aero investigators Here's another part. Aero investigators have been granted full access to all pertinent, sensitive U.S. government programs. So the false talking point, oh, Aero didn't have Title VII. They didn't have access to some of these. They don't have the clearance to have access to some of these programs. They're too top secret. That falls apart. Again, a key part of this agreement is that Aero investigators have been granted full access to all pertinent, sensitive United States government programs. When industry partners were named, Aero interviewed senior-level, appropriately cleared executive department leads, senior scientists, and engineers. Aero determined that the following alleged U.S. government program name was portrayed inaccurately by the interviewee, Virtual Institute for Satellite Integration Training. This program is not a U.S. government-funded and supported effort. It was a program operated by a private UAP organization and had a NASA engineer as a participant. NASA verified that it did not sponsor the project. And here's where it gets interesting about this program, Kona Blue. Kona Blue was brought to Aero's attention by interviewees who claimed that it was a sensitive Department of Homeland Security compartment to cover up the retrieval and exploitation of non-human biologics. Kona Blue traces its origins to the DIA-managed OSAP ATIP program. So can we say circle jerk? Can we say circle jerk? This proposed program, a proposed UAP and reverse engineering program, was, you could trace its origins to the DIA-managed OSAP ATIP program. In other words, you can trace this Kona Blue program that people are going to Aero claiming is recovering alien technology to the usual suspects. Yes, the same people involved with OSAP and ATIP and defrauding the United States citizenry out of $22 million so that they could study poltergeists, dino beavers, shape-shifting werewolves, smoking dogmen, and other bullshit that they wanted to waste $22 million on. So isn't it interesting that it's a one big circle jerk? It's the same people making the same claims, playing a game of telephone, telling each other stories. Oh, no, there's this program, Kona Blue, and that's when the Department of Homeland Security recovers the alien bodies. And I know about it because, oh, I was involved in trying to get the government to start that program. That's how these people knew about it. Kona Blue traces its origins to the DIA-managed OSAP ATIP program, which was funded through a special appropriation and executed by its primary contractor, a private sector organization. Bob Bigelow. The DIA canceled the program in 2012 due to a lack of merit and the utility of the deliverables. As discussed in Section 4 of this report, while the official purpose of OSAP ATIP was to conduct research into 12 areas of cutting-edge science, the contractor team and at least one supportive government program manager also conducted UAP and paranormal research at a property owned by the private sector organization. Yes, when DIA canceled this program, its supporters proposed to the Department of Homeland Security that they create and fund a new version of OSAP and ATIP under a special access program. This proposal, codenamed Kona Blue, would restart UAP investigations, paranormal research, included alleged human consciousness anomalies, and reverse engineer any recovered off-world spacecraft that they hope to require. This proposal gained some initial traction at DHS to the point where a prospective special access program was officially requested to stand up this program, but it was eventually rejected by DHS leadership for lacking merit. Or maybe, just maybe, the people that are the decision makers figured out that this same group of people that defrauded, some of which, I should say, some of these same people involved in the OSAP ATIP, who some allege have defrauded the United States taxpayers out of $22 million to study smoking dogmen, shape-shifting aliens, portals, poltergeists, and other stuff at spooky Skinwalker Ranch, wanted the government to waste more money, this time on a program where they could recover spacecraft from aliens if they found any. And maybe, just maybe, members of the government went, wait a minute, these are the same people that want this program that wasted $22 million studying smoking dog men. Maybe we shouldn't do this, right? The proposed Kona Blue lines of effort closely mirrored those conducted by the private sector organization for OSAP ATIP. Kona Blue's advocates were convinced that the United States government was hiding UAP technologies. They believed that creating this program under DHS would allow all the technology and knowledge of these alleged programs to be moved under the Kona Blue program. The program would provide a security and governing structure where it would be monitored properly by congressional oversight committees. This belief was foundational for the Kona Blue proposal, based on the proposal documents and several interviewees who have provided the same information at Arrow and Congress. The Oral History Initiative section of the Kona Blue proposal was to collect data from an already identified and calibrated list of retired, previously highly placed government, armed services, contractor, and intelligence community individuals. The Oral History Project will include gathering all information pertaining to the location of advanced aerospace technology and biological samples, including records, files, reports, photographs, as well as physical samples. It is critical to note that no extraterrestrial craft or bodies were ever collected. This material was only assumed to exist by Kona Blue advocates and its anticipated contract performers. This was the same assumption made by the same individuals involved in the OSAP ATIP program. So again, same group of people. We keep coming time and time back to this same group of wackadoos, right? Kona Blue was not reported to Congress at the time because it was never established as a special access project and therefore did not meet the threshold for congressional reporting. However, the Deputy Secretary of Defense provided a congressional notification concerning the program when it was identified in the spirit of transparency. Arrow confirmed the existence of one intelligence community CAP program that was unnecessarily expanded in 2021 to include a UAP reverse engineering mission. The program was expanded despite the lack of any evidence or mission need to justify the expansion. The appropriate congressional communities were notified. This program never recovered or reverse engineered any technology, let alone off-world spacecraft. This CAP was disestablished due to its inactivity, absence of mission need, and lack of merit. Great. Nexus of proponents. This next section is nexus of proponents of the U.S. government UAP reverse engineering allegation. Arrow found no empirical evidence that any UAP investigatory effort since 1945, foreign, domestic, government, private, or academic, has ever uncovered verifiable information regarding the recovery or existence of extraterrestrial beings or craft. Although Arrow continues to conduct interviews, research programs, and pursue investigatory leads, Arrow's work has resulted in disproving the majority of these claims using the verifiable information made within those claims. Arrow researched and interviewed numerous people, programs, and leads. It has determined that modern allegations that the United States government is hiding off-world technology and beings largely originate from the same group of individuals who have ties to the canceled OSAP ATIP program and a private sector organization paranormal research effort. So these claims are all coming from the same group of people. Same group of people over and over and over again. Persons 1 to 5 and interviewees 1, 3, 9, 12, and 13, and 14 repeatedly voiced these claims in various public and private venues, and they have petitioned Congress in various capacities on UAP issues. They have not provided any empirical evidence of their claims to Arrow. Persons 1 and 3 and interviewees 1, 3, and 12 were involved within the paranormal research conducted under OSAP ATIP. So persons 1 and 3 and 12, we can guess who would that be? They were involved in OSAP ATIP. Who would that be? Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, right? Colm Kelleher, Jay Stratton. It's one of those bunch of people. So isn't it interesting? Same group of people involved, right? In OSAP ATIP. Person 5 and interviewees 3, 9, and 14 were involved with the alleged crashed UAP materials that were provided to the U.S. Army and subsequently to Aero for examination. So 5, 3, 9, and 14 had to come from TTSA. Who here was in TTSA? Hal Puthoff was, Christopher Mellon was, Lou Elizondo was, right? Could have been somebody else, including Gary Nolan. But those people making the claims about extraterrestrial crash material had to come from TTSA. So even though they don't name names in this, people familiar with the history know who they're talking about here. Okay. Persons 4, 7, and 8 and interviewees 1, 3, and 13 investigated UAP on their own and were responsible for successfully expanding the remit of an existing intelligence community program to include UAP exploitation language. In other words, a UFO promoter. Aero notes that persons 1 and 4 never formally sat down with Aero to provide official signed statements. These individuals have been mentioned by other interviewees frequently as sources of their claims. Person 8 held an informal interview, and interviewee 14 sat for an official interview but has not signed the memo for the record documenting this interview. So, great. These individuals have been mentioned by other interviewees frequently as sources of their claims. In other words, it's one big circle jerk, and all these circle jerkers are getting their disclosure boner hard, telling each other alien stories. But nobody's got any evidence, and nobody's got any, proof. Just trust me, bro. But it's going to be a lot harder to pull the Trust Me, Bro Act after this. It's really, really a problem. Aero assesses that the incidence of UAP sightings reported to U.S. government organizations, the claims that some constitute extraterrestrial craft, and the claims that the U.S. government has secured and is experimenting on alien technology most likely are the result of a range of cultural, political, and technological factors. Aero bases this conclusion on the aggregate findings of all U.S. government investigations to date. It goes on to say, although many cases remain unsolved primarily because of lack of actionable and researchable data, Aero and its predecessor organizations concluded that the vast majority of cases report on events that amount to ordinary objects, atmospheric and natural phenomenon, and observer misidentification. So isn't that interesting? And we're going to jump to the next section. You know what? I think we've pretty much covered what I wanted to cover. But we're gonna close with the conclusions that they drew. And interestingly, if you're a student of history, there's all of these programs detailed. So this is really a good historical review of some interesting, let's call them weapons platforms like the Predator, the Reaper, Dark Star, Polecat, Sentinel, Global Hawk. I'm going to go through, I think we're going to do a whole show just going over these UAVs, which I believe are the source for a great number of UFO reports. We should go over those, right? And we should be more informed, I guess, right? Okay, so the last section here, section 9, is the conclusion of Aero. To date, Aero has not discovered any empirical evidence that any sightings of a UAP represented off-world technology or the existence of a classified program that has not been properly reported to Congress. So, investigative efforts determined that most sightings were the result of misidentification of ordinary objects and phenomena. Although many UAP reports remain unsolved, Arrow assesses that if additional quality data were available, most of these cases also could be identified and resolved as ordinary objects or phenomenon. The report represents Volume 1 of Arrow's HR2. Volume 2 will be published in accordance with the date established in Section 6802 of the National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year 2023, and will provide additional analysis on information not yet secured and analyzed, interviews not yet conducted, and additional avenues of investigation not completed by the date of this publication of Volume 1. So we've got another one coming. There will be another Arrow report, historical report. So what an incredible day it has been. What an incredible document. I got to tell you, I'm actually was shocked when I started reading this. Now, I've told you that I had a source tell me that this would be devastating for the UFO Grift Squad members. But I wasn't prepared for it to be this, precise. And like, we could go through this and we can identify which interviewees they're talking about based on some of the, information that was provided here. But largely, we got to talk about this, is that it is the same group of people over and over and over and over again, the same group of people making evidence-free claims of all kinds of things, alien technology, crash retrieval programs. It really is a self-licking ice cream cone echo chamber. These guys just tell each other stories. I swear some of these people beat off to pictures and videos of UFOs. There's a weird bunch. But interestingly, it all comes back to the same group of people. And I get it. It's easier to say, oh, no, the government's covering it up. I still believe that the government has aliens. Well, then these guys have to put up or shut up now. They're not going to be able to bluff anymore. They just ruined their entire grift because they pushed too far. Maybe you shouldn't involve Congress in your grift squad members. Maybe you should have just made the claims and not pushed Congress to investigate. And by the way, this is what everybody wanted. They wanted the government to take this subject seriously and scientifically investigate it. Well, now they have. And what we find out is a bunch of UFO grifters have been telling each other stories with no evidence for years, in some cases decades. And we also know that this group of people have collectively made millions of dollars pushing evidence-free false narratives, fake stories, misrepresentations, misidentifications, misinformation, disinformation, fake information, and fake evidence-free. Somebody told me this story. Trust me, bro. False narratives. But you see, I know, somebody said, oh, this is the death of the UFO. No, it's going to go on. Everybody's going to say, oh, there's a cover up. They're just covering it up. They're all going to say that. And then everybody's going to just, pretend that this never happened, that the government didn't finally push back and say, you know what? You guys are full of shit and you have no evidence of your claims. And by the way, here's where we're going to see who's full of shit or not. You know how we tell who's full of shit? If all these people don't immediately provide evidence refuting the conclusions drawn in the Arrow report, then they were full of shit the whole time. If all of these people don't immediately prove that the government is lying about all of this, and the government is lying, look, it's very simple. If the government is lying about there being no evidence, then show your evidence. See, this is the problem. You ever play poker with somebody who bluffs too much? After a while, you figure out he's always bluffing. Just call his bluff every time. So the government has called the bluff of all these UFO profiteering whores all of which collectively, this group of people have made millions of dollars selling fake stories and books and documentaries and TV shows. All of them profited from false narratives, evidence-free stories. And this time, they bluffed too far. As I said earlier in the broadcast, does anybody remember the United States government coming out and saying Bob Lazar's a liar and here's why? They never did that. You know why? Because I don't know. I don't know why. I've heard that the government had this long-standing policy to not comment on claims made by private citizens. But this is a marked change. And I, for one, am glad. I'm tired of this whole subject getting ruined by profiteering grifters that have no evidence. If you're a profiteering grifter and storyteller that has no evidence, then go write science fiction books. What are you doing here? We need evidence and we need proof and hope, so's, maybes, possibilities. My cousin's brother told me. I talked to a guy that once touched a UFO. All of that is worthless. So now we're at a point where these people either have to put up or shut up. If they cannot just say the government is lying. That's not going to be enough when the government just proved that all of you people have been lying to everybody. Where's these 40 first-hand witnesses? Now would be a great time to drop them out, right? Here you go, Arrow. Here's 40 first-hand witnesses. You said there's no first-hand witnesses. Here they are. Where are they at? Where's all this evidence? And we've got people like Ross Coulthart, scumbag that he is, lying and saying the intelligence community inspector general said Grusch's claims are true. No, they're not. He never said that. Are you just making or do you live in such a delusional fantasy land that you could just invent fake facts? The intelligence community inspector general is not investigating Grusch's alien or UFO claims. He is not investigating any of that. He never called Grusch's alien and UFO claims urgent and credible. Show me a quote of him saying Grusch's claims are true, Ross Coulthart. Or did you just lie through your teeth on a national television program, you clown? You made up fake facts. You gotta love it. So the game, my friends, the game has changed. And here we are on a dawn of a new day. And these grifters have done grift too much. And these grifters have ruined what used to be an easy grift. Just say the government's covering it up. The problem is that they somehow, were they so convinced themselves of this? Were they such in their believer brain that they went, yeah, it all must be true, right? And they jerk each other off, telling each other alien stories all the time, and they get all worked up, and they got so convinced that this is all real that they said, you know what? Let's force the government to investigate and confirm our claims because it's all true. But they all have no evidence. It's like a bunch of clowns riding around in a clown car. This is just ridiculous. And, it's unfortunate because I can remember when, I hate to say it, but this subject is just not fun for me anymore. It used to be fun when I thought some of it could still be true. And people ask me all the time, oh, who do you think is credible? Nobody. Everybody's full of shit. You just have to figure out who's the least full of shit that covers these topics that you can accept their level of being full of shit. Everybody is, right? I don't trust anybody. Everything has to be investigated. Everything has to be scrutinized. Everything. And I'm aware that Stephen Greenstreet is doing a Spaces, and I almost moved my show tonight because I'd really like to be there and listen to that. Maybe if I could find it here. I don't know if I could share. I think I can. I think I could share it. So there's a Spaces going on with Stephen Greenstreet. I'm going to be listening to that as well later this evening. If you have comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. I'm going to check through my 1 second. I'm going to check through my Twitter feed and make sure there was nothing else I was supposed to share. Or no, you know what? Let me. 1 second. Now, of course, my phone decides to work whenever it wants. One second. Let me see if I can share Stephen Greenstreet's spaces. We won't be able to speak and hear them at the same time, but I think I can just share the space. Yeah. I hope he doesn't mind me doing that, but it's fair use. No, I don't hear anything. Why is that? He labeled his space Stephen Greenstreet Pig Space. Great. Why don't I hear this? Yeah, I don't hear anything. Anybody tell me if you're monitoring that space? Is it still going on, or is there something wrong with the way I'm trying to listen? I don't want to. I just want to be a listener. Yeah. All right, we're gonna forget about that. I guess I'll just end the broadcast and go listen. All right, questions or comments for me? Please put them in all capital letters. There are people who actually believe the Wilson memo. Laugh out loud. That Wilson memo story was told by Greer in his Crossing Point of Light lecture in 2010. It's a lie. He made it up. Yeah, and then people play telephone. They repeated the lie. That's exactly the case. Where's Tim Burchett when you need him, dag nabbit? Yeah, I can't say I disagree. You all just come on here to hear this guy scream over and over. I'm not saying he's wrong. Yeah, listen, I'm very passionate about things, so I get a little animated. And would you believe that there are people that want me to yell and scream more? Mike Dolan tried to give that traction too. Yeah, Richard Dolan, of course, he made more money on the Wilson notes than virtually anyone. UFO Joe, I don't know if that's who I think it is, saying scam. Yeah, and by the way, I do want to speak to people who put these UFO celebrities on a pedestal. You can't do that anymore. These people lied to you. They lied to all of us. They bluffed evidence that they didn't have. They overstated what little shreds of something that could be called evidence that they had in their possession. They did all of that so that they could profit. All these people are making money off of this. You also have to remember that too. Greenstreet Space is still going on. Well, isn't it interesting? I can't get to it. I don't know why. I joined it. I don't hear anything. It goes to the space and then I don't hear anything. Oh, maybe because I have my phone on Do Not Disturb. No, I don't think that should affect it. Yeah, I don't hear anything. Half my audience is in there. Thanks, guys. I should be over there too. Welcome to the show. Does this latest report debunk the abduction phenomenon? They didn't even touch on the abduction phenomenon, right? I can't wait to hear Tim Burchett say the secret control group is kicking and screaming now, and we got them where we want them. Yeah, they still don't reveal what they know. Yeah. I'm happy to tell my kids if they ask me if UFOs are real. I'm saying don't look into ufology if you want answers. Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. Thanks for letting me know, Garaji, but I don't know why. I can't I can't access the space. I go in it. I'm in it. I don't hear anything. I can show you. I have the space here. Oh, I can't really see the screen. It's all white. Anyway, I don't know why. I'm going to go to settings or something. I don't know why. That's bizarro. Yeah, this is why I don't like spaces. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna go listen on desktop. I mean, I could try to listen to it on desktop. Let me see. Let me see if we could get it to play on desktop. All right, I'm gonna try to. Now I have headphones. I'm gonna have to try this way. I'm sorry if that's terrible. A few minutes, and then we'll broadcast here. Yes, Operation Shutdown. They lied to all of us. I don't even want to listen to this. He's got wackadoos in there asking him about heaven. Like, come on. It's one of the reasons I don't really like spaces, because sometimes it's just like random people that are way off topic. And like, if you go to a space to hear about certain things and topics, and then, there's just some guy going to ask about heaven. What's your view of heaven, Stephen Greenstreet? Like, that's not what that space is for, buddy. But God bless him. Child of God, I guess. I'll say it again. A great day for the Truth Seekers show. Thank you. I appreciate it. And just so everybody knows, we have been accurately reporting on Dave Grusch for 277 days now. All of you UFO circle jerkers who pushed this evidence-free single source story with no evidence for 277 days now, first of all, give back the money. And second of all, apologize for helping UFO profiteering scumbags lie and for lying to your audience, right? But stranger things have happened. I don't think we're going to get an apology out of the people that have provably now been helping push a completely and totally evidence-free false narrative, right? And it's so funny. People come, oh yeah, I want the truth. No, you want a fantasy. You want a delusional fantasy. You don't want the truth. The truth is that many of the people pushing these stories are UFO profiteering whores and scumbags and liars, provable liars, or disinformation merchants, misinformation agents, and more. So how are you getting the truth out of people who keep getting caught lying to you? Bluffing. Oh, we've got 40 witnesses. We've got all this evidence. Where's that? Oh, we can't show you. We're going to go to the wrong government agency because they don't investigate it. And then we can tell our stupid UFO cult followers that we gave the evidence to the government, Taking claims of aliens and UFOs to the intelligence community inspector general is like, taking medical claims to the Environmental Protection Agency. It's not the proper place for that. They don't investigate that. You know who does? Arrow. But isn't it interesting? Oh, we can't go to Arrow. We don't trust them. You mean, I think, and I freely admit that this is speculation, but I think that these clowns got a whiff. They start sending people Arrow, and the first few people got interviewed went back and went, man, these guys are really thorough. They're investigating everything that we claim, and they're tracking down things and getting to the bottom of it. That's what I think happened. Then, remember, it's all the same circle of circle jerk of bunch of guys, the same people, same group. So I think Arrow interviewed a few people, and then that group got a whiff of just how thorough Arrow was being in their investigatory efforts. And they knew, we've got butt kiss. We've got nothing. We can't go to Arrow. They're going to know we've got shit. And they all refused, not all, but many of them refused to go to Arrow. Let's just say we can't trust Arrow. You mean you can't trust them because they're expecting you to have evidence when you're making wackadoo out of this world claims like the government has alien bodies? You assholes! You gotta love it. You know, somebody earlier today asked me if I feel vindicated, and not really, because I'm still the one that's going to get called a disinformation agent, because I won't go along with a false, delusional, faith-based narrative that is based on zero evidence whatsoever, right? But I'm a disinformation agent. Why? Because I actually expect people to have evidence when they make claims like this. Why? Because I don't just accept as gospel these UFO celebrity scumbags who keep getting caught lying to the American public, lying to their followers. You know, by the way, not for nothing, but I've been at this for a few years. I have never intentionally lied to my audience, nor would I ever do that. These other group of people, they lie to their audience constantly. Look at Ross Coulthard. He just lied through his teeth, and he said the intelligence community inspector general said that Grusch's alien claims are true. No, he didn't, right? Or what about Jeremy Corbell? How many times has he been caught lying, right? It's just a one big circle jerk of nonsense, right? And of course, there is a report that UAP caucus member is in talks with Dave Grusch about becoming a congressional intelligence aide. That's great. Give a guy who's been lying for profit for 275 days a government job, because that's going to help, right? That's really going to help the whole situation. But anyway, friends, I'm going to go listen to that Stephen Greenstreet space. I regret that I missed most of it, or been going for a few hours. Oh, we want to take a moment to thank Patrick Sheehan for a kind and generous $4.99 super chat, just so everybody's aware. Number one, we read every single super chat. If you become a YouTube channel member, we give you a shout out and a thank you. Thank you, Patrick Sheehan, for two things: being a member and a kind and generous $4.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Oh, I forgot I unplugged my headphones here, so I won't need those for the remainder of the broadcast. So I want to announce as well, I did not go to the cabin this week because of this report dropping, and because it's supposed to rain all weekend. And last week I went and it just rained all weekend, and I really didn't get very much done because there's not much interior work of the cabin left. Most of what remains to be done at the cabin is outside work. So I don't feel comfortable like telling my wife, like, hey, watch the kids all weekend. I'll be back, and just sitting in the cabin in the rain. Don't tell her. Maybe I do that sometimes. Just get a little peace and quiet and get away from the circus of children, you know? But anyway, in any case, I did not go to the cabin this weekend because of that. And because I think a lot of people are going to want to talk about this tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are doing a UFO report panel, and anybody can join the panel. This is an open panel. So whether you're a believer, a skeptic, whether you're a big fan of the people that I keep calling UFO celebrity scumbags, or you're a big critic of theirs, everybody's welcome. I just ask that everybody be kind and supportive of the fellow panel members. Keep things civil. Like, can we have a conversation? I'd like to talk to somebody that's a big Lou fan who perhaps can explain to me how Lou Elizondo keeps getting caught lying, but he's still a hero. Heroes, to my knowledge, they don't lie. I don't know. Maybe call me kooky, right? Call me kooky. So tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you are most welcome. We'll be here doing a special panel show. And for those unaware, that just means anybody can join the show, and we have an open discussion. Yes, Patty Wilhelm reminding everybody, please wear clothes. Yes, keep your clothes on. Yes, it's. This is the kind of crowd we have. I literally have to announce, if you're going to be on the show, you have to wear clothes, please. Right? William Runner says, hopefully this report will wake up a lot of ufologists and save them a lot of mental anguish and money at Truth Seekers. Yeah, I mean, we can help. We can hope. Just because the powers that be will not let out that info doesn't mean it's not real. All you have to listen to is the thousands of people being taken without their permission, says Sheila Spar. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Some people are just going to believe that the government is still lying no matter what evidence they show you that they're not. Solar Marshall is here and says, that's the formula the UFO mafia uses. Lie, 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 and support the next liar, and so on. Yeah. It's really disturbing. King Bull says Grusch is either telling the truth or he has been fed false information. That's the case with him. I hope he's telling the truth. I believe that he was fed false information, and it's the same group of people, that group that Mr. Greenstreet identified. I agree with him 100%. I would add a few more people in there, like Ron Pandolfi, Jack Sarfati, and a few others that have been around for a long time making these claims. But it's the same group of people over and over and over again. That's not a coincidence. That is definitely not a coincidence. Smith says it definitely helps clear up some of the older cases. I doubt Northrop Grumman are submitting their new test data, though. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. But, the one big criticism I do have of the report is kind of ridiculous to say, well, we asked the CIA and they told us that they didn't have any aliens. Or we asked this private organization and they said, oh, we don't have any aliens. Like, okay, that I'll give the true believers is a little fishy. I have to admit that, right? Abduction cases with all the cameras, people have not once that I know of, have we seen a person disappear from an abduction. Yeah, that is a problem. Somebody says E.T. Kalendal says E.T. phone home. Yeah. Well, friends, we've done our due diligence. This has been a good day for critical, rational thinking people who don't automatically just believe fantastic claims. Always remember that, yes, fantastic claims require, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And it appears that not only does Dave Grusch, Lou Elizondo, and that whole group I showed you not have extraordinary proof of their claims, they have no claims. They have no proof whatsoever. And it's going to be interesting to see, but, I've predicted they're just going to say it's a cover-up. That's the only play they have left to continue. Now, remember, all of these loser show UFO circle jerkers, right? Any show with the name Disclosure in it, that UFO podcast and a bunch of others, good propaganda show, and the liberal lies, you remember? That shit rag fake newspaper. All they had, they're going to have to just cry cover up to keep their money rolling in, right? But I'm here to tell you that this is a huge change. These guys bullshitted so much that the government got so sick of it that they said, we're calling these guys on their bullshit. And they did. And you can sit in denial or, oh, they got one fact wrong. Senator Harry Reid wasn't from New Mexico. He was from Nevada. So we can't trust this report. Dude, cope harder, right? I mean, even if you're a fan of the people that push these stories and these narratives, you have to admit that now is the time then that they should prove the government wrong. Show us all the evidence you claim to have. Show us all these firsthand witnesses you claim to have. Where are they at? Where is this evidence that for 277 days we've been told that Grusch was in possession of? Where is the evidence? It doesn't exist. It's a bunch of stories from a bunch of the same wackadoos that have been saying the same wackadoo shit for decades and never proving it. Same group of wackadoos, same story, over and over and over and over again. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So somebody asked me if I felt vindicated. Not really, because all this is going to do is these guys are going to all retreat to their echo chamber and pretend that their stories aren't fake. They're not going to be able to cope with admitting, and by the way, do you know how much respect I would have for these people if they read this report, heard these explanations, and went, yeah, we saw this government program and we thought that it had to do with alien reverse engineering. Turns out we were wrong. I got it wrong. I really tried my best to investigate these things, and I got something wrong. I would have 1,000% more respect for those people. But that's not what we get. What they do when they get caught is they double down, triple down, quadruple down. No, the aliens are still here. The government still has the aliens. Don't show me evidence that it's all a lie. I'm here for the truth. If you're here for fantastical, entertaining, fake stories that you like to believe are real, then go to one of those disclosure shows. Just pick any show with the word disclosure in it. They're full of shit. Go over there and get your UFO and alien fairy tales. But if you really want to know what's going on, then support the good and ethical researchers that are not lying to you. And by the way, not to toot my own horn, I was correct about this entire David Grusch story for 277 days now. Everybody on the other side lied and got the whole story wrong. The sad part is all of those guys pushing lies and fake evidence-free stories made, 100 to 1,000 times more money than me, because the truth is boring. And the truth is really not very sensational or appetizing and appealing. And many more people in the world, unfortunately, prefer a pretty lie to the ugly truth. Still, I think that the truth is worth having. I don't want to live in a delusional fantasy land where all this stuff is real just because I want it to be. I want to get to the mystery. I want to solve the mystery. And if the mystery is largely fake and manufactured, then it's not a mystery and therefore has zero appeal to me. So let me know what you think in the comments. I am going to bounce on out of here. But like I said, we'll be doing an open panel show tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will post that shortly. We're going to do a couple of premieres this weekend, but it turns out I think I'd rather do the live shows and we'll push those back. But we got a really fun one for you because we've got leaked videotape of Corey Goode's last secret space mission. And wait till you see this shit. It is going to crack you up. I couldn't stop laughing the whole time I was watching this thing. We're going to debut that soon. It's in our video section. Actually, we're going to debut that tomorrow night at 7 p.m. We'll do that, and I think it's only 25 minutes. And then you guys can come back for the open panel. Or maybe I'll move it to 8:30. No, I'll leave it at 7 p.m. Anyway, it's in our video section. And if you haven't seen some of the shots, oh my God, thank God that we have, God bless Mr. Ian, AI Whisperer. So here is a preview of the Corey Goode leaked tape of Corey Goode's Secret Space Adventures. This is from the leaked tape, and it's coming soon on Truth Seekers. I have the link here. It is in our video section. Corey Goode's Secret Space Adventures. And I said I wasn't going to cover Corey Goode anymore. I'm not covering him. But we're doing this as a comedic parody about his secret space adventures, and I'm fine with that. And if anybody has a problem with that, you can shut the fuck up, right? Some other content creator, you can't cover this. I'm not allowed. Fuck off, loser. That's where I'm at with that. And hey, by the way, I may cover Corey Goode again, but probably not, because I don't want the criticism, or I don't want to give somebody an attack vector. For those unaware, some other content creator was sued by Corey Goode, and he was unable to cover Corey Goode and thought it was unfair that I was making money covering Corey Goode when he couldn't. So I just said, okay, I'll take all the videos down. Fuck off. Now talk some other shit. And of course he did, but it is what it is. So tomorrow night, 7 p.m., we'll debut Corey Good's, the first episode. We've got multiple episodes of Corey Good's Secret Space Adventures. Wait till you see this shit. It is amazing. Anyway, we've done our due diligence for today. It's a good day to be a rational thinking person. It's a bad day to be in a UFO cult, because now if you're in the cult of UFO, you have to invent new conspiracies to cover for why the last conspiracies are all fake, but you can't deal with that. So just invent, do new mental gymnastics, invent new conspiracies to cover for why the other conspiracies aren't completely debunked and busted as fake. Cope, get the mental gymnastics, still tell yourself Lou Elizondo is a GQ hero, even though dude, how bad of a liar do you have to be for the government to fucking go, you know what, we're going to tell everybody that guy's full of shit. He never ran a government UFO program. He's a liar. That's pretty bad. And the fact that he's still going to sign his name with that fake title he gave himself. By the way, I'm the director of, I don't know, I'm going to come up with a program name, and I'm just going to call myself the director of a UFO program in the Pentagon. I'm just going to invent it. Lou Elizondo is a pathetic, LARPing liar. That's what we know from this report. And we also know that people misrepresented things in order to sell stock in TTSA. That's going to be a real problem for them. People misrepresented Lou Elizondo's resume. They lied about building a spaceship to investors. They lied about this material they were in possession of. That's going to be a real problem if the SEC truly is pursuing that investigation. By the way, we'll be following up with them to find out more about that in the coming weeks. And whatever I find out, we'll bring to you. So that's all we got for you, friends. I'm going to bounce on out of here, but we'll be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for a premiere and then 9 p.m. for a live show. So it's going to be a busy weekend, but since I'm home, we'll try to get some Truth Seekers time in. No place I would rather be. Okay, friends. So that's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, Harrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, Harrow, dumpster fire, Harrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, David Grusch, dumpster fire, Harrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, David Grusch,
For the masses. Yeah.
Gary Nolan, Harrow, Gary Nolan, Arrow found no evidence of extraterrestrial technology, the lack of any evidence. Arrow found no evidence of extraterrestrial technology, the lack of any evidence. Trust me, bro, don't worry about the evidence. David Grusch, trust me, bro, don't worry about the evidence. David Grusch, with zero evidence.
No credible evidence thus far.
With zero evidence.
No credible evidence thus far.
Kirkpatrick's evidence. Where is Arrow's evidence? Kirkpatrick's evidence. Where is Arrow's evidence?
If I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
If I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
If I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Arrow.
If I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Arrow.
Hooker, 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 hooker.
Arrow.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We have reached another exciting milestone in the David Grusch saga. For those unaware, we have been counting down the days since David Grusch made his original claims. Now, actually, it was pointed out to me by a user on Twitter that he made his original claims to the Inspector General of the intelligence community several years ago. But I was keeping track of his public claims with Ross Coulthard and News Nation and the Debrief Clown Show. And so just in case you're keeping track, we have now reached an incredible milestone here. We are at 290 days of David Grusch and the UFO profiteering whores all around him, soaking up every UFO dollar they could possibly find with his stories, all profiting to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But we are at 290 days of David Grusch making incredible claims. Just to review, in case anybody is unaware, Mr. Grusch claimed that the United States is in possession of alien crashed retrieved spacecraft and alien biologics or non-human biologics, alien bodies. And, you know, it's basically the Bob Lazar story from a slightly different perspective. And just like the Bob Lazar story, all Bob Lazar had was a story. All David Grusch has largely is stories. But they're not even his stories. They're stories that apparently were told to him by all of the known wackadoo UFO people, many of which that also happen to be involved in government or intelligence circles, or military circles that have all been telling similar stories, but never proving them for years now. So it's interesting. All we get is stories. This has been my mantra here for quite some time now, and will continue to be. So 290 days making huge claims with zero evidence. Now, proponents and or supporters of David Grusch offer a multitude of excuses for why he can't show us any evidence. They say it's classified, yet no, it's not. And we know that alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, and alien spaceships are not either classified or sensitive, according to the United States government, because the Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication cleared him to speak freely about those things. Therefore, they're not classified. So the excuse that he can't show us the evidence because it's classified, but he showed the evidence in a skiff, or he showed it to members of Congress, or he showed it to the intelligence community inspector general, it falls apart. This is one big shell game. And a large part of this fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery that has been perpetrated by the UFO profiteering whores selling this evidence-free story for 290 days now. And by the way, I had an interaction with a so-called journalist earlier today on Twitter. And I asked that journalist, and I'm being completely and totally serious when I asked this. I asked that so-called journalist an important question, and that is, when you decided to become a journalist, did you ever think that you would be pushing and profiting from a completely evidence-free story for 290 days? Didn't get a reply. But that is exactly what these people have done. They have all pushed a completely and totally evidence-free, trust me, bro, like we saw in our intro. Shout out to Simon Fly. Thanks, Simon Fly. They've been pushing this evidence-free story for 290 days now. And if you press them and ask them for evidence, whether it's a regular true believer or one of the, UFO scumbags pushing this fake story, what you get is excuses. Now, we've been through the it's classified excuse. That doesn't hold water. No, he was cleared to talk about those things, meaning he could provide specifics. He could provide evidence of his claims, but he won't. We get excuses, right? We know there is no UAP specific NDA also now, thanks to the recent Aero report. Now, the other big problem or excuse is, and I've heard this for 290 days now, and I'm going to issue a challenge, especially to the fake journalists like the Liberation Garbage Pedal guy, right? What is his name? Sharp. He's not the sharpest tool in the tool shed, by the way, that guy. All he does is parrot and repeat UFO grifter talking points. Congratulations. I'm a journalist. No, you're not. You're a shit peddler, Christopher Sharp. And Liberation Lies. You are peddling shit. You're a garbage peddler. You're not a journalist. And it's not a newspaper. It's a blog, a rag on the internet, right? So I've challenged all these people who keep repeating this urgent and credible lie. You know, we've all heard it. The intelligence community inspector general found his claims to be urgent and credible. Well, that's a lie, because they're implying they all do this. This is a shell game. You know, the game with the three shells, the three walnut shells. Which one's the pea under? Woohoo, right? And they move them around. It's a shell game. That's all this is. And tonight we're going to expose that shell game. The Intelligence Community Inspector General is not now, nor has he ever investigated David Grusch's alien claims, spaceship claims, non-human biologic claims, claims of UFO crash retrieval programs. No, the Inspector General's not investigating that, and released a public statement affirming they're not looking into his UFO or alien claims. So this urgent and credible lie, it's interesting. I think we pretty much know that the source of that was David Grusch's lawyer, who released a public statement and said. So now we're using hearsay on top of secondhand stories that wackadoo wackadoos within the United States government or contractors for the United States government told David Grusch these things, and he repeated them. And, the longer this goes on, the more I feel sorry for this guy. This guy was used and manipulated and I think lied to by a bunch of UFO proponents, a bunch of true believing, Kool-Aid drinking wackadoos who believe this stuff and somehow convinced him it's all true. They've got the bodies, right? So, but before we get into the major part of tonight's presentation, we have a lot to share with you. It's been a busy news day if you're into the topic of UFOs and aliens. And so I wanted to make sure that we recognize, all of you know that I am incredibly harsh on shit peddling fake journalists. But along with the shit peddlers and garbage peddlers, like the Good Propaganda Show and the Liberation Lies and others, there are still people doing excellent, on boots on the ground, real journalism. And I'm very happy about that. So today, Erica Lukes tweeted this. She said, "We are waiting for our hearing to begin with the Utah State Records Committee because transparency matters." For those unaware, the stars of the Skinwalker Scam TV show, they are getting paid by the local government. And so Jack Brewer and Erica Lukes did some amazing work so far trying to expose that and find out how much is the government paying these stars of the Skinwalker Scam television show, and for what? And interestingly, they were met with a great deal of resistance. Now, I have to remind everybody that Brandon Fugel once claimed that the Skinwalker Scam crew, Skinwalker crew, are completely and totally transparent. So Jack Brewer and Erica Lukes from Expanding Frontiers Research, they went after the contracts to find out how much these Skinwalker Scam stars were getting paid. And look what we get. We get completely and totally redacted contracts where you can't make anything out from these. It's ridiculous. And remember, the purpose of the right to know request, look at this redaction. That's great. They blacked out an entire page, right? Some transparency, Brandon Fugel. And isn't it interesting that these people who want transparency and disclosure about aliens and UFOs from the government, they don't want to be transparent themselves and let you know how much the government is paying them to promote their nonsensical evidence-free claims, right? They don't want to be transparent, but the government needs to be so we can get disclosure. Hey, Brandon Fugel, how about you disclose how much money in total or separately? Give us a spreadsheet, something. How about you disclose and become transparent about what the business relationship is between the stars of Skinwalker Scam TV show and the local government there, who is paying them thousands and thousands of dollars, perhaps tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands. We don't know, because Jack Brewer and Erica Lukes, to their credit, filed these right to know requests to get the records. And this is what the local government did. They redacted things to the point of blacking out an entire page of the contract. And I just have to say that I learned some important lessons from Mr. Jack Brewer and Erica Lukes about tenacity, because to their credit, Jack Brewer was not willing to accept this situation, because the right to know requests and that system, it's kind of like FOIA, is designed so that people will know what government business is up to. What are they doing? So here is from Jack's, their Expanding Frontiers research blog, a 3-page Uinta County Phenomicon contract entered into with UFO and Skinwalker Ranch personality Travis Taylor, indicating at least $3,500 in compensation was to be issued, and highly similar in appearance to the 90-plus pages of their agreements released in heavily redacted form to Expanding Frontiers Research. Expanding Frontiers Research again appealed the Grandma response, this time to the State Records Committee, arguing that Uintah County lacked the authority to undertake a confidentiality agreement with service providers that effectively obstructs the GRAMA, or right to know request process. It's kind of like FOIA, but it's for the state. They're all state specific. Some states call it right to know. Apparently in this state, it's called GRAMA. The very purpose of State Records Act, EFR contends, Expanding Frontiers Research contends, is to ensure transparency and allow the public to know how the government conducts its business. Mediation is scheduled for early February, and a hearing will be conducted in March with the Records Committee if a solution is not reached. Expanding Frontiers Research will publish and thoroughly report on the 2023 Phenomicon records obtained after its GRAMA cases are followed through to completion. So, yeah, I just wanted to put a shout out, just mention that along with the garbage peddling shit peddlers like Ross Coulthart and so many others, there are people doing real investigative journalism into these things. And, so I just want to recognize that. Jack Brewer and Erica Lukes were not content. They did not sit back when the government redacted all this and just say, okay, I guess we can't have the records. No, they took them to court, or a hearing at least. I don't know if it's a court or a hearing, but they had to go before a bunch of government officials and argue the case that they don't have the legal rights to not allow these records to be released to the public. And they tweeted this earlier today. And here is Jack Brewer, an associate of his, I believe, arguing before the local government officials that they don't have the legal right to redact whole pages of contracts they enter into with individuals because they are a public entity. The local government is. And to his credit, congratulations to Jack Brewer and Erica Lukes. They say it's a win for Expanding Frontiers Research and for transparency in Utah. So then they posted this. The Utah State Records Committee I guess it was a court case, in Jack Brewer versus Uintah County has ruled that Phenomicon contracts are not exempt from disclosure under the GRAMA. The records will be released in full, minus personal identifiable information, as requested by Expanding Frontiers Research. So, hey, there's the good news. We're going to find out exactly how much money the Skinwalker scam crew got paid by the local government to promote dino beavers, werewolves, portals, skinwalkers, poltergeists, and other spooky stuff. We're going to find out how much the local government is paying the stars of the Skinwalker scam television show. And, I just want to mention that if my local government was paying a bunch of UFO grifters to promote evidence-free stories, I would have a problem with that. And I think a lot of local residents do, but, it's money. Oh, it's bringing tourism to the local economy or whatever excuse they use. And did you see that? Travis Taylor gets $3,500. The guy who can't tell the difference between a fly flying by a camera and an alien spaceship doing 35,000 miles an hour. It is welcome to the clown show, friends. But in any case, congratulations to Expanding Frontiers Research. I really applaud their efforts and tenacity. I mentioned previously that I had this right to know request thing and the government just stonewalled me. I didn't go to court because I was requesting records from the DA's office and the police. And I just felt like the judges in my local area are just going to side with them. I didn't do it. But lesson learned, go to court. Go to court. Exhaust all avenues. So Jack and Erica doing a great job over there, being tenacious and aggressive and demanding answers. And that's what I love to see. You know, good journalism to me is often very adversarial. That local government didn't want to give up the goodies, but they had to be, these two had to be tenacious and adversarial and say, you don't have the right to withhold these. So I was just really happy to see that they won. And also because I want the records myself, and I'm sure he's going to be sharing them all publicly. And that's a beautiful thing. What do you know? Disclosure and transparency about the Skinwalker scam, and we're going to get all the goodies. I want to see how much they're paying these clowns. I can't wait. All right, so along with that story, and I'm sorry to take these detours, but I feel like there's some things going on that we really, really should talk about. So one of the other things that happened today, of course, was that there was a rally in New York City to thank Senator Chuck Schumer for all of his valiant disclosure efforts, or, you know, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not a disclosure dork, so I don't really understand this. But, you know, sometimes I remind myself that the UFO subculture is smaller than like Dungeons and Dragons. More people play Dungeons and Dragons than there are people into UFOs and aliens. So they did this rally, and isn't it interesting? I don't know. I would think that if you're doing a big political rally to, you know, force the government to disclose the existence of extraterrestrials on Earth, that you'd get there'd be a lot of people there. But sadly that's not the case. And I'm going to share a few things just to show you what this actual rally was like. First, I think this was made by Lou Angeles from Lou Reviews. Yes. So it turns out that 13 people showed up to the disclosure rally in New York City to thank Senator Chuck Schumer. They only had 13 people show up, friends. And, you know, some of these people in the pictures are reporters standing around. They're not actually part of the rally. They're just, you know, reporters trying to get the story of the rally. Not much of a story, I suppose, if you think about it, right? Yeah, lots of winners, right? So 13 people, that's who showed up to this big disclosure rally. I mean, at least they tried. I give them credit for trying, I suppose. But, you know, come on. This will show you how tiny the subculture of disclosure bros is. They do a rally and they can only get 13 people to actually show up to the rally. And Simon Fly posted some pictures as well. We're going to share those. And I was kind of amused by the posters, right? Here's another poster. Hero. David Grusch is a hero. No, I'm here to tell you, David Grusch is not a hero. He's a zero. As in, he has zero evidence. Hero or zero? I'm going to have to take this image, get rid of the H, put a big Z there, and then make it part of our countdown. He has zero evidence. So yeah, calling people heroes, which I thought was interesting. And just to show you the disinformation campaign that goes on with the disclosure bros, and the New York Post had an article about this rally today. UFO truthers converge on Chuck Schumer's New York City office to celebrate humankind's ET moment. Oh man, let me put up my fair use banner, and we're going to cite fair use. We're sharing this article to educate the public, and this is a transformative work. UFO truthers converge on Chuck Schumer's New York City office to celebrate humankind's ET movement. UFO truthers declared humankind's ET moment as they rallied outside U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer's New York City office on Thursday to celebrate efforts to prove the phenomenon aren't a hoax. Believers landed on 3rd Avenue outside the Democratic Senate leader's office, saying that they were over the moon over his efforts to push for UFO disclosure legislation through Capitol Hill last year, as many attendees recounted their own stories of run-ins with the unexplained. And interestingly, one of the people that were here at this rally was from, I'm sorry, it's further down. So here we have people holding hero signs with Lou Elizondo. And I'm here to tell you that somebody that lies and collects tens or hundreds of thousands of UFO dollars pretending to be a Pentagon UFO program director, when the fact is he never ran a Pentagon UFO program, he's not a hero. He's a zero too, because he's also provided zero evidence of alien visitation on Earth. So people are holding signs calling Lou Elizondo and David Grusch heroes. And then there's a sign that says 40 plus whistleblowers and more coming. Great. Jim Garrison is one of the directors of the New Paradigm Institute. So this is the wackadoo. Look at that. Remember what we said about the hair? In order to be a UFO or aliens guy, got to have wacky hair when we were covering covering Daniel Sheehan yesterday. This is one of the other directors of the Paradigm Institute, another guy with big, white, wacky hair. It's so interesting. And I love this. Heroes. He's got hero in Spanish, I guess. Interesting. So, big bust. 13 people. That's who showed up. 13 people who don't apparently understand standards of evidence, because Lou Elizondo is not a hero. He's a zero. He's provided zero evidence of anything. In fact, Lou Elizondo has been caught pushing completely and totally fake information multiple times already. And David Grusch, to a lesser extent, he pushed some of the same fake information that Lou Elizondo pushed. So he's not a hero. He's a zero as well, as in they have zero evidence. But interestingly, I did have somebody send me, this is where it gets wacky, friends. I had somebody send me today a video. And listen, I haven't verified this. I'm just putting this out there. It was sent to me through email. Somebody emailed me the link to the video, which I'm about to share with you, and said, this was one of the wackadoos at this rally today, Stephen. You got to hear this wackadoo. And I almost fell off my chair laughing. I'm just going to share it with you. And by the way, I'm just going to preface this by saying I have not confirmed if this person was actually there. Someone has made the claim that this was one of the people who wants to end UAP secrecy. He's got a video titled End UAP Secrecy, and he was at that rally today. I just want to show you the quality, the high quality of some of these UAP, UFO, alien disclosure activists, and how incredible some of their information is that they want shared, right? It's important that we do that. So apparently this was one of the protests. Transformative work.
All right, this is End UAP Secrecy. And okay, here we go. So I'm directly telling you what it is. The Quislings are loyal to the vast Luciferian conspiracy. Alexander and Sue Gao are Quislings. They're never going to tell you this. You will never pass any of.
For those unaware, he's saying Susan Gao, who is the Pentagon spokesperson, is a Quisling, whatever that is, and she's loyal to the vast Luciferian conspiracy. And I got to say, nothing says credibility like using a Harry Potter wand during an important presentation on UAP secrecy. Oh my God, he's using a Harry Potter wand, this wackadoo. There's a wackadoo right.
Amendment.
I'm sorry.
It will always
I'm sorry.
be
Yeah.
a
This is
bullshit
serious.
from them.
This is a serious presentation. I apologize for my emotional outburst. Okay, let's get serious. This guy's serious. We should be serious too. Let's hear the Harry Potter wand and UAP secrecy guy out.
Hiding is devil is God of this world. How obvious is this? It's obvious. The biblical perspective is the correct one. They rub your nose in it in Hollywood. And then at the Pentagon, this is the worst case scenario. The devil is God of this world. He tells Lawrence Rockefeller what to do. Then he calls the toadies and the quislings. That would be all the senators and the congressmen, the celebrities, the oligarchs. And they're all loyal to Lucifer. The battle is for the soul of man.
Oh my God.
So
this is crazy. And I don't, I'm sorry. All right, come on. I got to get serious. We got to get through this. We're not going to do the whole video because it gets wackier and wackier the longer this video goes.
What can we do about it? And I've said this as well. Toronto Arrow investigation. So Swan Mitchell, the ESP experiment, they made contact in 1972, a technology transfer of zero-point energy. That went to SRI, helped put off Jacques Vallée.
How put up in Jacques Vallée got to alien technology, according to Harry Potter one guy, in 1972. Okay. I'm sorry, this is serious.
40 years later, I abducted Colleen and sent her to that same planet that they got the textbook from. Colleen had her own flying car that runs on free energy. When she came back, she had telepathy. Robin Doolittle at the Globe and Mail came to Ryerson, got a confession out of her.
He abducted somebody and sent her to a planet where she got a flying car that runs on free energy. And then when she came back, she had telekinetic superpowers. Boy, I bet you David Wilcock is jealous of that bitch.
David Ronsley later quashed it down. It was also bundled and tied to future seeing predictions. The Bataclan Theater set of information. 3 events in France, the 3 events in Toronto, and Pulse nightclub. Then when I was called into the review at MacArthur, they audio taped a new set of predictions, the coronavirus set of predictions. The virus, Kobe Bryant, Ukraine jet, Gabriel Wortman. Nothing in the Epstein report about this. They censored it. So I went to the mayor of Toronto, John Tory. He said he would go to Ryerson and ask Julia Shindoy about this. Shindoy did cross the professors. Then Tory resigned, and that got quashed. So there's 3 Colleen confessions. One was the Ryerson one, Julia Shindoy, the board secretary. The other one is the Globe and Mail. Robin Doolittle got one, gave it to...
I'm getting a little lost here. This is how we end UAP secrecy?
Walmsley. By the way, the owner of the Globe is Dave Thompson of Thomson Reuters. He lives in Toronto. It's, 200 Roxborough Drove in...
Oh, I'm not gonna play this as he's doxing a government official. This person is literally doxing a government official in a public YouTube video. And it just goes to show you how unhinged some of these people are. Now, I'm sure there's a lot more stable people into this topic, but Jesus Christ, this guy is, somebody said in a live chat, this guy is packing it in. We have a new candidate. I'm gonna bookmark his channel. I think we found next week's wackadoo of the week. Spoiler alert, this guy's a wackadoodle dude. Look, listen to him, right? He abducts women and sends them to planets to get free flying cars, right? Great. You're abducting women and sending them off planet. My God. All right. So I just wanted to share that with you. And by the way, in full disclosure, pardon the pun, somebody sent me that, claims that he was there. I looked through the pictures. It looked like he could be one of the people there. Yes. And Simon Fly, always anxious for material for his music videos. I will certainly send you a link to the channel. Yes. Seems balanced. Yes. So the so-called disclosure rally, a complete and total bust, full of wackadoos holding up hero signs for proven liars. I'm just going to say that. These people are proven liars. They're calling them heroes. And by the way, I wanted to make a very important point because I was talking to a journalist friend. By the way, I'm trying to up my so-called journalism skills. So I'm reading some books. I'm talking to people that are adequately experienced to try to help me or mentor me. And one of those journalist friends who's trying to help me become better at what I do as far as my reporting commented something to me that I thought was so insightful and so important that I wanted to share it with all of you. And that is this concept that the truth does not require your participation, but a lie does. So the truth is the truth. You don't have to participate in the truth. It's just the truth. Facts, evidence, the truth. But lies require your participation. Kind of like if you want to live in a delusional fantasy world where Lou Elizondo ran a real Pentagon UFO program, you have to actively participate in Lou Elizondo's lies. You have to actively participate in a lie. If you want to believe that Dave Grusch has 40 firsthand whistleblowers and waited 290 days and we still haven't heard from any of them, then you're participating, quite possibly participating in a lie. The truth doesn't require your participation, but a lie requires you to participate in that. And, most of me thinks it's very sad that there's so many people who are willing to participate in a lie. So far, we're at 290 days, zero evidence so far with the Dave Grusch story. And by the way, now we have Christopher Mellon all but admitting that the whole New York Times article was something that wasn't journalism. He orchestrated it in order to sell UFOs to Congress. And Stephen Greenstreet is hammering him. It's great. So we're going to get into next this urgent and credible lie, because I'm tired of hearing clowns keep repeating this ridiculous story. Hold on, I have to save that hero poster before I'm going to save both of them. Hero. We're going to change it to zero because, yes, I'm that petty. Zero, as in zero evidence. So the urgent and credible lie. I want to make sure that we understand that the reason that this Dave Grusch lie or story based on a lot of lies has worked for this long is because these things are very carefully crafted. Oh yeah, here's one more that was shared by Simon Fly, which is my favorite. I think it was Simon Fly's favorite too. 40 plus whistleblowers and counting. And notice how all the people on his poster are all just people in shadow. That's because we don't know who these so-called 40 whistleblowers are yet. At 200, they've waited a year almost to drop the evidence, I guess. They've waited a year to name names, right? And remember, even before the Grusch story began publicly, people were hyping it up. This new guy's coming in. He's a whistleblower. He's going to name names. He's going to name project names, locations of the alien spacecraft and everything. And what do we get so far? Nothing. Nothing. Big zero. That's what we got. 290 days of bullshit, right? And by the way, I asked a fake, well, I'm not going to call him a fake journalist. I asked a journalist who's reporting I find offensive to the entire, this person's so-called journalism I find as offensive to the whole field of journalism. And I asked that person, like, how long are you going to keep pushing this evidence-free story? We're up to almost a year now. It's almost 300 days now. Somebody on Twitter suggested we should have a pizza party at day 300. I'm all for that. I'll order a pizza. We'll have a panel show, right? Panel pizza show. We'll all order a pizza and we'll celebrate 300 days of bullshit from the same old UFO profiteering, huckstering losers. And it's important to note that almost every single person who was selling the Dave Grusch story, all of them mostly have been caught selling completely and totally fake stories before. At least Leslie Kane has, Ralph Blumenthal has, The Debrief has, Ross Coulthard has, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp has, the Bryce Zabel, the Zibble, whatever, the partner to the Ross Coulthard, disgraced Australian journalist. They've all been caught selling fake stories before. And that, to me, at the beginning of this Dave Grusch thing, was the biggest red flag to me, that this Dave Grusch had no evidence. And by the way, not to pat myself on the back too much, but you can go back in our show's history and see that right at the beginning, I predicted that Dave Grusch is never going to show any evidence. He has no evidence. I also said, because I had some inside sourcing on this guy before he was ever public, that he was getting his information from some of the same old wackadoos. We have confirmation from Brian Bender that this person was groomed by Lou Elizondo. So great. What we have here is the proven fake Pentagon UFO program director that never ran a UFO program grooming the new guy, Dave Grusch. What is he grooming him? What is he grooming him for? If you're telling the truth, you don't need to be groomed for a role. But if you're going to be lying and manipulating facts and deceiving the public, sure, you need some grooming, right? And isn't it interesting that so many people want to tell me how wrong I am? And yet we have an almost 8-year track record of reliable reporting, of getting the stories correct and factually accurate. All the people selling the Dave Grusch story have all been caught selling fake stories. I haven't been caught selling any fake stories. In fact, I busted more fake alien, UFO, New Age, fake psychics than perhaps anybody on the internet of recent years. But somehow people want to argue with me about how wrong I am. And I continue to say this. If you're going to tell me I'm wrong, prove it. Prove me wrong. Show me evidence that Dave Grusch has. Show me where these 40 whistleblowers we were promised for almost a year now. Where are they at? Right? And then what do we get? Excuses. We've talked about this before. All of these UFO grift squad members, they overpromise and then inevitably they underdeliver. And then we get to the big letdown and the land of excuses and disappointment when the shit that they promised doesn't happen, doesn't take place. We never get the evidence they say they have. It's ridiculous. And I, for one, also believe that there really needs to be some form of new legislation surrounding the marketing of UFO and alien stories or just paranormal stories, any stories it should apply to. If you stand in front of cameras, and especially if you stand in front of Congress and say, these stories are true, and they're not, there should be some criminal penalty. That's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer or law enforcement officer, but I don't think that these guys should be able to sell stories that are completely and totally evidence-free and fake as true stories unless they can prove they're true. Or in my opinion, what they're doing is a form of consumer fraud. Unfortunately, the laws around this aren't really adequate to deal with the UFO grifters. But the good news is that this Grusch operation has gone too far. They bluffed all the way to Congress with no evidence. And so I do think that going forward, these guys are going to have to start old school, man. They're going to have to start throwing some hubcaps up in the sky or something and get some fake evidence at least to go along with their fake stories. It's the way it used to be in the 70s, early 80s. I remember cases from them, the 60s. People had some form of evidence, even if it was a blurry picture of a hubcap somebody threw in the air. They had some form of evidence. But lately, it's just, trust me, bro, the aliens are here. And that's supposed to be enough for people claiming the story's true. I don't think so. So 40 whistleblowers, that's a lie. Prove me wrong. Where are they at? There's a reason they can't tell you who these 40 people are, because they're people that we already know. People like Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Christopher Mellon, Eric Davis, Travis Taylor, Jay Stratton, and all these other guys, right? Lakatsky. It's all the same group of people that have been perpetrating this, whatever you want to call it, perpetrating is perhaps not the best word, who have been propagating this UFO and alien mythology and crash retrievals. It's all the same people. It's all the same people. I think there's a reason they won't tell us who these 40 people are. It's because anybody that is sufficiently educated in UFO and alien stories and history will know instantly that all those people are most likely all wackadoos that have been saying shit and never proving anything for years. This is just Grusch, I believe, is just a way for them all to, pile on all of their bullshit onto one person who will repeat it. And since he has a credible background, or at least at first glance appears to, until he's a former mental patient alcoholic with PTSD and all of these mental problems, apparently sufficient to be 302'd. For those unaware, 302 means you get put in a pokey mental institution. You get locked in a mental institution against your wishes. So, sadly, I think that people have taken advantage of this man, David Grusch, and used him to make hundreds of thousands of dollars repackaging the same old stories that never had evidence. And by the way, we have seen the repackaging of the same old stories. If the story wasn't true the first time somebody sold it, it's not going to be true the second and third and fourth. But we just watched last night that Daniel Sheehan is repackaging the story of the so-called anonymous CIA deathbed confession. He's repackaging it. Linda Moulton Howe sold that story first. There's your first clue that story is complete and total horse shit. Linda Moulton Howe sells fake stories constantly. We caught her selling fake alien pictures twice. We caught her once selling fake alien pictures, and then she waited a year and pulled the same scam again, selling new fake alien pictures. And we busted her for that too. So if the whole root of the story begins with Linda Moulton Howe, I'm sorry, that's a fake story. Then, of course, Ronald Gardner also milked that individual for his stories. And each time that this guy told a UFO profiteering whore his story, it changed. He told Linda Moulton Howe one version of the story. He told Ronald Gardner another version of the story, and he wrote a book about it. Then Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp get a hold of the same guy and do an interview with him. More changes to the story. Now we've got Danny Sheehan telling another version of that guy's story, this time tacking on Bob Lazar bullshit. He never mentioned S4 to my knowledge. We're visiting S4. Danny Sheehan tacked that on. Why? Because this must confirm what Bob Lazar was saying. No, it doesn't. I can't find record of that individual claiming he visited S4. So did Danny Sheehan get some details wrong? And like we keep saying, this game of telephone, right? The story is one version of, there's one version of the story that Linda Moulton Howe tells. Then there's a second version of the story. And by the way, when Richard Dolan and Jeremy Corbell interviewed this guy, according to Linda Moulton Howe, he was already dead. Somebody needs to explain that shit to me. And then Ronald Gardner, of course, tells the story. The story changes. Richard Dolan and Corbell tell the story changes. Now we get to Sheehan. So that's Linda Moulton Howe. That's one. Ronald Gardner. That's two. Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan. That's version 3 of the story. Now we've got Cahill, right? We've got his version of the story. So, or I'm sorry, we have Danny Sheehan's version of the story. That means that story's been recycled by UFO grifters 4 times. And in each version of the story, nobody proved anything. Nobody vetted the guy. Nobody published his military records confirming he is who he says he was. Richard Dolan just stood on a camera and said, this man is who he said he is. And then he later admits, due to a great gotcha question by me, sent into Theories of Everything, he didn't do any background checking. He just took the guy's word for it and stood there like an asshole, Richard Dolan did, claiming this man is who he says he is. How do you know? You didn't even vet him, Richard Dolan. Richard Dolan is trash. And right now, Richard Dolan and his wife are selling people remote viewing superpowers. Nothing says credible like claiming your wife has goddamn superpowers and can sell superpowers to other people. So when I say that these stories are all recycled, that's one of the perfect examples of it. Anonymous CIA deathbed. 4 times this story has been recycled, changed, added on to, change some details, add new details. It's still not a true story. It's still never been proven that that man is who he says he was. And by the way, that individual that all these people are talking about worked in a goddamn supermarket for his entire life. That's your disclosure boner hero, a guy who worked in a supermarket his entire life. And by the way, that's the truth about that person. Some bored old guy that worked in a supermarket his entire life. Prove me wrong, all you people selling and profiting from that story. I'll wait. Now, on to the urgent and credible lie, because I'm so sick of this urgent and credible lie. One of the reasons that the story, but before we get to that, this was shared by @PUWULITIES. Sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. So there are also people making excuses for Grusch, saying, oh no, Schumer's passing that amendment because he didn't trust Arrow, and he doubts that Arrow is doing things the right way. And so since Arrow are lying in part of the cover-up, Senator Schumer decided to pass this legislation. No, he didn't even get briefed. Schumer sponsored the amendment before he even read a report or got briefed. He wants transparency because he thinks people deserve the truth, and he's a bit of a UFO guy, and said he liked speaking about it with Harry Reid. Looking doesn't equal proof of aliens. So to all the people who are claiming, like, oh no, David Grusch definitely has evidence because Schumer wouldn't pass an amendment unless he saw evidence. He didn't even see a report before he decided to do this. He didn't even get briefed on anything before he decided to do this. So therefore, those fake talking points fall apart. All you assholes that like to connect dots that don't exist and say, oh no, Schumer wouldn't be passing that amendment if there wasn't truth to Dave Grusch's claims. He didn't even read the goddamn report. He didn't even get briefed on anything, classified or unclassified, before deciding to do this.
Senator, before I let you go, I have to ask you about UFOs. You have introduced a bill. You seem like you might know some stuff. I'm not going to ask you to reveal classified information. As recent events told us, that can get you into a little bit of hot water these days.
Yeah.
But just if you know anything, wink twice. But what led you to introduce that bill? And if you want to just tell us the truth right now, please do.
Yeah, I'll tell you. The truth is, I have not read the report. I have not gotten a briefing. But sunlight's the greatest disinfectant.
I have not read the report. This guy is passing legislation around UFOs and aliens. And remember the language in that? Flying saucers, alien bodies. And he didn't even read the report. He didn't even get briefed on anything before passing this legislation. So here we have proof positive that you assholes that are out there pushing completely fake information are wrong. He didn't decide to pass this legislation because he got a briefing on David Grusch's excellent information and knew there was something to it. No, he didn't even read the report. He didn't get any briefing. He just put this shit show legislation on the table. That is amazing, right? I think so anyway. I think this is amazing. And it proves 100% that all the people saying these false narratives are completely and totally wrong. Didn't read the report, didn't get briefed, meaning he didn't see any evidence from Grusch. He just likes Senator Reid and he likes talking about UFOs. Isn't this cool? So he puts the legislation on the table.
Lots of people say they're disclosing it because they know something that we don't know. Well, let them disclose it and we'll all know the truth and we'll be better off with the truth. And then I think of my dear friend Harry Reid. You know, he would sit together and discuss this, and he had a more view of UFOs and foreign outer space intelligence being more likely than I did. But I love talking to him about it.
So that is why the Schumer amendment exists. Not because he saw evidence of David Grusch's alien and UFO claims. So stop with the with the fake talking points. David Grusch has no evidence. There, I said it. And remember what I said, the truth does not require your participation. You don't have to participate in the fact that Dave Grusch has no evidence. But you do have to participate in a lie. So in order to keep the Dave Grusch lie going, people need to create more lies. Lies like Schumer saw the evidence Dave Grusch provided to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and that's why he passed the Schumer Amendment. That's you participating in a lie. In fact, that's you creating a new lie to help the first lie. It's a cavalcade of lies, friends. It's a cavalcade of lies, deceptions, half-truths, misinterpreted data, and more. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. But back to the urgent, incredible lie. So many people, and remember, we've detailed that Ross Coulthart is literally saying that the Intelligence Community Inspector General said that Dave Grusch's UFO and alien claims are true. Show me an on-the-record statement, disgraced journalist Ross Coulthart, where the Intelligence Community Inspector General says Dave Grusch's alien and UFO claims are true or are urgent and credible. You can't, because that information doesn't exist. And again, this is people that are participating in a lie. Let's keep hammering this point. The truth does not require your participation, but a lie does. So now we've got people inventing new lies that Senator Schumer, he passed this legislation because he saw Dave Grusch's evidence. That's a lie. We've just completely blown that to shit. Then we've got people like Ross Coulthart claiming the Intelligence Community Inspector General saw Dave Grusch's evidence and says it's true. No, he didn't. Show me an on-the-record statement. They can't and they won't. That's them participating in a lie, creating a new lie to bolster the original lie, which is falling apart due to 290 days now of a complete and total lack of evidence. Now, and then the other thing that people are doing to participate in the lie is, and we've all heard this, how many times have we heard people say that the Intelligence Community Inspector General found David Grusch's claims to be urgent and credible? But the problem is that Dave Grusch made a lot of claims to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Which claims are they talking about when they say the Intelligence Community Inspector General found his claims urgent and credible? I believe that this is purposeful. They are purposefully conflating two separate things so that people think, oh, the Intelligence Community Inspector General think that David Grusch's alien and UFO claims are urgent and credible, and his claims of crash retrievals are urgent and credible. No, the urgent and credible thing was a complete and total lie. And Mick West, shout out to Mick West, he got it right from the very start. Look at this. Let's be clear, says Mick West. Before today, claims were made that the Intelligence Community Inspector General had deemed Grusch's claims of a secret ET crash retrieval program to be, quote, urgent and credible. Today we learn that all that was urgent and credible was that Grusch thinks something was concealed from Congress, and this is from his lawyer. The whistleblower disclosure did not speak to the specifics of the alleged classified information that Mr. Grusch has now publicly characterized. So the whistleblower disclosure didn't include anything classified, apparently. Great. And then this is where the lie came from. The ICIG found Mr. Grusch's assertion that information was inappropriately concealed from Congress to be urgent and credible. Well, that's within the purview of the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what they deal with. And certainly, the government has a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. So do I think that David Grusch may have uncovered some government waste or abuse? Sure. The government's filled with waste and abuse, right? I don't think it'd be too difficult to find waste and abuse if you have the proper clearances. And that is what the intelligence community the Intelligence Community Inspector General decided was urgent and credible. His claims of waste, fraud, and abuse, not his alien and UFO claims. That had nothing to do urgent and credible, nothing to do with aliens, UFOs, or anything like that. So again, I'm going to keep hammering this. The truth does not require your participation, but a lie does. So in order to participate in this lie, you have to pretend that the intelligence community inspector general said that David Grusch's alien and UFO and crash retrieval claims are urgent and credible, because that's what the grifters selling this story want you to believe. That's not the truth, but hey, let's forget and not let the truth get in the way. You know, let's not let facts and evidence get in the way of a good disclosure boner that you can keep going with, right? And again, the truth doesn't require your participation, but a lie does. So in order to believe this Grusch false narrative, you have to participate actively in an awful lot of lies, mischaracterizations, half-truths, and outright lies. I tweeted this today, and this was shared to me. I want to just thank Stephen Greenstreet, because I had mentioned something to him about this urgent and credible lie that won't die, and he sent me both these links to what McWest had said and this public statement from the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So the Intelligence Community Inspector General did not investigate any of Grusch's alien claims, any of his spaceship claims, UAP program claims, alien body claims. The ICIG never characterized any of his alien, UAP crash retrieval, or alien spaceship claims as urgent and credible. That's a lie. And here is from the letter from Thomas Mannheim, the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community. And he writes, this is a public statement. As a matter of discretion, ICIG notes that it has not conducted any audit, inspection, evaluation, or review of the alleged UAP programs within the responsibility and authority of DNI that would enable this office to provide a fulsome response to your questions. And this was a letter to the senators who wanted to see and know what information was provided to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Burchett, demanded to see the evidence. Guess what? There is none. And guess what else? The Intelligence Community Inspector General has not conducted any audit, inspection, evaluation, or review of any alleged UAP programs. So there we have it. The urgent and credible lie is busted. It falls apart. And again, in order to believe this shit, you have to be willing to actively participate in a lie. So one of the lies and excuses for why we haven't seen any evidence for almost 300 days now from David Grusch is that he gave all the evidence to the Intelligence Community Inspector General because it's classified. First of all, no, it's not, according to Dopser. But no matter what he gave the Intelligence Community Inspector General, it doesn't matter, because they're not investigating his alien claims, UAP program claims, crash retrieval claims. They're only investigating claims of waste, fraud, abuse, or reprisals against Mr. Grusch. That's it. So that excuse now completely and totally falls apart. What other excuses? How long are you people going to keep making excuses for a complete and total lack of evidence? Or maybe, just maybe, you might have to admit that maybe some of the more skeptically minded reporters on this story got it right. And David Grusch has no evidence. He has stories told to him by the same old wackadoos. I don't know in what world some of these people live in, especially the people that are still desperately trying to keep the story going and sell the story. After the Arrow report and after some other critical reporting, I think the story should be dead. And, by the way, we saw in the beginning of our broadcast, Matt Ford's upset because Arrow didn't share enough evidence that there are no alien bodies. They didn't show enough evidence that there is no alien crash retrieval programs, that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation on Earth. The burden of proof is on the person making the claims, right? And we've talked about Brandolini's law. that the amount of energy required to dispel bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. So what do they expect from Arrow? And how dare they say, you haven't shown us evidence that the aliens aren't real? Well, you're the assholes claiming that they are real. Why don't you show your evidence, asshole Matt Ford? Why don't you show your evidence, Dave Grusch? Lou Elizondo and everybody else is just running through, grabbing every UFO dollar. Ross Coulthard, grab a dollar, grab a dollar, grab a dollar. UFOs, give me some money. UFOs, give me some money. Alien visitation, crash retrievals, give me some more money. Give me some more money. Come on. Right? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars have been generated by people selling this Dave Grusch evidence-free story for 290 days. How long are we going to wait, even if you're a true believer? Like, really? How long are you going to wait? Are we going to wait another year? Right? So we're going to give it 2 years and then we'll decide, okay, he's probably full of shit. Right? No. That's why these stories go on for so long. We saw it's been 7-8 years it took to dispel the false UAP threat narrative pushed by Lou Elizondo and Christopher Mellon in order to personally profit in the form of TTSA, which has been described as a techno scam. So, at some point you have to say, this is a problem. This is a real problem. And we cannot allow people to do this evidence-free claims, trust me, bro, shit anymore. These people should be banished, because evidence-free stories have no value. Maybe I can't prove they're fake, but they can't prove they're real. So that leaves us at a standstill. I can't prove they're fake. They can't prove they're real. Therefore, we're just at a crossroads here. And those stories have no evidentiary value. If they can neither be proven true or false, they don't pass the test of falsifiability. Something has to be, you have to be able to prove either this information is false or true, or it has no value. But this is where we're at. Almost 300 days of David Grusch pushing completely and totally evidence-free stories. But congratulations to people like Corbell and Knapp and Coulthard and Leslie Keane and whoever else jumped in to make money, including Joe Rogan and Yes Theory and so many other podcasts that couldn't wait to get their piece. Even Tucker Carlson couldn't wait to get his piece of the Dave Grusch cash, right? It was amazing, incredible to see. And I'm just amazed that an evidence-free story like this made it all the way to Congress, right? And that's another issue. That's another excuse. We're going to discuss this one briefly. People have said to me, well, Congress is passing laws based on Dave Grusch's testimony. Therefore, his testimony must be true. No, that's bullshit, because we've detailed here that the Raelian UFO cult also testified before Congress, prompting lawmakers to create new laws based on the testimony of UFO wackadoo Raelian cult members who were claiming that they were cloning human babies. So legislation was passed to prevent people from doing human cloning. Does that mean that the Raelian UFO cult was telling the truth when they testified before Congress, and that's why they passed that legislation? No. In fact, it can be verifiably proven that the Raelian UFO cult lied through their teeth when they testified to Congress. But then they passed laws. So the passage of laws is another excuse. Laws get passed all the time. It doesn't mean that's, so the argument is that because laws are being passed based on after, and people just say that based on Dave Grusch's testimony. How do you know that the laws passed just on his testimony? You don't. It's more assumptions and it's more participation in a lie. And again, to keep hammering the point, the truth does not require your participation, but a lie does. So now these people have to make up all these new lies to cover the original liar, right? Oh, no, the laws were passed after Dave Grusch's testimony, so his testimony must be true. No, that's a false equivocation. And we have seen there's at least one historical example of laws being passed after UFO wackadoos testify in front of Congress. And those UFO wackadoos were completely and totally full of shit. And I have a feeling this Dave Grusch wackadoo is equally full of shit. But the passage of a law, just because he got to Congress to tell his spooky stories, it doesn't mean that he's telling the truth. So all of the excuses fall apart. We're at almost 300 days. This man has no evidence. And I keep saying this, I'll say it again. Show me another historical example of a whistleblower who was telling the truth and providing accurate information that waited almost 300 days to show the evidence of his claims. You can't and you won't. And the classified lie, that falls apart. All of you people that want so desperately to believe in Dave Grusch, you have to actively participate in a whole cavalcade of lies now that support this house of cards built on shit. That's what this is. It's a house of cards and it's built on shit. And the whole house of cards is coming crashing down on the shit cake it was built on. All right. I think we've done an adequate job dispelling this urgent, incredible, garbage, fake story. And, you know, and one other point I want to make. Ross Coulthard, who was one of the big proponents of selling this story, has been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories. Are we all participating in that? We're all going to pretend that Ross Coulthard hasn't been caught selling completely and totally fake stories because we really want to believe Dave Grusch? Again, that's participating in a lie. A group of lies, a whole cavalcade of lies. I refuse to participate in a lie. I would much rather just have the truth because it doesn't require my participation. It doesn't require a coordinated effort of all these people with all these deceptive tactics to prop up the lie. The truth doesn't require your participation, but a lie does. Please, friends, use some discernment, get some critical thinking skills, and don't participate in a lie. Demand the truth. All right, so next we're going to take quite a detour because it appears that Christopher Mellon admits some things that I think are funny. And this is from Stephen Greenstreet on Twitter at Middle of Mayhem, who is perhaps the only mainstream media reporter that is actually doing a real incredible job reporting on these things. Chris Mellon admits 2017 New York Times UFO article was not journalism, but part of a plan to sell UFOs to Congress. The UFO story over the last 6 years started with a lie. In December 2017, the New York Times front paged a story about UFOs. This article kicked off 6 years of UFO hysteria in America, and it was used to influence Congress to spend taxpayer funds on baseless alien hunts. The Times story was co-written by UFO activist Leslie Kean, who later admitted she avoided certain facts and details in order to, quote, get people to accept, unquote, UFOs. Mr. Greenstreet goes on to say, my extensive New York Post reporting has revealed without doubt that the 2017 New York Times article was inaccurate, false, and intentionally deceptive. And now one of the main architects of that deception is openly admitting his role. In a new Gizmodo article by Lucas Ropik, UFO activist Chris Mellon admits the Times article was not investigating journalism, but rather just a copy and paste of his plan to influence Congress about UFOs. From Ropik's article, Mellon says that after learning of the extent of UFO sightings by U.S. pilots, he wanted to spread the word about the issue. Quote, I came up with a simple plan to do that, which involved getting to the press and going to Congress, said Mellon. Mellon then talks about sneaking unauthorized military videos out of the Pentagon via a USB drive and an accomplice. Mellon has publicly admitted this accomplice was Lou Elizondo. Ropik's article continues. The way Mellon explains it, the pivotal New York Times story that is largely credited with helping legitimize UFOs within the broader culture never would have happened without his direct involvement. This is not investigative journalism, Mellon tells me. I handed them the evidence, introduced them to Lou Elizondo, gave them a stack of documents, arranged for them to meet and interview Harry Reid, and made a deal with them. They ran the story, which appeared in December of 2017 on their front page. Then Mr. Greenstreet goes on to say, so there you have it. More proof and evidence that a small group of UFO activists have seduced a credulous news media with tall tales about UFOs in order to influence Congress to spend taxpayer funds on their sci-fi crusade. And then he gives a link to his New York Times article, New York Post article. Yeah, Mellon admits, that's a hell of a headline. Mellon admits 2017 New York Times UFO article was not journalism, but part of a plan to sell UFOs to Congress, and also part of a plan to publicize his TTSA thing, which has been described as a techno investment scam in the Washington Spectator. So that's great. The same people, by the way, who brought us this false narrative are now bringing us the Grusch false narrative. I think that is incredibly important. And, I thought it would be a good idea if we recognize that the Mellon family has been influencing American lawmakers for generations. His family has a long history of manipulating government to their advantage, right? Look up the Mellon banking family. Look up what his maybe his grandfather did during the Depression, right? Lowered the taxable income for all the rich people down, transferring the tax burden to the poor. Yeah, great family Mellon comes from. They're a family of rich, entitled, wealthy manipulators of mankind. And we've also seen that Christopher Mellon is directly controlling David Grusch and who he's allowed to do interviews with. Not suspicious at all that a guy who orchestrated a completely and totally fake New York Times article for whatever his own agenda is now manipulating who David Grusch is allowed to do interviews with. And this has been proven. Christopher Mellon, David Grusch cannot do interviews with people that Christopher Mellon does not approve of, right? And what is Mellon afraid of? He's afraid of Grusch collapsing into a puddle of his own piss under real questioning, right? Imagine if somebody like me got to interview Grusch for a half hour, right? He would collapse in a puddle of his own piss. I guarantee it. These narratives are carefully constructed and everything is being manipulated. There's a reason that David Grusch is only doing UFO circle jerk friendly shows that aren't going to press him for evidence or call him out on the fact that nothing he's talking about should or could be classified, because the Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication cleared him to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, alien biologics. Nothing is classified. It's all a bullshit excuse for why they have no evidence. So I think it's startling that, remember, the fake Pentagon UFO program, Lou Elizondo, was also directly involved in this shenanigan, right? And then he goes on to personally profit in the form of TV show deals, book deals, and more, right? I think it's great. So I've got one more piece to share with you, and that would be about Lou Elizondo, the fake Pentagon UFO program director. And this is something that I was writing, and I call it Lou Elizondo Profiting from Deception, a critical examination of false claims and exploitation. And in this piece, we'll examine the dubious assertions of Lou Elizondo, a former Pentagon official who falsely claimed to have overseen a multi-million-dollar UFO program. Despite lacking any evidence, Elizondo leveraged these unfounded, unproven claims to secure lucrative television show deals, book contracts, speaking engagements, and more. If we do a detailed analysis, we can quickly expose the ethical implications of Elizondo's exploitation of sensationalism for personal gain. highlighting the need for more accountability and integrity from former public officials. In recent years, Lou Elizondo has emerged as a prominent figure in the UFO community, purportedly boasting of some apparent or alleged insider knowledge he was aware of from his alleged tenure overseeing a clandestine Pentagon program dedicated to studying unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP or UFOs. However, upon closer scrutiny, Elizondo's claims completely and totally unravel, revealing a troubling narrative of deceit and opportunism. It's the job of the media to scrutinize the discrepancies in Elizondo's narrative and explore the ramifications of his profiteering from his unfounded claims. However, the media failed miserably in this responsibility, instead choosing to copy and paste the completely factually inaccurate, 100% wrong, some would say, New York Times article. Central to Elizondo's public persona is his assertion of having directed a secretive or sometimes even titled as classified Pentagon program focused on UFO research, purportedly funded with $22 million in government resources. However, investigations by reputable journalists, I wrote reputable journalists, but really it's mostly one reputable journalist, maybe a few, and government officials have debunked these claims completely, revealing that Lou Elizondo never held the position he professed, nor oversaw any such program. Instead, his role within the Pentagon was primarily dealing with administrative tasks that were completely unrelated to UFO research. In fact, Mr. Elizondo had no assigned responsibilities around UFO during his entire time at the Pentagon. And in the recent AARO report, it was again confirmed that ATIP was a fake program. It wasn't a real program. It wasn't a funded program. It had no resources, no offices. There's no ATIP reports that we could read, nothing. So Lou Elizondo essentially lied and said he ran a secret government UFO program for 10 years. These claims are completely and totally false. And Lou Elizondo exploited these false claims, I believe, for personal gain. Despite the absence of credible evidence supporting his supposed involvement in a Pentagon UFO program, Elizondo shamelessly capitalized on these fabrications to secure various commercial opportunities. Leveraging his supposed insider status, he inked lucrative deals for television appearances, including hosting roles on a popular history channel. Well, I should cut the word popular. Including hosting roles on a history show dedicated to the UFO phenomenon. Additionally, Elizondo apparently secured book deals, public speaking engagements, and perhaps even consultancy positions, all predicated on the false premise of his alleged Pentagon UFO program directorship, which did not exist. And of course, there is an ethical quandary here of profiting from deception. Elizondo's actions raised profound ethical concerns regarding the falsehoods that he participated in for personal enrichment. By perpetuating a narrative built on unsubstantiated and unsupported claims, he not only erodes public trust, but he also undermines the credibility of legitimate inquiries into UFOs or UAP. Moreover, Elizondo's exploitation of sensationalism for financial gain perpetuates a culture of misinformation, detracting from real discourse on the complexities of the UFO phenomenon and its potential implications. In an era characterized by misinformation and the erosion of trust in government institutions, the case of Lou Elizondo serves as a cautionary tale. The unchecked proliferation of unfounded claims, particularly by individuals purporting to have insider knowledge, poses a threat to public discourse and democratic accountability. As such, there is an urgent need for greater scrutiny and accountability, especially from former Pentagon officials, both within the media landscape and among public figures who exploit sensationalism and completely false claims for financial or personal gain. Lou Elizondo's exploitation of false claims regarding his involvement in a Pentagon UFO program underscores the ethical pitfalls inherent in profiting from deception. By perpetuating a narrative built on fabrications, Elizondo not only compromises the integrity of legitimate inquiries into UAP or UFOs, but also undermines the public's trust in authoritative institutions and former public servants. Moving forward, it's imperative to hold individuals like Lou Elizondo accountable for their actions and reaffirm the importance of integrity and evidence-based discourse in media and in shaping public understanding. So, interesting that these two stories, the story of the false TTSA, Lou Elizondo Pentagon program narrative, and the Dave Grusch story is directly linked. And they're directly linked because it's all the same people involved in both. So I ask you, true believers, if we now know for 100% sure that Lou Elizondo lied and Christopher Mellon lied to people, promising people a goddamn spaceship if you invest money in their company, they lied about Lou Elizondo's resume and background while soliciting public investment money. To the best of my reading of SEC guidelines, that's illegal. But again, I'm not a law enforcement officer or, I don't work for the Securities and Exchange Commission, but somebody needs to explain to me how you can literally borrow or steal or bend the rules to get Pentagon videos out of the Pentagon and then profit from them for years. And that's all legal. And also make sure that you solicit public investment, telling people that these videos are something that we know now were not. There was nothing extraordinary about those videos. In fact, those videos were garbage. But here's a fun video from Stephen Greenstreet about the borrowing or bending the rules of those videos out of the Pentagon. It's important to note that those videos were never intended for public release. They were intended for internal use only. Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon decided to bend the rules so that they could take those videos and start a for-profit adventure called To the Stars Academy, which has been described as a techno investment scam.
I received the videos, the now famous videos in the Pentagon parking lot. Somebody bent the rules a little bit, and they did so for the larger good. Everything that's happened to date has been from the bottom up, and from troublemakers and activists like Lou and me. We snuck these videos out, and I took them to the New York Times.
All right, that right there is probably a prosecutable offense. But again, this is my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement officer. We snuck those videos out of the Pentagon. If I snuck some videos out of the Pentagon, would I be criminally prosecuted? I think I would. What is it? Is it just the Mellon banking money that keeps you out of trouble, or is there truly, don't get me started on the criminal justice system. There's rules for thee, but not for me, right? Why is this guy publicly admitting that they snuck videos out of the Pentagon that they weren't supposed to take out of the Pentagon? And if it, I don't understand how anybody's not criminally prosecuted over that, but that's just my opinion. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I don't know why. I'd love to talk to a government official and press them on why Mr. Mellon or Lou Elizondo were not prosecuted, since he is right here admitting that he bent the rules for the larger good and he snuck videos out of the Pentagon that were, they're clearly on the release form said it's not for public release. They did it anyway.
So for the larger good, everything that has happened today has been from bottom up. It's been from troublemakers and activists like Lou and me. We snuck these videos out and I took them to the New York Times.
I don't get it. Why are they confessing?
They're not confessing.
They're bragging.
So yeah, he's not confessing. He's bragging. He's rubbing it in the government's nose that we took these videos out of the Pentagon against, you know, I don't know if it's just like a formal policy or if it's illegal doing that. I don't know. I'd have to talk to somebody that's more familiar with these matters. But I find it amazing that these guys have gotten away with so much. And remember, these shady guys doing all this shady shit, including lying to investors, allegedly, misrepresenting Lou Elizondo's resume to investors, allegedly, while they're soliciting public money and investment capital, taking the videos out, profiting from them. You know, I don't know. It must be a hellish existence to be Lou Elizondo, because remember what I said, the truth doesn't require your participation, but a lie does. And now Lou Elizondo is tied to this lie that he ran a program that never existed for the rest of his life, or as long as he keeps trying to do the UFO Cosmic Con shuffle grift, he's going to have to keep participating in a lie. And just like we saw in the David Grusch case, in order to participate in that lie, you have to participate in more lies to help bolster the original lie. How many lies has been told by how many people to bolster this Lou Elizondo lie? It is ridiculous to me, absolutely ridiculous to me. And I, for one, will not participate in a lie. So, and by the way, every UFO Circle Jerk podcaster, how many of them was there, participated in this lie? If you didn't call him on his bullshit and you interviewed him, then you participated in a lie. And again, the truth doesn't require your participation, but a lie does. How many shows did Lou Elizondo go on? How many newspaper articles or online articles called him the director of a $22 million program? How many people have participated in this lie? All of them have participated in this lie. Anyone promoting Lou Elizondo, booking him for a public speaking fee or to participate in a UFO conference, anybody sending money to TTSA, anybody who buys his book is participating in a lie, in my opinion. And that's another interesting thing. Where's the book? We may have some answers about that coming soon from a friend of the show, and we'll keep you informed. The book was supposed to be out a long time ago, but I think somebody's doing the Cosmic Con shuffle, trying to figure out, am I going to get in trouble if I market this book on this lie that I've forced everybody to participate in for years now, that I ran a Pentagon UFO program that never existed, was never funded, didn't have any office, nothing, no employees. He's having trouble figuring out how far he can go in this lie to market the book. Because remember, you got to overpromise and then underdeliver. Is anybody going to buy a book if he tells the truth and says, yeah, listen, I worked at the Pentagon. And by the way, I also happen to be interested in UFOs. So in my spare time while I was at the Pentagon, you know, as a hobby, I looked up UFO shit, you know, and looked into the UFO thing. And here I wrote a book. Nobody's going to buy that book. But hey, I ran a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program for 10 years. Yeah, people were going to want to buy that book. But that's two different versions of the book. The truth version of the book, which doesn't require any participation from anybody, and the lie version of the book, which requires people to actively participate in a huge lie. I don't get it. So we'll close with that, my friends. The truth does not require your participation, but a lie does. 1 second. Okay. All right. So I'm going to put my fair use banner down now. And 1 second. Let me just check in with something. And then I have time for comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. It helps me to quickly identify that you want me to share your message on the screen. And I appreciate that. I happen to be visually impaired. So this really does help. Okay, and for those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show, and we read every single super chat. Haven't done this in a while, but we're going to do it now. Want to just remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. We exist solely from the support of our viewers, and we want to thank each and every one of you for that. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. If you send a PayPal pledge, we read that as well. Just add a note with your chat room user ID and any message that you'd like us to share. So we're just going to take a quick break to let you know how you can support the show. I'll be right back to take your comments or questions. Please put them in all capital letters. We'll be right back, friends.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Okay, so we're back, and I'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. But before we do that, I want to make sure that I remind you that when you throw a couple of bucks in our hat, you're not just supporting the show, Truth Seekers, you're supporting the channel. And a big part of what we do here is that I would like us to be a public benefit. Pardon me. And one of the ways that we can do that is by producing free documentaries. So we've added a free documentary section to our YouTube channel. You just go to our main YouTube channel and scroll all the way down. And at the bottom, you'll find 3 completely and totally free documentaries we've produced here. Well, the second one, The Hoax Files, was produced by a person named Sapiens Culture. Edited, researched, and created. I'll say we produced it or published it here on our channel after the clowns that got exposed in that documentary tried to falsely copyright claim it off of that person's YouTube channel. And when faced with the legal threat of having to defend a case for copyright infringement, decided to take it off of YouTube. We asked for permission, and we've published it here, assuming that legal liability. And so far, it was a bluff. Third Phase of Moon hasn't copyright claimed me because they know that I will fight them up to and including going to court to defend my right to fair use. And because we're educating the public, you know, in no world should the person that is being exposed in a documentary be allowed to decide where that documentary can be published. Not in my world. Third Phase clowns, not in my world. So just wanted to put that out there so you know you're not just supporting the Truth Seeker show, you're also supporting a good public effort to educate the public on fakers, fraudsters, hoaxers, liars, scammers, and more. We want to take a moment to recognize a kind and generous £5 super chat, no message. And we thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support from JJ. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to take some comments and some questions from the live chat. Steve Long saying, Fleer 1 and Gimbal, the videos look so similar. Yeah, I get them confused too. In fact, I had to make a graphic, Steve Long, with the 3 videos on there, and I had to triple check that I had the right stills from the right video. It's confusing. They all look the same, right? Jason Parker says, all-star wackadoo contestant. Yes. And Al Garay says, the documentaries are excellent. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I haven't heard that he did unblock me. And there is nothing to debate, really. What are your thoughts on Ashton unblocking you and being up for debate? I'm not going to waste my airtime on that. not on somebody that built an entire huge following pushing completely and totally provably fake videos, and he still refuses to concede that those videos that he started his grifting career off with were completely and totally fake. You know, I just, you know, I didn't know if I didn't know that he unblocked me, but you know, good, maybe he'll learn something. But I just want to put this out there. There's a reason why I don't want to waste any time or energy debating him, because he goes from promoting one set of fake videos to now promoting other provably fake CGI videos. UFOinterest.org, who is a great debunker of all these fake UFO videos on the internet, says, nope, that's an old CGI video created by virtual effects artist Hollywood Scotty. And pardon me, let me put that down. Very noisy. So this is a CGI video created by a Hollywood effects guy of a UFO. And this is provably, we know who created this one and what he used to do it and why he did it and whatever. It's a fake CGI video created by a Hollywood special effects artist. And interestingly, Ashton Forbes goes from promoting the MH370 completely and totally fake videos to now pushing this another fake CGI video, supposedly filmed in Argentina. What is this? It's a fake video, Ashton Forbes, and it was completely and totally debunked before you started pushing it. So no, I don't care to have a debate with somebody who's so stupid he doesn't know the difference between a CGI fake video and a real video. I don't want to have a debate with somebody that dumb. I don't want to waste their time. We thank Trolley Troll. Is it Trolley Troll or Trolley Troll? I think it's Trolley Troll. That's how I've been saying it. If I've been saying it wrong, let me know. Trolley Troll with a kind and generous $5 super chat. And also a thank you for being a member. You see that member badge here. Hey, Steve, I'll email you if my plan to go to the Roswell UFO Festival firms up. Right now, I have some loose ends to attend to. Yes, I would love to get your phone out. You're going to be our roving reporter there, okay? If you go, you know, and no pressure, just take your phone out and show us what's going on there and email me the videos. I'll give you a Google Drive link on the Truth Seekers server here. And you can help us report on that event. I would really appreciate it. And especially because you've been a long-time show supporter. Thanks for being a member, and thanks for the kind and generous $5 and appreciating us. We appreciate you, Trolley Troll. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, another one. All right, here's a question from JD. What are your thoughts on the Arrow historical report exposing Hal Puthoff as a liar? He claimed General Jack Sheehan touched an ET craft when it was really an F-117A Nighthawk. Well, if you go into our videos, I've provided my thoughts. Hal Puthoff is a career paranormal and UFO and alien grifter. He's been involved in secret CIA research into remote viewing. He was fooled into thinking that somebody doing children's magic tricks in the form of Uri Geller had superpowers. He was convinced the guy had real superpowers. He was doing magic tricks for Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff was also a high-ranking member of Scientology. So there's that. Interesting that Hal Puthoff, one of the purveyors of the 2017 hoax false narrative, Lou Elizondo UFO threat operative, was also involved with the Grusch operative or narrative. And in all cases, Hal Puthoff is wrong. He's just wrong about everything. Some scientist, right? And I think that Hal Puthoff is a complete and total fucking wackadoo. That's what my thought is. And it's no surprise to me that Hal Puthoff was one of the people telling David Grusch completely and totally false stories, right? And Hal Puthoff should be ashamed of himself, because David Grusch quit his job and lost his income or clearance or whatever based on lies that a bunch of UFO profiteering, grifting whores told him. that were largely false or provably false. So I hope that helps. That's one of my that's my thoughts on that. And it's no surprise to me that Hal Puthoff is involved in all this. Anything paranormal, he jumps right into, especially if he thinks there's some money to be had, right? All right, we'll see if we have some more questions. Comments. Laura Eisenhower took a space elevator to Jupiter. Sure, she did. Chuck Bam also says the Galactic Federation is the dark side. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Steve Long says, I thought this dude Ashton says he was retiring on March 6th. Yeah, but he couldn't find any other way to get people to pay attention to him. Poor, lonely, nerdy guy, right? Oh, I talk about aliens and everybody pays attention to me. He's not going to quit. No way. He's just going to find something new to grift on, like we just showed you. New fake CGI videos that he'll promote, right? Really ridiculous. I thought so too. Simon Fly calls him an incel clown. Can't say I disagree based on the way that he speaks to women. You know, I just want to tell you, Simon Fly, if he talked to my wife like he talked to that woman on the internet that was critical of him, he wouldn't have any teeth the next day. I'm just putting it out there. My missus could beat his ass. Some women you could talk to like that, Simon Fly. My wife grew up on the mean streets of Philly, in Kensington. There's a saying in Kensington, where the men are men and so are the women. They fight more than the men in Kensington. The women do, right? Oh, I didn't know. I know he was. Somebody told me he was in the live chat. I didn't know he was asking for a debate. Ashton was on here the other day looking for a debate. Well, I guess 5 appearances on Alien Addict wasn't enough for him. Like, doesn't he have some huge podcasts still interested in hosting him? Oh, that's right. No, he doesn't, because his whole original story came crashing down as completely and totally fake. So now he's going to try to skis off of my audience. No, I don't think so. And you know why, Wise Monkey? Because I did not build my audience here on a lie. Oh, by the way, Ashton's MH370 bullshit is a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. The truth doesn't require your participation, but a lie does. In order to participate in Ashton Forbes fantasy land, you have to accept all kinds of lies. And I'm just not willing to do that. I didn't know he was asking for a debate. Yeah, masturbate. He does a lot of that. Masturbate. Talmud says, I must not have been paying attention. I didn't see him in here. Yeah, I don't know. I just heard that he was in the live chat. I didn't know what he was saying. You guys have to realize that when you hear me say like, hey, let's take some questions and comments from the live chat, that's when I'm reading the live chat. But I can't read the scripted parts of the show and do the comments. I can't pay attention to everything. So when I say, let's take some comments and questions from the live chat, I'm reading every comment. But most of the show, I can't do that at the same time. Wise Monkey says, I'm with you, Steve. I said it to Lou too. Stop platforming him. Yeah, I mean, my thing, Wise Monkey, is I didn't build my audience on lies. So I'm not giving him access to my good audience built on, accurate reporting, factual reporting, great research. I'm not sharing that audience I've built here based on those things with a clown that built a huge following on nothing but fake videos and lies. I'm just not interested, right? Davina says, do you believe there will actually be a disclosure? Imagine if there is. What would all these grifters do then? I don't know. I think they would take a victory lap and claim credit for it if it ever did happen. That's what I would think they would do. Yeah. Wow, that's sad news. Chuck Bam says Dogman ate the last Bigfoot on September 25th, 2022. Could be. Yeah, could be. You should debate, you would crush him. Well, that's another thing. Like, listen, that's kind of a good point, but there's another reason why I want to debate him, because he has nothing as far as evidence goes. So it wouldn't be much of a debate. And I don't like playing chess with people that I can easily beat. You know, there's no sport in that. There's no fun in that. Like, I can beat my 7-year-old all day long, right? And then meanwhile, my friend at the cabin, really my best friend Matt, he's awesome at chess, and he's always trying to get me to play because he beats me, and I hate that because I used to think I was pretty good at chess, but then I didn't play for a while. I started playing with Matt at the cabin. He beats me every fucking game. It drives me nuts. And then he's like, "Want to play a game? No, you beat me like 10 times already. Fuck you." So it's no fun if you're just going to trounce all over somebody. If he likes masturbation, send him to Sheehan's Milk Farm. Yeah, maybe he could be one of the guys giving the handies so that the aliens can get all the sperm they need and stop kidnapping people. Steve Long, there is 0 point in debating with individuals who will resort to unsubstantiated assertion, speculation in the face of verifiable evidence. That's another thing. I think that Steve, I really think that if I was forced into a debate with him, I would lose my shit, because he would just start going off on tangents and he has no evidence. The evidence clearly shows those MH370 videos are completely and totally fake. I mean, and the fact that they're so debunked and he still won't let it go, Steve Long, that's another reason. I'm not debating crazy, you know? If somebody was reasonable, like, do you know, actually, I think that Jon Stewart, I don't like that he's pushing that alien interview hoax. I think it's a complete total hoax. But we had a good kind of spirited debate, right? And it was respectful. And, you know, that one I liked. And by the way, I didn't intend that. Like, I didn't go, we're going to do a show where I debate and just hammer the guest for 2 hours straight. But that's what it turned into, and that dude withstood the whole thing. He survived. So I have some more respect for him, even though he's pushing a complete and total proven hoax as real for profit. It's been never tried debating a fool. Then you just have two fools arguing. Yeah, it could be. Amy Collins, I guess I have done well on not wasting any time debating moon landing deniers and flat earthers. Yeah, that's another thing. I wouldn't be interested in debating one of those people. Ashton Forbes is essentially like debating a flat earth person. You know, you just, no. Oh, there he is. Matt is here. Yeah, Matt. MDog 1985. I never knew that was your user ID. Now I know. Yes, I am. Tomorrow night, I'm coming up to the cabin, and that's my neighbor at the cabin. By the way, the only reason, to all of you people who constantly, when you see a picture of the cabin, send me all kinds of messages like, oh my God, that's so awesome, Stephen. That's so beautiful. The only reason that cabin is standing is because of my neighbor, Matt. Matt, for those unaware, is a professional construction person. And he happens to be my closest nearby neighbor at the cabin. And we met because I was trying to build a shed and it was falling down. And he took pity on me. He came over. I'll never forget. He comes over and he looks at my tools like in utter disgust, you know, like my Harbor Freight special shit tools. And he goes, "Are those your tools, man?" And I go, "Yeah." And then he goes, "I'll be right back." And he went home and he came back with a whole tool belt. And he helped me stop the shed from falling down. And anyway, then he helped me with a few other big projects at the cabin, like the 2 roofs on each side. Anything that's straight and done really, really well, Matt at the cabin did. If it's all crooked and shit, but it still works, that's probably mine. So to all you people who send me such great compliments, Matt needs to be complimented for that cabin still standing. And by the way, we did a great job because we had like a 4-foot snow load once or something like that, and neither of the roofs had any problems. They were perfectly engineered and built by Matt to withstand that snow load. Yeah, Matt, I'm coming up tomorrow, I believe. To be honest, I didn't have you down as lumberjacking sort, Steve. Yeah, I got a off-grid. I have one cabin in the Poconos that I'm trying to finish. And then I have an off-grid cabin that I'm starting that's a few miles from the original cabin deeper in the woods. So yeah, tools from Hazard Fraught. Yeah. Yeah, my tools are shit. But you know, he's a construction pro. Like, oh, by the way, he just got a new man mobile, like a big truck with those toolboxes on the side. That did forget about disclosure boner. I just got, you know, like a man boner when I saw his truck. He's got this big, you know, double cab pickup truck with all the tools inside and these huge tool chests on each side, and he's got every tool imaginable. So I always thought it was funny too that like God put in my heart this dream to build a cabin in the woods, and I never built anything. Like I had no idea what I was doing, but in his wisdom, I think God guided me to buy that land right across from this neighbor of mine, Matt, because he's got every tool imaginable and he knows how to build anything. He knows how to do plumbing. He knows how to do electrical. I always thought that was funny. Like, you know, I just got sent into the woods, like, build that cabin of your dreams. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. But every time I would get stuck or didn't know what to do next, I'd just ask Matt, like, come over and look at this shit. And we'd have a beer and we'd look at it. Yeah, it was one of those great synchronicities of my life that I was a bumbling idiot building things, had no idea how to do what I was trying to do. But right across the street, there's a guy that knows how to do everything. Plumbing, electrical. Yeah. Aliens are sus, says cabin life for me. Yeah. I'm hoping to retire in one. We'll see. The mall ETs are back eating people. Are you kidding me? Really? Mall ETs are eating people again? We're going to have to check into that. Yeah. Matt says some things just work out. Yeah. Yeah, I always feel like I owe Matt a bunch of favors though, because every time. Oh, and just last week is a perfect example. We've been looking at this tree that's leaning, and it's super straight though. It's leaning, but the stalk of it is perfectly straight, and I needed porch posts. So I've been looking at that thing for years, going, I got to cut that down. But the last one that I cut down myself fell on the cabin. So Matt came over, and it took him longer to like hook up this winch thing than it did. He just chopped it down. Well, he cut it, and then I should have filmed it. And then he went over to this winch thing and started winching on it, and the tree just slowly went down. But then it crashed right next to him, and he didn't even flinch. The tree comes down, crashing down right next to him. Big, huge tree. He didn't even flinch. He knew exactly where the tree was going to go. I can't do that. I drop them on the cabin, or I drop it on the shed or the wood shed or the power lines, God forbid. So he's excellent at that kind of stuff too. Yeah, William Runner says, seems like a hell of a neighbor. Absolutely. I would have paid twice as much money for that shit land if I knew I would get an awesome friend like Matt out of the deal. You know, you're right. Some things just work out. I just always thought it was funny that like I had no idea how to do any of this shit. And I bought the perfect place because right across the street, there's a guy that can help you with anything. And by the way, just to be clear, I built most of the cabin. I think he'd acknowledge that. But every time I didn't know what to do, I would ask him, like, how the hell do I do this next part? And he would figure it out and tell me what to do, you know? All right. Simon Fly says, we have beach huts in Dorset. You can sleep in yours for 450 pounds. Oh, that's pretty expensive. The mall ETs are raiding the big and tall at Victoria's Secret. Amy Collins says, I just had a 50-foot tree crash down in the backyard. Even the roots came up and left a 3 feet deep hole. Wow. Well, thank God. Thank God it didn't like land on your house. You know, that's always my big fear when I got to cut these trees down. Like, honestly, some of the smaller ones I don't stress over and if they're off in the side where, you know, if they're off in the woods to the side of the cabin and they're not going to fall on anything, I don't stress out too much. But this one that Matt just dropped, it was leaning right over the woodshed. And if it went the wrong way, it could also fall right on the cabin. He just dropped it. It was awesome. Now that tree becomes porch parts, right? 450,000 pounds. Seriously, Steve. Yeah. I don't know. I like cheap land, right? And just build your own cabin, wise monkey. Like, buy like an acre for 10 grand and pay it off quickly so that you don't have a mortgage or a payment on it. And then just everything you do there adds to the value of the property. That's what I did with my first cabin. First I built like a tool shed and workshop. Of course, it's just filled with shit now. I got to clean it out. Then I built a firewood shed. Then I started building onto the cabin, and slowly now we've got quite a nice place there, and we paid for it all in cash over time. I don't owe anything on the cabin, and that's a wonderful feeling. I could maybe put a tent on my allotment. Yeah, I have this land that's further in the woods that I want to go, and I wanted to put a tent on, but the bears scare me. Like, I don't think I'd feel comfortable at night until there was like a permanent structure there. Yeah, that's another thing. William Runner says tree removal is expensive. Yeah, it's very expensive, right? It's crazy high. I remember we once paid like $3,000 to get rid of a tree at my house in the city. It was a big weeping willow tree, and it was making a mess. It got so big that all the shit would fall on the roof and clog the gutters, and I had to keep getting over there. And then it started leaning towards the house, and we just started having kids, so the missus wanted that tree gone. $3,000 later, right? Most of them are owned by the council here. The ones in Mudford are the expensive one and a bit bigger, but essentially sheds. Oh, that's crazy. $450,000 for a shed. That's crazy. Well, listen, we have done our due diligence. I am going to be at the cabin and for several days. I haven't decided. Maybe I'll get some replays together, or maybe we'll just give the audience a break. I learned a long time ago, always leave the audience wanting more. So let me know in the comments or in the live chat, do you want me to set up some replays for Friday and Saturday night? Or is it best to just go black for a little bit? I'm not sure. Some of those replays do great, and some of them don't do well at all. I guess it depends on the subject matter, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be at the cabin for the next couple of days, and I'm going to be trying to work on the porch, but I hear it's going to rain on Saturday, which sucks, which only leaves Sunday to work on the porch. But I'm determined to get the 4 posts up and hopefully maybe even cemented in. At least they'll be up. They might not be cemented in this weekend, but they'll be peeled. I have to peel these huge pillars, peel the bark off of these logs to make these huge pillars, and then get them standing up on the stone piers, and then cement inside the stone piers to hold them in place. It's a interesting process and a lot more work than I thought it was going to be. The good news, except for the roof pieces, which I have to buy, I think we have all the porch parts we need to build the porch, and that's to build the porch roof, and that's a good thing. So yeah, that's all I got for you. I'm going to take some well-deserved rest and get some cabin time in. I always say this, there's no place I'd rather be but here doing this show, except the cabin. Love that cabin time, and it's that time of the year now where in another week or two, I don't even think you'll need a fire there. It'll be 55 or whatever. But right now it's still 20 or 30 at night, so you still need a fire at night for sure. But yeah, I'm going to go enjoy my cozy cabin, try to make some progress. I think it's a great idea sometimes to step away from this digital world and get back to nature and do something else that doesn't involve a screen, right? So I'm hoping to get some time to do that this weekend. Hope you'll have a great weekend too. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Campion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
spacecraft, if you will. Call it spacecraft, if you will. No kidding, non-human, exotic origin. Call it spacecraft, if you will. Call it spacecraft, if you will. Non-human. 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 Call it spacecraft, if you will. Call it spacecraft, if you will. Non-human. Non-human. We have a spacecraft. We're crashed. We have a spacecraft. We're crashed. We have a spacecraft. We're crashed. We have a spacecraft. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft from another species. Spacecraft, 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 spacecraft.
My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
Do you want a chocolate?
It's not true. That's a lie. So there are FOIA-able back and forths between Kirkpatrick and David Grusch that will become public. I have seen them. As of the time of my departure, none, let me repeat, none of the conspiracy-minded, in quote, whistleblowers in the public eye had elected to come to Arrow to provide their, quote, evidence and statement for the record, despite numerous invitations. So let's just take David Grusch. Is that true? It's not true. That's a lie. So there are FOIA-able back and forths between Kirkpatrick and David Grusch that will become public. I have seen them.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. I got
It's so hard to keep the smile from my face. Losing control, yeah, I'm all over the place. Oh, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Well, you started out with nothing, and you're proud that you're a self-made man. And your friends, they all come crawling, slap you on the back and say, please, please, oh please. Trying to make some sense of it all, but I can see that it makes no sense at all. Is it cool to go to sleep on the floor? And I don't think I could take anymore. Oh, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Oh. Well, you started out with nothing, and you're proud that you're a self-made man. And your friends, they all come crawling, slap you on the back and saying, please, please, oh please. Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. I got the feeling there's something ain't right. I'm so scared in case I fall off my chair, and I'm wondering how I'll get down the stairs. Oh, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Yes, I.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. On or about in June of 2023, a former Air Force and a former Air Force and intelligence officer, his name is David Grusch, came forward with some startling allegations claiming that the United States government was in possession of alien spacecraft, even bodies or occupants of some of those craft, which he called biologics, came with some of those spacecraft. And so we have been covering this story since it began. And what I can tell you, having been closely covering this story since on or about June 5th of 2023, is that the longer this story goes on, we get some startling revelations, essentially a web of manipulation, lies, deceit, and outright fabrications used to create this story. People are familiar with my countdown. We are now up to 318 days that Mr. Grusch has been making these out-of-this-world claims. 318 days of fantastic claims of aliens and crash retrievals and crash retrieval programs and alien bodies and government cover-ups. There's just one problem. We're at 318 days since he made his original claims, and he has yet to provide a single shred of actual verifiable proof or evidence of any of his claims. Now, early on when I began digging into this, I recognized that there were some red flags, and we even did a show titled Early Red Flags about Dave Grusch. One of the huge red flags is that David Grusch was very closely associated with people that I could only describe as less than credible promoters of alien and UFO stories. After all, the original person who brought us the Dave Grusch story or big interview is a man named Ross Coulthart, who is a disgraced Australian journalist who has been caught selling numerous 100% provably fake stories before. And I get that people really want to believe Dave Grusch. It's a compelling story. It's an amazing story if it were true. However, I just don't understand people that don't see that the people bringing us this story are all less than credible, disgraced journalists, clickbait merchants of garbage, fake disinformation, misinformation, and more. I mean, isn't it relevant that all the people selling this story have virtually all been involved or caught selling completely and totally provably fake alien and UFO stories before? But I suppose it was because of his impressive credentials that people were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But I ask you, how long do you give this man the benefit of the doubt? We're up to 318 days, and he's still shown zero evidence of his claims. But we do have some more red flags in the form of the Arrow historical report. Dave Grusch himself, he claimed that he had, remember there's 40 whistleblowers that he talked to. So Grusch himself admitted that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick and the office at Arrow, the government's UFO program, had interviewed 30 of the 40 or so people that he had spoken to. But isn't it interesting then that the Arrow report systematically destroys, debunks, and obliterates 30 out of the 40 people's claims as being evidence-free, self-licking ice cream cone stories, secondhand hearsay, people mistaking things like somebody touching the shell of an F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter somehow turns into he touched the shell of an alien vehicle in possession of the United States government. And certainly a red flag is that all of the same people who sold us 100% provably fake narratives about UFOs and aliens before, people like Lou Elizondo, the fake Pentagon UFO program director, were very closely associated with David Grusch. And of course, Christopher Mellon, who was also involved with fake Pentagon program director Lou Elizondo in allegedly defrauding investors out of millions of dollars for the TTSA effort, which promised everybody a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. All of that turned out to be lies. And in fact, the entire 2017 forward false narrative, UAP threat narrative, has been largely proven to be a completely and totally false narrative. So isn't it a red flag that David Grusch is closely associated with all those people who pushed a completely and totally fake narrative on the public before in order, I suppose, to personally profit? After all, after lying to the New York Times, Lou Elizondo went on to get book deals and documentary film deals and speaking fees and television show deals, all based on fake facts and false information. This should be relevant and concerning to all of us. And the fact that Mr. Grusch is so closely associated with all these people who have been provably caught selling all these fake stories should be a red flag to everyone involved. Now, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Mr. Grusch is not a whistleblower. Whistleblowers are people like Edward Snowden, or Chelsea Manning, people who drop their evidence, regardless of NDAs or classified things. They drop their evidence, and they, unfortunately, real whistleblowers have consequences. The only consequences Dave Grusch has apparently encountered is that all of his UFO grifting, alien promoting scumbag friends have collectively made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars off of pushing this poor man into the spotlight. By the way, I'll put on the record again, I believe that Dave Grusch is being manipulated by this same false narrative people who brought us the UAP threat narrative and the TTSA techno scam. It's all the same people. And of course, the Skinwalker scam people. They are all directly involved in this Grusch story, either as sources for him or, talking him up. Christopher Mellon, of course, has been called the puppet master of the false UAP UFO threat narrative. And we can, it's on the record. We can confirm that Christopher Mellon is essentially David Grusch's handler. Christopher Mellon, who was a part of the TTSA, what has been alleged to be a techno scam with fake Pentagon UFO program Lou Elizondo, apparently he controls who Dave Grusch is allowed to speak to. He controls who Dave Grusch is allowed to give interviews to. And we have at least one verifiable source of that in the form of Dark Journalist, who essentially Grusch confirmed to Dark Journalist, I'd love to do your show, but I can't because Christopher Mellon will be mad at me. Now, thanks to John from the Black Vault. By the way, God bless John from the Black Vault. To anybody who discounts the FOIA process, I believe that John from the Black Vault has added more, clarity and cleared up so much of the lies, deceptions, manipulations, half-truths, disinformation, fake information, misinformation through his tenacity at filing hundreds of these FOIA requests. So, thanks to John from the Black Vault. By the way, his article, which we'll be sharing tonight, is in the description of this video. Incredible work that John does to bring clarity and essentially to call bullshit on some of these people. So for those unaware, there's been this false narrative within this other false narrative. There's been this false narrative that, Arrow never reached out to Dave Grusch at all. And in fact, there's an on-the-record statement, I believe it's from October 23rd, where he says, I've gotten no calls and no emails from Arrow or Sean Kirkpatrick, which technically may be true because the first email he got was the very next week. But we can show you, and we will show you tonight, that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick and Arrow certainly reached out to people close to Dave Grusch, requesting his contact information, requesting he contact their office, requesting he do an interview. They even scheduled an interview with him, and he no-showed. He just didn't show up to an interview that he agreed to and scheduled. He left Arrow representatives waiting in a lobby for over 30 minutes, and these emails we're going to share with you tonight confirm all of this. So what we have is a false narrative, another one from the same people that brought us previous false narratives. Now this false narrative is all crashing down. And we have shown you at the beginning, of course, David Grusch is closely associated with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, who sold us a completely fake story about a convicted pimp fake scientist who pretended to be a government insider. So it's so shady. This whole world is so shady and scammy. Sometimes I feel like I need a shower just after digesting the shady lies and half-truths and disinformation and misinformation. These are some shady people. These are not honest people. So I've written a bit of an intro to tonight's broadcast. If you're just joining us, welcome. Whether you're joining us from our Twitch feed, our YouTube feed, our Facebook live feeds, or our Twitter feed, welcome one and all. So in recent years, friends, the discourse surrounding alleged extraterrestrial phenomenon has been inundated with absolutely sensational claims. And these claims are often lacking empirical evidence or even any evidence and critical scrutiny. One prominent figure in this arena, of course, is Dave Grusch, who has made bold claims and assertions regarding aliens, crash retrievals, and the possession of alien bodies by the United States government. But we here have been critically examining Grusch's claims, and we've been highlighting his penchant for accepting anecdotal accounts without substantiating evidence. Furthermore, here on this show, we began tonight's broadcast with a sort of montage of some of our previous coverage of Dave Grusch, the lies, the fabrications, the half-truths, the manipulation of available data. We have been critically examining his claims. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do if somebody claims sensational things and just outright refuses to provide any evidence. Now, there's been a great deal of excuses given by supporters for David Grusch. about why he can't show us any evidence. One of the first excuses was, well, that's classified. But no, it isn't, because the Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication cleared him to talk about alien bodies, alien spaceships, alien crash retrievals, which means that none of that is classified. He could give more evidence and details if he chooses to. He just refuses to, deciding, like Lou Elizondo before him, to hide behind "that's classified" or "my NDAs." We also saw in the historical Arrow report that there are no UAP or UFO specific NDAs. None. So, yeah, no evidence whatsoever has been put forth by Dave Grusch so far. But we have explored the rebuttal provided by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick and the Arrow report, which certainly challenges Grusch's claims and underscores the dangers of unsubstantiated conspiracy thinking. Moreover, it emphasizes Grusch's failure to provide credible evidence to support his claims, which raises questions about the integrity of all of his assertions. In the realm of ufology and extraterrestrial phenomena, claims often transcend the boundaries of empirical evidence and are faith-based, leading to a proliferation of conspiracy theories and unsubstantiated claims. David Grusch, who has suddenly become a very prominent figure in this field, has garnered a great deal of attention for his bold claims regarding aliens, crash retrievals, and the possession of alien bodies by the United States government. However, upon closer examination, all of Grusch's claims appear to be rooted more in speculative storytelling and secondhand stories he's heard than in actual empirical evidence. Since the beginning of this story, I have sought to critically evaluate Grusch's claims, and we have, to the best of my ability, been highlighting the lack of evidence and the dangers of embracing conspiracy thinking without proper scrutiny. David Grusch has purportedly made numerous claims regarding extraterrestrial phenomenon, and one of the cases that he put forth has been proven to be a complete and total fake story, which should be another red flag. His claims have included assertions about alien encounters, crash retrievals of UFOs, and, of course, the possession of alien bodies by the United States government. These claims, while captivating, lack substantive evidence to support them. Grusch apparently has relied heavily on anecdotal accounts and hearsay, in other words, stories people told him, and he failed to provide any empirical evidence to substantiate his extraordinary claims or the claims of people influencing him. Interestingly, the Arrow report essentially destroyed and debunked many of the claims of the people that David Grusch has spoken to and got his information from. And moreover, Grusch's willingness to accept stories without critical scrutiny raises real questions about the reliability and the veracity of his claims. One of the most glaring deficiencies in Grusch's claims is the absence of any real evidence. And despite making sensational claims about aliens and government cover-ups, Grusch, for 318 days now, has failed to provide tangible evidence to support his claims. Instead, he has relied on stories, accounts, and testimonies from individuals whose credibility remains extremely questionable. Remember that some of these people that he's talking to and getting this information from are people who have provably told some porkies, let's say. And, you know, we've got Eric Davis essentially claiming the very same things to the New York Times several years ago, never proving any of those claims. So this reliance on what I call wackadoos telling stories and on hearsay, it severely undermines the integrity of Grusch's claims and highlights the danger of accepting extraordinary claims without proper evidence and investigation. Now, as far as Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick and the Arrow report, I get it. Many of you have sent me messages like, do you really believe the government, Stephen? No. I'm aware that the government lies to us. However, so far, I can't find a single instance in which anybody can prove that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick or Arrow lied to the American public. But that hasn't stopped people from creating conspiracy theories claiming that Dr. Kirkpatrick and Arrow are all part of the cover-up, and that's why Dave Grusch wouldn't go and give his evidence. But, you know, the more that we scrutinize this entire thing, the worse Grusch and his supporters look. As far as Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, in responses to Grusch's extraordinary claims and the proliferation of unsubstantiated conspiracy theories, Dr. Kirkpatrick and Arrow released a comprehensive report challenging the validity of these assertions and challenging the validity of the stories that people were telling Dave Grusch. The Arrow report meticulously, and I thought beautifully, scrutinizes Grusch's claims and the testimonies provided by individuals who have allegedly encountered some form of extraterrestrial phenomenon, spaceships, or bodies. Through his rigorous analysis and investigation, Dr. Kirkpatrick and his team at Arrow debunk many of the myths perpetrated by Grusch and prove that Grusch is getting his evidence from people that we should not just trust because they say something. And this, of course, underscores the importance of evidence-based inquiry when evaluating extraordinary claims. And I believe there's some real dangers in this form of conspiracy thinking, because Grusch's propensity for embracing conspiracy thinking without seeing actual evidence, remember, he hasn't seen any of this stuff himself, it truly underscores the dangers inherent in such faith-based, evidence-free belief systems. By perpetrating unsubstantiated and unprovable claims and fostering a culture of distrust in authoritative institutions, individuals like Grusch are actually contributing to the erosion of rational discourse and critical thinking. The proliferation of conspiracy theories can have real-world consequences. We have covered this here. People have literally killed people close to them because they got too far down this rabbit hole of conspiracy and nonsense. Of course, this also fuels paranoia and undermines the public trust in real and legitimate sources of information. So we're at 318 days, friends, and Grusch has failed to provide any evidence of his claims. Despite the passage of almost a year since making his initial claims, David Grusch has yet to provide credible evidence to substantiate his assertions. This failure to produce any evidence casts doubt on all of his claims and calls into question Dave Grusch and his ability to discern when people are telling him the truth from when people are lying to him. In the absence of tangible or real evidence, Grusch's assertions remain nothing more than speculation or mythology, devoid of any empirical support. David Grusch's alleged extraterrestrial claims exemplify the dangers of embracing conspiracy theories without empirical evidence. Grusch, by relying on anecdotal accounts and secondhand stories and hearsay, Grusch fails to meet any standard of evidence-based inquiry essential for rational discourse. The rebuttal provided by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick and the Arrow report highlights the importance of critical scrutiny in evaluating these claims about alien spaceships and more. Moving forward, it's imperative that claims of extraterrestrial visitation be subjected to rigorous empirical investigation, free from the trappings of unsubstantiated conspiracy theories. So I truly believe that I know why Dave Grusch has done everything he can to evade and avoid going into Arrow and I apologize, friends. We're in a new studio here, and some bugs are still to be worked out. By the way, I just want to make a note. I got several pretty nasty messages because apparently, yeah, I'm human, and I made a mistake in last night's broadcast. For those unaware, you have to click end stream twice in order to end a stream. I clicked the end stream once. As I recall, I terribly had to go to the bathroom really bad. Didn't click it twice, and so there was a still image up for over an hour. I will fix that when I get a chance. I'm probably not going to fix it in the video that's already up from last night's broadcast, but I will fix it for the audio podcast because obviously an hour of silence is not good. And hey, listen, I apologize, but I do want to just say, we are a live show. You get it, warts and all. Sometimes technical problems happen. This happens all the time to other shows as well. So I apologize for that. But if you were so offended, like, you should see some of the comments I got. Like, oh my God, how could you make such an amateur hour mistake? And like, calm down. Okay, so back to Grusch. I believe that I know exactly why David Grusch has done everything he could to purposefully evade and avoid talking to Arrow. And that, my friends, is because remember that all these people are friends. All the people feeding Grusch this information, Eric Davis, Hal Puthoff, many others, they're all friends. They all know each other. And so some of the same people that were telling Grusch these stories decided to go and testify to Arrow. And Arrow essentially ripped their stories to shreds. Are we so naive that we don't believe or think that got back to Grusch? Why would he not avoid that office, who just destroyed all of the stories that he was told as being not true or not verifiable, right? I just don't, I don't understand why people, I get it, that people are making all kinds of excuses. Well, Grusch didn't trust Arrow, or Arrow doesn't have the authority to view some of the classified information. We're going to get into all of that. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And luckily, John from the Black Vault has provided us with a great roadmap that we can look through to see that this false narrative that we're being fed is not what it appears to be. Remember, one second here. I got to get this bigger. For those unaware, I'm visually impaired, so sometimes I have real trouble reading things. And we got to blow it up big, but I'm doing that right now. So let's get into the excuses. The excuses that the Grusch supporters give is that Dave Grusch can't give us evidence because the evidence is classified. That excuse falls apart because DOPSR, the Office of Pre-Publication of the Pentagon, cleared Dave Grusch to speak about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, alien crash retrieval programs. Therefore, none of that is classified. That excuse falls apart quickly. Then there was the urgent and credible lie. That was a shell game, like 3-Card Monte or the shell game that hustlers on the street, look here, don't look here. For months and months, people lied, including Ross Coulthard and Jeremy Corbell and others lied and said that the Intelligence Community Inspector General found David Grusch's claims urgent and credible. No, he didn't. Not his alien claims. No, he didn't. Not his spaceship claims. No, he didn't. See, the Office of the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community deems all complaints of retaliation or reprisals to be urgent and credible and worthy of investigation. These people are playing games with words in order to convince you that David Grusch's stories must be true because the Intelligence Community Inspector General found them urgent and credible. We detailed here, the Intelligence Community Inspector General is not now, nor did they ever investigate his alien claims, UFO claims, alien body claims, or any of that. And in fact, there's a public statement from the Intelligence Community Inspector General asserting that. They're only investigating his claims of waste, fraud, and abuse and reprisals. That's it. Full stop. So that excuse falls apart. Now we get another excuse in the form of, why won't David Grusch go to Arrow? Oh, Arrow doesn't have the appropriate ability to view or be given classified information. That is completely and totally false statement. And we have that here courtesy of John from the Black Vault, because from the Office of the Secretary of Defense, there's a letter which blows that excuse to shit. That is just a complete and total lie. Oh, I shared the wrong thing. See? 1 second. We'll get it here. We will get it. I have to share it from my image viewer to make it big enough for my half-blind self to read. That's weird. All right, it doesn't matter. I could share it. 1 second. I will share it. I will share my screen to Twitter, but I will be reading from my image here. And by the way, you should follow me on Twitter and follow John from the Black Vault at blackvault.com. So this letter is interesting because this letter comes from David W. Abba, who is the Major General, United States Air Force, and he's the director of the Department of Defense Special Access Program Central Office. So here's where it gets interesting. Representatives of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, are authorized to speak to persons and or conduct interviews of persons that currently have or previously had access to sensitive U.S. government information, activities, or materials. Individuals with current or previous access to unidentified aerial phenomenon-related information, which is subject to U.S. government non-disclosure agreement, are authorized to provide this otherwise protected information to AARO representatives. In other words, Grusch can go to AARO and tell them anything. They're authorized to hear and deal with anything, secret, classified, or otherwise. AARO personnel are authorized to receive this information pursuant to Section 1673 of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023. The provision of UAP-related information, which is subject to non-disclosure agreement to AARO personnel, constitutes an authorized disclosure if the information is provided and received for limited purposes of conducting AARO's assigned mission as specified. AARO representatives will conduct any conversation, interview, or disclosure of U.S. government-sensitive information by an individual only within appropriate secure spaces and handled in accordance with regulations applicable to the alleged classification level of potentially sensitive information discussed. That is, if the individual providing the information indicates that he/she believes the information to be shared is classified top secret, special access required, the AARO representatives will handle the information in accordance with such a level at intake and until the classification can be determined. 4, persons in contact with or interviewed by AARO representatives are advised that they are to continue safeguarding classified and sensitive information in accordance with U.S. law and the terms of any applicable non-disclosure agreement. An individual's authorized disclosure of sensitive information to AARO representatives, as outlined in this memorandum, in no way impacts that individual's responsibility to protect and safeguard classified information from unauthorized disclosure. So what we have here is a permission slip. We have a total permission slip here. We have a permission slip from the Department of Defense for people like Dave Grusch to be able, without consequence or prosecution or any retaliation, they're able to go to AARO and tell them virtually anything. So the excuses given by David Grusch for why he won't go to AARO, they all fall apart. We're at 318 days, and all we've gotten from Dave Grusch is excuses, obfuscation, manipulation, and I believe outright lies. Interesting that there's a permission slip right here. David Grusch or anybody else can go to AARO and talk about any classified program or special access program, even if they signed an NDA, even if it's classified, they can go to AARO and give them that information. And yet, David Grusch has done everything he can to evade and avoid going to AARO. And I believe it's exactly what I said. Now, I freely admit this is speculation, but imagine, let's place ourselves in the shoes of David Grusch. 40 people came to you, some of them high-ranking government people, and told you all of this information about aliens and alien crash retrievals and bodies recovered and alien spaceships in the possession of the United States government, or alien spaceships being back engineered, alien technology. Imagine being David Grusch, and 40 of those people came to you and told you all this stuff, and you essentially burned your career so that you could bring this information public or whatever, become a disclosure warrior. And then you found out that 30 of those 40 people already went to Arrow, and Arrow systematically debunked and picked apart all of their stories as not credible or not true. Would you want to go to Arrow with, what are you going to go with? The remaining 10 people that told you fairy tales? So it's no surprise that David Grusch has done everything he could. And I'm hesitant to say this, but I will. I have a source that has been correct about everything that they have told me. A great many of some of our coverage was tipped off to me by this source. And this source essentially told me that word got back to David Grusch and the people that I suppose Stephen Greenstreet calls the spooky hustlers. Word got back. Once Arrow started interviewing all these people and debunking their fake stories, word got back to that group of spooky hustlers, as Stephen Greenstreet described them. The same group of people that sold us the Skinwalker scam, the Hal Putoffs, the Eric Davis, the Christopher Mellons, the Lou Elizondos, the Jeremy Corbells and George Knapps, and these interviews that Arrow were conducting were intense with some of these people, and they systematically went through their claims and proved most of them to be false or misidentifications, or they got it wrong, they misinterpreted. Somebody, for example, like I said before, somebody touched the shell of an F-117 Nighthawk. Somehow that got turned into he touched the shell of an alien spaceship. So once Arrow started going through the claims of some of the very same people that made these claims to David Grusch and destroying them, ripping them apart, word got back to the spooky hustlers that these guys at Arrow, if you go in there, they want evidence, right? And so it's no surprise to me that suddenly Arrow became vilified. Suddenly Arrow was the bad guy. Why? Because they want you to actually back up what you're claiming. They're the bad guy because they expect people making extraordinary claims to have some kind of proof. I don't think they're the bad guy here. I really don't. And by and large, yes, I don't trust the government and what they tell me to be truthful, but I've seen no reason to disbelieve. And in fact, we've seen more and more reasons to trust Kirkpatrick and Arrow. They've not been caught selling fake alien UFO stories, but yet all of these spooky hustlers have. And that is extremely problematic. It's not a good day to be in a UFO cult today. And by the way, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. A lie requires your participation. The truth doesn't require you to participate. So what we have here in the form of some of these Grusch supporters is just unhinged lunacy. We're at 318 days and there's no evidence. But there is evidence that all the people that gave David Grusch this information are wackadoos that have no evidence of their claims. So, I just don't know what to say. We're going to get into the Black Vault story, which I think really, really puts another nail in the coffin of this evidence-free, almost 1 year long story. Fantastical stories of aliens and crash retrievals and bodies. However, no evidence, right? Isn't that a problem that we're at almost a year? And I have people telling me, well, just because you can't see the evidence, Stephen, doesn't mean that there's no evidence. Come on, man. How long, and I'm serious here, like, how long are these excuses for David Grusch not showing any evidence of his claims? How long are these excuses going to last? Are we going to get another year of people beating this dead Grusch story, right? And of course, there's already people trying to spin these FOIA documents as some kind of a win. This is not a win. And also, by the way, we want to make sure we put on the record that Jeremy Corbell lied to everybody, claiming that the emails will prove that Dave Grusch reached out and tried to give his evidence. No. We're going to show you the timeline, Jeremy Corbell, you scumbag liar. And that's another. Isn't that a red flag that scumbag liar Jeremy Corbell is selling this story? That should be a red flag to anybody familiar with Corbell's abysmal track record of being caught selling completely and totally fake stories. But hey, and by the way, we reached out for comment about all the lies, apparently, and these FOIA documents. No, we didn't. But Cosmic Judas did. And for once, I'm happy to report, sometimes Jeremy Corbell can get it right. So he finally got it right for once, friends.
I think it's fair to say that we have entered a new era, a troubling new era.
David Grusch is a piece of dog shit. David Grusch is a liar, and he's lying to the American public.
Go for it.
Yeah, be myself, you always say, right? Total fucking horse shit. And David Grusch is a piece of dog shit. There was literally nothing scientific about it, nor was it American.
He finally got it right. So, for those unaware, there has been this false narrative that Grusch and his supporters have put out that, he wanted to give his evidence to Arrow and all this stuff. No, he's done everything he could to make excuses, evade, and avoid Arrow. Instead, claiming that he's giving his evidence to congressional staffers or to members of Congress. And yeah, he did give some kind of 11-hour testimony in which congressional staffers walked away saying that he was not a credible witness. So who knows? But the situation that Grusch is in is that he's done everything he could to avoid the office whose job it is to investigate his claims. He's made excuses. Oh, you guys don't have the clearance. We've shown you that letter. They're cleared to hear anything. Grusch refused to go to them, right? And boy, what an incredible development in this story, thanks to John from the Black Vault. Shout out to John from the Black Vault, because this, I think this should bring some clarity. I really am curious about some of you Grusch believers, and really no harm, no foul. Like, can't we talk about this? Like, and have a respectful conversation? But how do you guys think that you're getting the truth out of people that keep getting caught lying, right? And keep getting caught selling fake stories? How are you getting disclosure or the truth from people who are proven liars? I don't understand. So, by John Greenwald, FOIA documents reveal Arrow's authorized and repeated attempts to engage with David Grusch. And so, for those unaware, Kirkpatrick made a statement. He made a statement that none of the so-called whistleblowers, and he said he reached out to them, would come in and show their evidence to his office. And people called him a liar for that. Well, this great piece by John from the Black Vault proves that Sean Kirkpatrick was telling the truth. The All-Domain Resolution Office, Arrow, tasked to investigate unidentified anomalous phenomenon, made numerous attempts to interview UFO whistleblower David Grusch regarding his claims of U.S. government engagement with extraterrestrial materials and technologies. These new documents were just released to the Black Vault in FOIA case 24-F-0266, which was filed November 2nd, 2023. And they outline not only the timeline of events to contact Grusch, but numerous text messages and emails. The following is an overview and brief timeline as explained in January 8th, 2024 Memorandum for Record, which was one of the documents released in the case. The All-Domain Resolution Office, Arrow, extended multiple invitations to Mr. David Grusch for the purpose of conducting an oral history interview in support of the congressionally directed historical record report. invitations, both direct and through intermediaries, to interview Mr. Grusch regarding his claimed knowledge of U.S. government's possession of extraterrestrial material and reverse engineering programs were met with negative results. And then they list the attempts made. And here's a timeline. So this does not look good for David Grusch or any of the supporters for David Grusch. And like I said, all we get is excuses from the Grusch camp. All of your excuses fall apart. He was invited several times here. He even scheduled a meeting to be interviewed, and then he no-showed like a coward, right? It's incredible to me. So June 8th, initial contact was made with known associates of Grusch, including Christopher Mellon, who we know is basically the gatekeeper to Grusch. If you want to speak to Grusch, you have to go through Christopher Mellon of the Mellon banking family. Nothing suspicious about that at all, right? Urging them to have him speak with Arrow. These efforts were clarified during dialogues between Arrow's director and individuals close to Grusch. June 26th, Arrow staff reached out directly for Grusch's contact details and extended an interview invitation, which Grusch declined. June 28th. Now remember, this is right after he came out with all of his claims. Arrow was right on top of it saying, give us your contact information. We'd like to interview you about your claims. What did Grusch do? He ran from the office in the government who was tasked with investigating the very claims he was making. June 28th, 2023, after Grusch's congressional testimony, Arrow sought any verifiable information he might have shared with Congress. June 27th, 2023, further attempts to arrange an interview through another associate of Grusch who was meeting him the following day. October 6th, a secure call was made to encourage Grusch to participate in a formal interview. November 10th, Grusch agreed to be, now remember, this secure call was made to encourage Grusch to participate in a formal interview. And October 23rd, he said he got no emails and no phone calls from Arrow or Kirkpatrick. Grusch agreed to be interviewed on November 14th after congressional staff urged his cooperation. That was on November 10th. On November 14th, Grusch failed to appear at the scheduled interview, expressing doubts about Arrow's authorization to handle classified information. There's another lie that falls apart. David Grusch has continually ran away from any question he didn't want to answer, saying, oh, I could only answer that in a SCIF or, environment that's safe to release classified information. Arrow offered him a SCIF. He declined. November 19th, Arrow contacted Grusch again, reiterating their authorization and inviting him to discuss his claims, which he declined. So who's the bad guy here? Arrow keeps contacting him, both through his handlers and intermediaries and directly once they got his contact information, and they keep asking him for an interview or for him to show them his so-called evidence. Maybe he has no evidence. Maybe that's why he's running from an office that is tasked with asking for evidence. November 8th, Arrow contacted Grusch again, reiterating their authorization and inviting him to discuss his claims, which he declined. January 8th, Arrow provided additional documentation to address Grusch's concerns about confidentiality and classification handling, maintaining a standing invitation for an interview. And here, there's an email sent by, I suppose, Kirkpatrick or one of the representatives of Arrow who was going to a meeting with David Grusch. And it says, I've been waiting in the lobby for over 30 minutes. Are you showing up? As noted, John says in the above email, who released the records, there was a scheduled meeting with Grusch after he finally agreed to meet. However, he never showed up and seemingly even left them waiting in the lobby at the agreed meeting time and location. He says, thank you. I apologize for the confusion this morning about my whereabouts. I should have been more clear in my email on Monday. Grusch later apologized in an email, but alluded to his no-show being tied to what he felt were unanswered questions. So again, with the excuses, all we're getting from David Grusch is excuses. This is a whistleblower. Here's his chance to blow the whistle. Hey, we've got a letter from the Department of Defense, essentially a permission slip. Plus, you're going through the whistleblower process in the NDAA. You've got all the protection in the world to blow that whistle, David Grusch. What did he do? He evaded. He ran from this office that he should have been spilling the beans to. After the timeline was outlined, the memorandum ended with, during interactions between Arrow and Mr. Grusch from November 2023 to January 2024, it became evident that Mr. Grusch had no intention of providing Arrow with information regarding his claims. Why would you call yourself a whistleblower and then refuse to blow the whistle to the agency who is tasked with investigating the very claims that you are making? Could it be that you have no evidence? Maybe that's it. But the memorandum outlining the timeline of contact attempts was not the full extent of the release. Numerous emails and text message exchanges were provided to support the above timeline. One example of the later were text message exchanges between Christopher Mellon, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, and Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of Arrow at the time they were written, on an encrypted text message system known as Signal. It's funny, these intelligence guys. I think it's interesting that they're communicating through Signal. And I also think it's interesting that Mellon probably never thought that these messages would ever get out. These messages reveal Mellon attempting to mediate between Grusch and Arrow to clarify misunderstandings about Arrow's legal capacities. Mellon's texts are in gray, white, and Kirkpatrick is in blue, white. I spoke with Dave, and his first question was, why hadn't I got all the info from the ICIG? It's there and fully documented to include confirmation of the program is real and active, cleared insiders. And Kirkpatrick says the Department of Justice has to release it since it's part of a criminal investigation. They haven't yet. He needs to come tell us separate from his criminal complaint. And then Mellon says he obviously doesn't have to do that. And he even said, how do I know Sean is not the target of the ongoing criminal investigation? However, that being said, explained your request regarding having his attorney contact and suggested he do so to show full cooperation. He said that if you can provide OGC's contact info, he'll pass it on to his attorney. By the way, he also said his claim about contacting you dates to a conversation the two of you had many months ago on a Tandberg system, and that you didn't follow up after the call. I'm not trying to adjudicate that issue, just telling you what he said. Apparently, that is what his statement was relating to. So if you could provide OGC email or phone number, I'll get that to Dave right away, and hopefully his attorney will promptly contact OGC. And Kirkpatrick says all of that is both absurd and false. I have had a conversation with him for years. If he wants this brought out and investigated, then yes, obviously, he does have to. His continued refusal to speak to us only hurts his case. I've contacted Congressional OGC to reach out to him so they can explain the law. Haven't had a conversation for years. Through Mellon, writes John from the Black Vault, Grusch was asking why Arrow just did not get all their information from the Inspector General's office. As Kirkpatrick then explained, due to the criminal investigation aspect of the material, they would not have access to it until the intelligence community decided to release it. However, Kirkpatrick explained that Grusch still was able to give his testimony and evidence to Arrow directly outside of the criminal investigation. Kirkpatrick labels Grusch's assertions in Mellon's response to him as absurd and false during the exchange. So this is really interesting. Another exchange showed how Kirkpatrick told Mellon he was defending and adjudicating, and Mellon was undermining the very organization he purported to help establish for this purpose. Mellon's response was that he never claimed Grusch's claims were accurate. Isn't that interesting? Mellon never claimed that Grusch's claims were accurate, but he felt Grusch was sincere and credible. His full response is above. Note, the message appears to have been cut off. An appeal has been filed for the rest of it under read more link shown in this screenshot. Good for John. He's even going after trying to get more on this. The exchange's release began on June 11th and lasted until June 13th. Another exchange was at an unknown date, relaying Arrow's position that, quote, by law, Arrow may receive all UAP-related information, including any classified national security information involving military, intelligence, and intelligence-related activities at all levels of classification, regardless of any restrictive access controls, special access programs, or compartmentalized access programs. So what we essentially have here is David Grusch is making excuses for why he can't give his evidence to Arrow. And Arrow, to their credit, is calling his bluff, saying they have the legal authority to hear anything, regardless of a classified, top secret, special access program. We have permission to hear anything. You have a permission slip issued from the Department of Defense to tell us anything, classified or otherwise, and there'll be no, concerns over that. So, but what we get is excuses. That's what we get, excuses. Mellon agreed to pass that on to Grusch's attorney. Then he stated he would seek to avoid further communication unless it is something that seems extraordinary, or if likely, Kirkpatrick initiate no further communication between Mellon and Kirkpatrick was released. And then John talks about the document which we shared with you earlier. This is the document that is a complete and total permission slip. Yeah, isn't this interesting? Right? Here's another document. This is a document about his FOIA request, so I apologize. Yeah, and this is the memorandum that shows all of these attempts that Arrow made to get David Grusch to come in and show them his evidence. Great. So what we have is a man that has no evidence. There can be no other explanation. The excuses fall apart. The Department of Defense literally gives him a permission slip, and he's still making excuses for why he can't talk to Arrow. Maybe he can't talk to Arrow because he knows that Arrow is going to call his bluff, and evidence-free stories may cut it on News Nation, but they're not going to cut it with real investigators. And Arrow was busting to shit all of Grusch's so-called whistleblowers before him. Not a coincidence that Grusch refused, evaded every attempt that Arrow made for him to show his evidence. This is not looking good. Not a good day to be a UFO cult member. You're going to have to do an awful lot of mental gymnastics, but don't worry, people are still making excuses, right? And I was just blocked by one of those people. Thanks, you asshole. I was going to share your tweet and everything. Somebody earlier was making all kinds of claims, and then now they blocked me on Twitter, right? You got to love it. Run. Debunkers beware. How about believers beware? We have facts and evidence on our side, and you have excuses and stories without any empirical evidence whatsoever. So no surprise to me that person blocked me. I wanted to share this as well because Christopher Mellon responded to John from the Black Vault's piece. He says, I don't give out people's contact info without their consent, but I told Sean I would be happy to convey his request to Dave. My recollection is that Dave was going to consult his attorney and proceed from there. Dave has an excellent attorney, so if he would, and here comes more excuses. Here comes more excuses, losers. So if he was advised by counsel not to meet with Arrow or others, I certainly don't blame him. So now you're going to blame the lawyer? I was not in a position to judge the legal arguments and issues involving conflicting intelligence community, Inspector General, Department of Justice, and Arrow jurisdiction and claims. I was simply trying to facilitate communications in the hopes of helping the congressionally mandated investigation. Yeah. People are still claiming they're not cleared to hear what he has to say. Look at this. This person just said, that's about what I thought. They probably are not cleared to hear what he has to say. No, you dummies. Arrow is cleared to hear everything and anything. Those excuses fall apart. Now, Christopher Mellon, doesn't he have another techno scam to run or something? Didn't he have enough money from the Mellon banking family? Why was he involved in a techno scam promising people spaceships and standing up in front of balloons claiming they're alien spaceships, right? Oh, you got to love it. And it has been revealed that Christopher Mellon is essentially David Grusch's handler. David Grusch is not allowed to give an interview unless Christopher Mellon says so. So Arrow essentially goes to his handler and says, we want to talk to him. Oh, I can't give out his contact information. You can't ask Dave Grusch if he can give it to Arrow? And wouldn't a whistleblower want his contact information to be given to the office in the government that is here to investigate it? Like, none of this makes any sense. It's just so childish and stupid, right? I always equate it to this. This is exactly like a child, a 5-year-old child on a playground going, I got a laser gun, guys. And the other children on the playground said, great, show us the laser gun. And then the 5-year-old makes up some ridiculous excuses for why he can't show the laser gun he claims to have. That's how childish and stupid all of this is. Now, earlier, I do want to clear up some confusion in fairness to Mr. Grusch, because immediately when these documents were released, people started saying that David Grusch lied in public statements. And I'm going to share my screen. We can see from the timeline that technically he didn't lie. Here's News Nation. But here's the thing. So on October 23rd, David Grusch claims that he never got any emails or phone calls from Arrow, even though there's a secure call on October 6th. Okay. But see, this is where I think the manipulation comes in, right? Well, technically, he only went to my handler, Christopher Mellon, and reached out to other people close to me. Sean Kirkpatrick only went to my friends. I didn't get a direct call or email from him. So now I can call him a liar. When David Grusch made this statement, he knew that Sean Kirkpatrick and the Arrow office were reaching out to his handlers and friends and people close to him, asking for his contact info, asking to have them tell him to contact their office, asking him to come in for an interview. We've seen the timeline, but now David Grusch is going to call Kirkpatrick a liar for saying that he reached out to contact Dave Grusch.
There's sort of this sense among some whistleblowers, Grusch included, that, you know, Arrow is trying to sort of cover up what happened. And this quote here is interesting. Basically, Dr. Kirkpatrick today said that he had tried reaching out to UFO whistleblower David Grusch several times to talk to him recently and didn't get a response. David Grusch sent me that text message and said, I have 0 emails or calls from them. That is a lie. So David Grusch says, despite what the director said in the briefing, that has not happened. There's sort of this sense among some whistleblowers.
Oops, sorry. So isn't that interesting? Dave Grusch is aware that when Kirkpatrick makes a statement that he's trying to contact Dave Grusch and have him come in for an interview, Dave Grusch, I think that's a lie. People can argue with me. Well, technically, he didn't get the first email from Kirkpatrick until after he made that statement. He knew that Arrow was contacting Christopher Mellon back in June, trying to get him to come in. And he's going to say, oh, let's figure out how we can call Kirkpatrick a liar and technically not be lying ourselves. All right, so he reached out to all my friends, right? And my handler, who decides who I'm allowed to talk to or not, Christopher Mellon, right? And they started calling my friends and asking for my contact info as far back as June, but it's October 23rd, and technically I haven't gotten an actual phone call from Kirkpatrick. Technically, since my handler wouldn't give my contact information to Kirkpatrick and Arrow, technically I haven't gotten an email. Technically, I haven't gotten a phone call. So I'll just call Kirkpatrick a liar when he says that he's been trying to contact me. What do we think? Did Grusch lie here? Or is this a careful manipulation of available data in order to disparage one of your critics? Interestingly, also in these exchanges, these text messages, There's some mention that there is bad blood between Kirkpatrick and Grusch that goes back to 2015. That's interesting. We're going to take a moment to thank some kind and generous benefactors here. We want to thank BB Phil for a kind and generous £2.49, who says, yeah, I think Grusch isn't a passive pawn anymore. Well, I can't say that I disagree with you. I still think that Mr. Grusch was manipulated by these spooky hustlers who've been selling the same evidence-free fake stories with no evidence for decades now. And he's been manipulated by them so that they can continue their false narrative, faith-based belief system that relies on no evidence, just stories. But thank you for your kindness, and of course for helping us to...
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Right, we've got another kind and generous benefactor, Thomas Robinson, with a kind and generous £1.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. We read every single super chat, every show. We thank everybody sending a PayPal pledge. Instructions to do that are in the description of the video. So I just am, sort of blown away by this. And, the situation with Dave Grusch saying, I have 0 emails or calls from them, that is a lie. Well, when he got that first email, shouldn't he have went back to News Nation and said, oh, okay, they did try to contact me through my friends, and now I've gotten an email from them. So Kirkpatrick was telling the truth when he said that he's been trying to contact me. No, of course not, because these people never admit when they get caught in lies. Never admit it. That's the first rule of the UFO grift. Never admit it. When you get caught lying or selling a fake story, blame the men in black, right? So I believe that this David Grusch story is the biggest bluff in UFO and alien history. This has been a year-long bluff. Oh, no, the government definitely has alien bodies. Great, show us the evidence. Well, I can't. All they've given us is excuses for almost a year now. It all falls apart. Yes, Swink McLeod says it's a careful manipulation of wording. I believe that is 100% true. Yes, Garaji says the same thing. This is how the UFO scam works. They carefully manipulate available data. Garaji, careful manipulation of available data. Yeah. Yeah, and Chuck Bam mentions a book and a movie deal, right? Of course. Look at how Travis Walton benefited from his UFO tales. When is Corbell going to make a Grusch documentary? So we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. I don't have very much more to share with you, except to sort of try to bookend things here. What I will say is that from the beginning of this story, all people critical of the story have done is ask for evidence. And at every turn, what we've gotten is excuses, obfuscation, and basically deceptions and lies for why there's no evidence. Is it so crazy to say if you're going to stand up in front of Congress and claim that the government has alien spacecraft and alien bodies, you show your cards? So interesting that I think the government is so sick of some of these conspiracy people that they finally decided we're going to start calling the bluff on these people. Do whatever you have to do, investigate their claims, rip apart the falsehoods and report that back to the American people. And by the way, they did that in the first Arrow historical report. And I've been told by a great source that the next one is going to be even more damaged. The next Arrow report is going to be even more damaging to these so-called spooky hustlers who sell these evidence-free stories. And let's also take a moment to recognize, understand, and realize that since Dave Grusch came out with his original claims, all of his UFO buddies have made collectively hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars from his evidence-free stories. Is that not a problem? Does anybody not look upon people making hundreds of thousands of dollars from evidence-free stories and think maybe they have a motive to push these false narratives, right? And look at the careful manipulation of wording and data to essentially sell us this lie. oh, the intelligence community inspector general found his claims to be urgent and credible. That was a lie. They were manipulating things. He said urgent and credible about his complaints of waste, fraud, abuse, and perhaps reprisal. Let's take that and just apply it to Dave Grusch's alien claims so people think that the stories are true. This has been a masterful grift, in my opinion. The fact that these clowns, these UFO clowns like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and Ross Coulthart, all of which have been caught selling completely and totally fake alien and UFO stories before, were able to get this idiot up onto the stage of Congress to tell these stories so that they could profit. It is one of the best UFO grifts I have ever seen. The fact that they were able to keep this shit show fake story with no evidence going for almost a year now, it's truly impressive. It's award worthy. We want to thank High Speed Chase. Which Teletubby do you think David Grusch looks like? I think he looks like the one with the tree on his head. I think he looks like the baby, the son, because he's bald. Remember? I remember Teletubbies because I had children around the time that Teletubbies was very popular. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, High Speed Chase, and thanks for being a member.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, we've got another kind and generous benefactor. Go Kick Rocks 88. You're killing it. Keep at it. Good discussion for your Space Monday. Let's see what the aftermath is over the weekend. Yeah, I would show a graphic, but I'm not allowed. You gotta love women, ladies and gentlemen. So, for those unaware, everybody's been asking me to do spaces, and because of my vision situation, I've said yesterday, and I mean this, I have a hard enough time running this show on a big computer screen. I really tried, and I just couldn't. I can't work that tiny phone screen to run the spaces myself. So I knew that Jess knows a great deal about spaces. She's always in them. She's run some, So I reached out to her for help and said, how about you run the spaces and co-host it with me? And she said, great. So I said, great. Send me a picture so that I'll make a graphic for this. She sends me a picture. I said, okay, I'm going to use this picture. Okay. And she says, yes. I made the graphic, then she changed her mind. And I'm not allowed to show the graphic until I change her picture. Goddamn woman. Right? Yeah, that's a woman for you. How can I make this man's life harder? I'm just busting your balls. I'm looking forward to these spaces. So for those unaware, every Monday night at 9 p.m., I'm going to do a Twitter Spaces, and we're going to try to broadcast it here, even if it's janky. The only way that I have found to do that so far is to just put my phone right in front of the microphone and put it on speakerphone. I don't know if that's going to work, but we're going to try to kill two birds with one stone and both do a space, which will be co-hosted by Go Kick Rocks 88 here, Jess, and also we're going to broadcast it to our distribution platform and our audio podcast platform. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us, Jess.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Yeah, so, and I also think that, it'll be good to have additional co-hosts. I never had a co-host before. Jess is going to do that. And really, to be very honest, I couldn't do it without somebody like Jess pushing the buttons for me. I just can't work the tiny phone screen. And by the way, I have a big honking Android phone. It's one of the bigger Android screens. I still can't work this shit, So I think it'll be good if we, Jess will do the button pushing and focus, and I can just focus on the listening and responding to people in the spaces. Chuck Bam says, use this one. Yes, post it. Yeah. No, you can't. You can't use that one. This is a true statement. Garaji says, every single great man that has ever come along had a little woman always telling him he's wrong. Kinky Friedman. That's the truth. Stephanie from the Willows is here. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. I tried to sit on your space, but it was too woo for me. I had to get out of it. It was just a little too woo. Stephanie used to do, we used to have tarot card readings here once in a while from Stephanie. She's running spaces now. Johnny Depp is the first man ever to win an argument with a woman. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think it was last night or maybe the night before. I don't know. One of those spaces. I was listening. William Runner, we need to all chip in and get Stephen a better Wi-Fi connection. Why? I don't think there's anything wrong with the Wi-Fi here. I just ran. I just used a better Wi-Fi adapter on this PC. I'm getting 80 megabits per second download. Hold on, I'm running a speed test right now. 80 megabit a second download. Oh, wow, that's weird. Yeah, the upload speed is not very good tonight. Wow, yesterday it was like 50, now it's like 20. So I don't know what's going on with that. I apologize if there's any technical issues. Nolan looks like a Teletubby after being waxed. Well, that's pretty gross. Dime Bar says, Congress report on Grusch. Grusch is the equivalent of thrush at an orgy. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, Garaji says, it's almost like all the grifters conspired and planned in advance. I believe that they... Oh, yeah, and there's another thing that I want to put on the record here. Does anybody remember before Grusch even came out, we had people like Eric Davis and other wackadoos saying, oh, next year is going to be a big year because this whistleblower is coming forward and he's going to name the program names. He's going to give the locations where the alien spaceships are being stored and back engineered. He's going to name the people in the crash retrieval programs. Inevitably, these UFO con artists, grifter scammers always overpromise and underdeliver. What we were promised is that a whistleblower was going to come forward and again name names, name the program names, show the locations where the alien spaceships are being stored or whatever. That's what we were promised, right? What do we get? We get Grusch making excuses for why he can't do those things that everybody said he was going to. The office at Arrow is authorized to hear all of that. If that information is real, he can go to them and tell them program names. He could go to them and tell them locations where the alien spaceships are. He could tell them where they got the bodies in the freezers. But he won't. Or he can't. What we get is excuses. He can, he won't. Isn't that interesting? That Mr. Grusch touted as being the person to name all these programs and all of this. No, what happened is that the UFO con squad, as is usually the case, they overpromised. And when you overpromise, you inevitably underdeliver. And that leads to the big letdown. So suck that nothing burger, true believers. And by the way, I have, just let's put something else on the record here and let me be clear. I have no problem with people who disagree with me or believe that these things are all true and real. I guess I just have a problem with the zealots who refuse, when shown evidence like this so-called whistleblower, instead of blowing the whistle where he's appropriately supposed to do it, is running like hell away from the office that he's supposed to do that with. I don't get people ignoring that evidence. Spooky with the kind and generous $2 says, here, take some Grusch money. I could use some Grusch money. Yes, thank you. It's like hush money, but different. Thank you, Spooky, for a kind and generous £2 and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
But you shouldn't do that because I think I owe you $10 or something. Oh, the thumbnail. Yeah, good. Thanks for reminding me. So for those unaware, I have long been talking about the dangers of some of these stories and storytellers. People think it's all harmless fun. That is until somebody stabs their father to death on a Twitter live stream because they got too far down the alien and UFO rabbit hole. So we have this series of stories. It's a whole series now. It's called Murder in UFO Land. And I'm happy to say, first of all, let me just make sure that I say this. I love and hate this Murder in UFO Land series. It's so difficult. in order to get this story, I had to get the original interrogation tapes of the murderer because I wanted to broadcast them on our broadcast. Anyway, these stories take forever to put together, but I'm happy to say that episode 3, part 3 of Murder in UFO Land will be here. It's probably going to be the next show that we do, which is next week. Sherry Shriner and the Reptilian Apocalypse Cult. This is another one of those times, friends, when somebody got too far down the UFO and alien rabbit hole and ended up murdering someone. This, of course, is a problem. And this series, Murder in UFO Land, I think really we're doing a public service by highlighting there's real dangers in these. You know, people think, like I said, oh, it's just harmless fun, aliens, UFOs. No, it's not harmless. People have been murdered over people selling false conspiracy theories and evidence-free, fantasies about aliens and UFOs. So next week, and by the way, thanks, Spooky. I had Spooky do the thumbnail because we're going to have a playlist on our YouTube channel. And if I do a shoddy thumbnail after the first 2 were the good thumbnails from Spooky, it's going to look weird. So my thanks to Spooky who did that so that things will match. I guess and I'm producing 2 more episodes. We'll at least have 5 parts in this series. Very proud of this series because of the level of research and work that needs to be done to generate these. This is not just sharing a few things from Twitter or talking over somebody's video. I had to get the original interview tapes of this woman who murdered her boyfriend and the interrogation tapes. So we have to file for those with the police in Mount Pocono. And interestingly, this story took place just 10 miles from my cabin in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania. This occurred in a place called Mount Pocono, which is the town right next to the town that my cabin is in. So interesting. And I did go there. I went to some local bars and sort of asked around if anybody knew this woman or could tell me anything about that murder. And I didn't get anywhere with that. But I don't regret putting boots on the ground and trying to get some of that. So next week, we will certainly be putting forth part 3 of our Murder in UFO Land series. We want to thank William Runner with a kind and generous $20 super chat. Very, very generous and kind of you. Thank you, longtime show supporter, William Runner, who says, thanks for your hard work and excellent content dealing with these grifters. Yeah, thank you for your kindness, generosity. William Runner has been a longtime show supporter. Thank you so much for appreciating us. We certainly appreciate you, especially when you're helping us too.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Yes, my friends, we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Before I forget, I'm going to check in with the PayPal pledges. For those unaware, besides the super chats, which we read every single one, every single night, you can also send a PayPal pledge and give us some support that way. And I encourage people, especially if you're going to send a big, donation, like 50 or $100, send it through PayPal because they only take a couple percent. And YouTube, unfortunately, for the super chats, charges 30%. It's quite a vic to be paying. We want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $100 PayPal pledge, who says, I have really enjoyed some of the latest shows. Can't wait to see more. Keep it up, Stephen. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Very kind. Maria is a longtime show supporter, always throwing a couple of bucks in our PayPal. We want to take a moment to thank you, kind and generous benefactors on Patreon or on that are YouTube channel members. By the way, be sure to subscribe if you haven't already, because people keep buying gifting memberships. And for those unaware, if you are subscribed but not yet a member and somebody gifts memberships, YouTube randomly distributes those gifted memberships to people who are subscribers but not yet members. And for those unaware, our Patreon is as little as $1 a month. You set whatever amount you want. And the YouTube channel membership is $5 a month. You get a couple extra goodies. I hate putting things behind a paywall. By the way, it's been a while since I've said this. All of my content is now and will forever be free. If you can't afford the $1 or the $5, just drop me an email at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I maintain a list of people. And listen, you don't need to tell me your life story or anything personal. Just say, hey, add me to the freebie list or whatever. Hey, I'm having a tough time. I'd like the extra goodies. And then I take your email address, and every time I post to Patreon or to the YouTube channel member section, I send it to this list of people that are having a tough time. I know the economy is terrible right now, which is why I'm begging on the internet. Brother, can you spare $1, right? But if you can't, I want you to know I would never withhold anything from somebody because they didn't give me $1, right? I feel like that. Everybody's ever see that movie Better Off Dead? It was one of my favorite movies growing up. And the paper boy, $2. I want my $2. Like, I don't want to be so greedy. So if you're having a tough time, it's not an issue. Just send me an email. And we have one final praise to cash thank you to all of our kind and generous benefactors, you super chatters, you Patreon supporters, you YouTube channel members, you PayPal pledgers, you Twitch subscribers, anybody supporting us. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, I've got a little more time to share with you guys, so we'll take comments and questions. Comments and questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. It really, really does help. Wise Monkey, yes, I would tend to agree with you. That guy could spin anything. Grusch could murder somebody tomorrow, God forbid, and that guy Merrick could spin it as a good thing for disclosure somehow. Wise Monkey says, "Who is annoying you the most at the moment, UFO land?" Merrick is at the top of my leaderboard at the moment. Yeah, I gotta say, he really is, right? He really, that the spin, for those unaware, the true believers are out there and Grusch supporters are out there trying to spin these documents as somehow good news for David Grusch and the disclosure narrative. That's false. No, it isn't good news. And Merrick is a garbage peddler. NCC is asking, how many latex masks do you own? Well, you better hope my wife's not watching this. Probably hundreds. I've got some chests full of some that I haven't used that I made a long time ago in my shed at the cabin. Like, that's where I hide my really, that's where I hide them. But I've got more than 100 here. I don't know. I've got boxes and boxes and boxes. I've got creature masks. I've got masks I've made to do some of these characters on the show. I don't know. I've always been interested in masks and making masks since I was a child and sort of special effects. But I'm so, old school. I really don't like CGI. You know what I liked back when they made monsters? They looked better. CGI looks like CGI. It looks like a cartoon to me. I'm sure it will improve and it's getting better. But I like practical effects like masks. But thank you for the question. So any more questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I had a really funny musical guest. And now, of course, I can't find. Oh, yeah, here. I forgot to. I want somebody to tell me the story behind this song. For those unaware, our musical guest tonight is a funny song from the Sticky Sweethearts called I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again. And I tried, of course, I didn't, to be fair, I did not try very hard. But I tried to figure out, like, where did that song, is that really a real vinyl? A record that somebody made? I glued my balls to my butthole again. Like, that's crazy, especially if it's as period correct as it sounds. I don't really get it. Oh man, 1 second here. Let me load that up. I haven't added it to my stream deck here. So Yeah, I don't know. Maybe sometimes I find something weird on the internet that just amuses me way much more than it should, you know? And this is one of those times. And we used to have a musical guest for every show. And I would get like underground bands and stuff to give me permission to play their videos or play their music and make a video, quick video, so that I could share their songs. This one is a little different and bizarre. If anybody knows the story behind this song, and if this is just a spoof or if this is a real album, if this really was pressed to vinyl, I would be impressed. And again, it's called I Glued My Balls to My Butthole Again. So the show's not over. We're just going to do this musical guest so I can take a quick break. Then I'm going to take comments and questions from the live chat. I'll be right back, friends. Enjoy our musical guest. This one's truly bizarre. I got my ball. Well, that one's something else. I'm assuming that that is a spoof that somebody made in more modern times, because I doubt that the F-bomb would have been allowed to be pressed to vinyl back in the 50s or 60s, but what do you know? Stormcrow says, can't take a dump, it's quite catchy. Yeah, and somebody else said, again, as if you do that once and you still do it again. Chuck Bam says, parody song. Yeah, I'm sure that it is. But if anybody knows the story behind it, be sure to email me. JD with an interesting point. Greenwald article says on June 28th, 2023, Arrow tried contacting Grusch about his testimony to Congress, yet he didn't testify until July 26th. Why this inaccuracy? Well, it was announced a month prior that he would be testifying before Congress, and they scheduled the hearing. So I've had several people ask me this, and I could be incorrect here. I'm just putting that out there. But my understanding is that as soon as it was announced that Grusch would be testifying before Congress, that Arrow contacted Grusch about his testimony to Congress. That's my understanding. Everybody is free to correct me if I am wrong. If I have a chance, maybe I'll send an email to John from the Black Vault and ask for his thoughts, because that is, that's definitely a problem, right? Did he say shame on glue? Says Talmud. Thanks for being a member. Yeah, I thought I heard shame on Lou. Maybe. Anyway, shame on glue. Yeah. Yes. So comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Talmud says instant classic. Yes, definitely. Wise Monkey says only one strike reported at an air base in Iran. Oh, that's interesting. Is the war drum still being beaten here? You know, every day I just pray for peace. I hope people will put their weapons down and try to negotiate some solution. Stormcrow says Iran's semi-official Fars news agency has reported explosions in Isfahan province. I think I said that correct, right? Yeah, so I guess the war rages on. You know, it's tit for tat. You know, apparently Israel attacked some Iranian generals and killed them in Damascus at their consulate. So then Iran fired back with all those missiles and drones strikes that was wildly ineffectual. And I suppose, last I heard, Israel claimed that they would retaliate against Iran for that attack at a time of their choosing. Oh, geez, God. Yeah, so that the war in the Middle East is escalating. According to Spooky, Israel just bombed targets in 3 countries. Well, that's wild. Yeah, shame on Blue. Yeah, I don't know. I just pray for peace. Now this conflict is going to result in a wider conflict. It's not just Israel and Palestine. Now it's going to be Israel, Palestine, Syria, Iran. You know, unfortunately for the Israelis, they have enemies all surrounding them. I don't know. You know, that's a complicated situation. And, you know, people ask me what I think about it. The first thing I think is we don't talk about politics. People come here for escape from reality, not, you know, to hear my political thoughts. I just pray for peace. That's my thoughts on the whole thing. I pray for peace. Chris Johansson says, at my sour age, I hope they press the button. God forbid, you know. What a lot of people don't realize, too, is that Israel has over, I believe they have 100 nuclear weapons. So if these countries really get aggressive in attacking Israel, there could be a nuclear conflict. And that certainly wouldn't be very good, in my opinion. It wouldn't be very good for anyone, right? I just don't get it. Like I said, all I do is pray for peace. Every day when I say my prayers, I pray that people will put their weapons down and negotiate some peace settlement. I don't care if it's 1 state, 2 state, as long as there's peace. You know, but this has been a battle that has been raging for a long, long time. No end in sight, apparently. Lucy Day, thanks for being a member, says, likewise here. I think the vast majority only want peace. Well, that's interesting, Lucy Day. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. And I also just want to put something else on the record. 1 second here. All right, so for those unaware, there is a YouTube channel called UAM TV that hosts all of these scammer grifters. We've got, you know, they're interviewing Linda Moulton Howe and David Adair and all of these people. And UAM TV apparently took exception to my fair use of their video. They're threatening me with a copyright claim or strike. They say, hey, you took our video from UAMN TV. And then they time-stamped every timestamp that I used. 34 seconds, 26 seconds, 16 seconds, 0 seconds. I don't know what that's about. Or they meant 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 49 seconds. They actually went through and counted how many seconds of their video that I used. Each time I stopped it, I suppose. And they said total duration, 2,746 seconds, 45 minutes and 46 seconds. You think that's fair use? Yes, I do. And I'll put it on the record. And just to let UAMN TV know, people are free to file whatever they're going to file. I'm not taking my video down. And I'm not doing that because that was clear-cut fair use. I stopped the video every few minutes or whatever, and I talked over it. It's a transformative work. No one could possibly confuse their original video for my video. It's a complete transformative work. I verbally cited fair use before I began to use those clips. In a text blinker on the bottom of the screen, gave my fair use arguments while I played the video. And let me see if I can get that up just so that I can read it correctly. I almost have this button memorized, the fair use. So this was playing on the bottom of the screen while I used that video under fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the videos we are sharing. This is covered under fair use and is allowable by law. They can copyright claim me or strike me, whatever they're going to do, but they should be aware that I have a very strong legal defense letters for YouTube for fair use. And if they copyright claim me, I will fight it 100% in court if necessary. They can sue me for copyright infringement in my home state of Pennsylvania. Hope you like cheesesteaks and pretzels, right? I'll buy you some cheesesteaks and pretzels if you take me to court. It's absolutely ridiculous. And by the way, that YouTube channel is pushing 100% provably fake people selling 100% provably fake stories. You will not intimidate a real reporter from using your material under fair use to educate people. Not gonna happen, not on my watch. And just so they're aware, I think we're up to 29 times now. 29 times somebody has falsely copyright claimed or struck my channel. And all 29 times I file the same letters that I'm going to file if they do this, and I win. And what this UAM TV should be aware of is if you falsely copyright strike my channel and I vigorously legally defend myself, YouTube makes a decision, and if they find that I'm correct in my assertion that that was fair use, and certainly they're going to, I'm telling you they're going to, then your channel will get a strike. So do what you're going to do. I'm not going to be threatened, intimidated, or harassed into silence or not covering the wackadoos that you put on your channel. It is what it is, friends, you know. Hank McGurk says, totally transformative, nothing like the original, not in spirit. Yeah. Yeah. Dimebar says, we didn't want to watch his shite, but we had to rip the crap out of it. Yeah, Spooky was here at my home. I took Spooky for a cheesesteak. Cheesesteaks were good. 124 News in English on YouTube will have information on this strike. Yeah, no different than a film critic. Yeah. Talmud says that's how fair use works. Stephen paused it many times and we all had a discussion. Yeah. And even sharing the user comments on the screen while we were going through it makes it a transformative work. My fair use arguments are very, very hard to overcome. Someday somebody might beat me. You know, I don't want to get arrogant. We've won, like, usually somebody files a claim, not a strike. And they sort of request we take our video down. And then I say, no, that's fair use. Or they filed a claim and try to get our revenue for producing the video since we use their video somehow in the production of our video. And I say, no, fair use defense letter from my very good lawyers. And we've won every single one. But I don't want to get arrogant. Somebody may beat us. I'm fully aware of what you need to do to support a fair use defense. And we do all those things. I speak the fair use warning verbally. We put it on a text thing. You know, I don't know what more they want. Some people just, they don't want you using their material because we made them look like ass clowns. That's what this is about. They don't like it when you use the video that they produced and it makes them look like ass clowns. And we made them look like clowns. So I guess they're going to do what they're going to do. Israel missiles have hit a site in Iran. ABC's news reported late on Thursday, citing a U.S. official days after Iran launched a drone strike in Israel in response to attack on the Iranian embassy. Wow. Dimebar says, ooh, Alphonse is Pennsylvania and does trademark and copyright. I hope that these clowns file a baseless claim and they will be destroyed with legal bills. And as a bonus, the lawyer may lose his bar card. Yeah, I really don't know. I've got some of those frozen cheesesteak meats in the freezer. They come out pretty good. Trolley. Yeah, my wife makes cheesesteaks here. Tomorrow is cheeseburger and French fry night, which I'm looking forward to. There's two meals that I really look forward to here. It's cheeseburger night and cheesesteak night. My wife does the cheesesteak night. I do the cheeseburger night on the grill. We'll probably have hamburgers and hot dogs. It's good dinner. What kind of pretzels? Soft pretzels. Yeah, the hot and soft type with mustard, please. I grew up on soft pretzels, and especially being a starving artist, soft pretzels are great because you could get a bag of pretzels like that for $1 back in the day when I was truly a starving artist, Amy. So even as long as you had $1, you at least wouldn't be hungry that day because those pretzels fill you up, right? They're, yeah. Trolley Troll, just make sure you have good rolls to go with it. Yeah, absolutely, we do. Yeah, those are great. Yeah, so listen, we've done our due diligence. I am headed to the cabin finally for once this weekend. There's supposed to be good. There's supposed to be good weather. M. Stone says, stand on business, Stephen. You got all the smoke contained. I guess throw in some pierogies. Yes, pierogies, definitely. I make homemade pierogies, but a lot of times we just use those Marie's. I think they're the frozen ones. Yeah, I grew up on pierogies and pretzels, being a Philadelphia Pollock, right? Elmer Boilerhouse says, Wilcock has Philly cheese bison steaks. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yes, Patty says, enjoy your time off. Yes, so I got my screws and my nails, and I got everything that I need for this weekend. For those unaware, I'm building a covered porch roof over the stone patio that I built last year. And soon the porch will have soon the cabin will have a front porch. Every good cabin needs a front porch and some rocking chairs, in my opinion. And we're going to have them soon. Fish paste in a tube. Not a fan of that. No. Wilcock puts Frumunda cheese in his steak sandwiches. I don't know. Yoshi says, wish I could do DIY. I don't know if you're talking about the cabin or making your own cheesesteaks. Both are within your capability. Sometimes you just got to reach for it, Yoshi. Should I write a comedy drama about a new age speaker called Richard Michael, who meets a new speaker called Barry Bood, who ruins his career? I think that's a carefully veiled, Yeah, I think you should. I'm all for anybody doing artistic and creative things, regardless. And yeah, Patty mentioned enjoying my time off. So I'm going to the cabin, and we're finally going to have good weather there, I think. It's supposed to rain tomorrow night, but I don't care about rain when it's dark when I get there. Saturday and Sunday, it will be 55 and cloudy, I believe, or 52 and cloudy. It keeps changing. I'm looking forward to getting some progress done. I didn't go to the cabin last week, and when I go 2 weeks without getting there, I get antsy. Pathfinder asking, any Bigfoot sightings around near the cabin? Yes, I have a map of Bigfoot sightings all around the cabin. But most of me, being as skeptical as I am, though, most of me thinks that what people are seeing are black bears. There's a lot of black bears in that area. And so I don't want to discount people's experiences. I haven't seen any Bigfoots, and I've been hiking all around that area, even in some very remote, hard to access mountains. I haven't seen any Bigfoots, but I have seen an awful lot of black bears, and I am extremely careful around black bears. I had a bad encounter with one once. Once a mama bear charged me because I stupidly got between her and her cubs. That's a dumb thing to do. Never get between a mama bear and her cubs. As soon as she got up on her hind legs and growled at me and came running at me, but I ran. And as soon as she got to where the cubs were and I was going away from her, she calmed down and just sort of walked off with her 3 cubs that I didn't see. It's very dangerous to be around bears in the wilderness. Anything that can kill you in the wilderness, like a mountain lion or a wolf or a coyote, you really, you got to respect. You have to have respect for those animals. You're encroaching on their home, you know. But in any case, I'm going to the cabin. I'm going to be building a porch roof, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Just like every project I've done there, it's kind of like learn as I go. You know, I figure it out. It's complicated because the front wall of the cabin is very uneven because of the cordwood. Like some of the logs stick out this far, and some stick out this far, and so I've got to build sort of a truss along the front of the cabin to hold the roof up. And then the front of the cabin is going to have these huge log posts, which I've already placed. They're big, thick logs that will hold the roof up. I can't tell you, I can't wait to sit on my porch, maybe barbecue some burgers or a steak, and sit on a rocking chair on the porch of my front cabin, which none of that existed a few years ago. So I highly recommend whatever you do. If you got a dream in your heart, like I had this dream in my heart to build a cabin in the woods. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm learning as I go. And, you know, I learned what I needed to learn, whether it was plumbing, electrical, or carpentry, or how to build a door or whatever, door frame, how to put windows in. Yeah, I highly recommend if you got a dream in your heart, just find a way and just keep making progress towards it. Progress is the key to happiness. As long as you're making progress towards some of your goals, you will be really happy. Go Kick Rock says, my mom has a black bear den in her backyard. She uses a radio during the summer to keep them away from the trash. Yeah. Yeah. My friend calls them trash pandas or trash bears. You know, they do. Do I record the build? It sounds awesome. I started recording the new cabin that I'm building, but I only did pictures. I started recording while I was building the first cabin, but it got too difficult to build thing. You know, it's hard enough trying to build something. But I'm going to do a new cabin series on how to build cabins at the new property where I'll be building a cabin this, I guess, spring, summer, and fall. That's actually a great idea, using a radio to keep them away. Yeah, I have a 12-volt siren, and they don't like loud noise. So if they walk in my yard or something in the cabin, I just blow that siren, and they usually go away. But most of the time, I just go in the cabin and I watch them from inside the cabin. And usually, if a bear's on your property, first of all, yeah, they'll go after your trash cans or any trash, and don't, God forbid, leave any food out. But after that, they kind of, if you don't have food or trash cans out that they can get into, they just kind of saunder through your property and they roll on. And I like seeing them, so I try not to discourage them too much. But it does make me nervous with children around. I will say that when my children are in the cabin yard playing, I have to be right next to them just in case, because there has been a few times where a bear came walking through. I'm like, whoop, let's go get inside the cabin, you know? Do I have a favorite fragrance I wear? No, not really, Yoshi. My wife just buys those things for me. And so I think, especially if you're a married man, let your wife buy whatever fragrance product she prefers, because she's got to smell you, you know? So I don't even know what it's called. My wife buys me the cologne that she prefers that I wear, and pretty much everything else. The shampoo I use, the soap I use, the deodorant I use, you just default to the wife, right? Signaling David Hasselhoff in short pants. Yeah. Yes, Talmud says true. She's got to deal with the smell. Let her pick. I don't know what happened. I became a helpless man so fast because my wife is very, I don't know, she's very maternal. She takes good care of all of us. So it wasn't so long after my wife and I first moved in together that my wife just bought all my clothes and whatever. Just do what they want. Happy wife, happy life, friends, right? Patty says, we have Florida panthers and alligators. Yeah, that's scary. Anything that can kill you, got to be very careful with. So what can I say, friends? We've done our due diligence. I'm going to get some cabin time in. Whatever. And by the way, we've got 3 replays running at 9 p.m. So every night at 9 p.m. is Truth Seekers time, 9 p.m. Eastern. Whether I'm here or not, I will most likely be in the live chat for those premieres. We have one Friday night at 9 p.m., Saturday night at 9 p.m., and Sunday night at 9 p.m. Look in our video section. They'll be premiering. I will try my very best. Now, sometimes I get busy at the cabin, or like sometimes my neighbor invites me over to his place to hang out, and I think it's rude for me to be in a live chat tapping away while I'm at somebody else's house. So I'm not sure that I'll be in every one, but I will try to be. And I appreciate the support of you people that are showing up every night at 9 p.m., whether we're live or not. And just to be clear to those who have asked, if you see TS Classics in the title or in the thumbnail, yes, that's a replay. If you don't see TS Classics, that's a live show like right now. So anyway, I think we've done our due diligence. It will be interesting to see. I think we're going to hit a year, and Grusch will still have not provided any evidence. By the way, where's that op-ed he promised when he suddenly remembered he did have firsthand knowledge of something? A difficult road ahead for a fake whistleblower, but it kind of makes sense that a fake whistleblower is being put forth by a fake Pentagon UFO program director and the Mellon banking clown who ran the TTSA false narrative and what many have described as a techno scam. Nobody got their money back from TTSA. That's what you need to know about that. So who cares what Christopher Mellon says? And I don't care how much money he has. He literally stood there on a stage and him and his buddies lied to investors to get millions of dollars. Nobody got their money back. Nobody got a spaceship. We didn't get to see any spaceship parts or UFO parts like they promised too. It's a mess. Interesting that the same people that ran that scam are also very, very close to David Grusch. I think that this is all the same people. And when Tom DeLonge failed miserably on Joe Rogan, they pulled him as the front man. They put in Elizondo. Elizondo was the front man for quite some time and a good public speaker. He could speak for 2 hours and say nothing. But then his story started coming crashing down, and people began to get wise that Lou Elizondo lied to everybody, and he never ran a real or official government UFO program. So they pulled him as the front man, and they put in Grusch. I predict they're going to be pulling Grusch soon. They can't keep up this evidence-free story for much longer. And Grusch's story and his web of lies is apparently coming crashing down or unraveling. They're going to need a new front man. So look to see a charismatic UFO whistleblower or alien whistleblower coming forward very, very soon. That's my prediction. Now, I could be wrong, but I've been awfully right about a great number of these things. It's easy to spot the patterns when these people keep doing the same thing to keep the grift going. But in any case, and just to be clear, I don't wish Grusch any ill will. In fact, most of me, especially being the father of a severely autistic child, most of me feels very bad for him. I have sympathy for him, and I think that he's been manipulated into this role by a bunch of UFO profiteering whore scumbags. And that's unfortunate. I just hope that he, who knows? I wish a road to redemption. He may wake up and say, all these people lied to me and made me destroy my career over this shit. And none of them had any evidence, but they all convinced me that it was real and that they had evidence. I, for one, will keep Mr. Grusch in my prayers, and you should too, especially if I'm correct in that he's being manipulated by a bunch of UFO profiteering whores. That's not a good position to be in. They have collectively made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of him. I wonder how much of that he got to keep. Something to think about. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion.
We have
My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
Do you want a chocolate?
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. It has now been 366 days since David Grusch first came onto the scene, burst onto the scene, some would say, with his out-of-this-world claims of alien spacecraft, alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, and more. But like many of the UFO messiahs of the past that we have detailed here, in our series, A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers, David Wilcock has an awful lot that would make people believe him, including impressive military and intelligence community credentials. However, he is sorely lacking in the one thing that most reasonable or rational people would need to believe that his out-of-this-world claims were actually true, and that would be evidence. There's no evidence. It has been over a year now since he first came onto the scene, and still no evidence. Now, there have been varying excuses from the true believer camp for why that is so, but all of those excuses fall apart. First of all, the intelligence community inspector general is not now, nor have they ever been investigating his alien and UFO claims. So the excuse that, well, he gave the evidence to the intelligence community inspector general, that's irrelevant. Maybe he did give some evidence that he hasn't shared publicly with the ICIG, but since the ICIG is not investigating any of his claims around aliens, UFOs, alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, then that excuse is stupid and ridiculous. And really childish, illogical, and meaningless. But that's what we get in the UFO world when you really want to believe somebody and, you know, somebody starts slapping facts at you like, well, where's the evidence? You make up excuses. You have to do mental gymnastics in order to still believe this man. Next, we get some stunning revelations that Dave Grusch is directly connected to the same group of skinwalker scammers and paranormal pushers that have been pushing these very similar or same claims for years without providing evidence. Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan, Eric Davis, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Jay Stratton, and others. This should be a red flag to everybody because those people have been saying these things for years and never providing evidence. And if he's closely associated with them or close friends with many of them, this is a problem, but it's a problem that many on the true believer side don't see as a problem because the same people who make excuses for UFO profiteering scumbags like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell constantly selling us fake stories and Ross Coulthard constantly selling us fake stories will make excuses for why the Grusch story is somehow different. Listen, if his story is being sold by the same group of people that constantly and continually keep getting caught selling us fake stories, then maybe, just maybe, the critics of Grusch are correct in that he has no evidence and he never will. And since he's so closely associated with these UFO profiteering scumbags like Coulthard and George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, we can rightfully assume that this is just another one of their fake stories that has no evidence and no corroborating information. I think that's a reasonable assumption to make, considering Ross Coulthard has been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories, and so has George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. These people lie to us in order to sell us the illusion of true stories. They're not true. You know what would make them true? Evidence. But as is usually the case, we have a problem here. There's no evidence. So I suppose if you want to believe Dave Grusch, it is a matter of faith. I require a little more than faith to believe someone. Just a note, we have been, people have been asking me to do these panel shows again. So we're opening up the show to anybody who wants to join the show. And wherever you're listening, if you're listening in on Twitch or on Facebook Live or on Twitter, the link to join the show is in the live chat in the YouTube chat. It's pinned at the very, very top. And I ask you, please, for the love of God, if you're going to join the show, don't do so unless you have headphones. People try to do that, and it just doesn't work. And there's all this echoing, and then people complain and cry, and somehow that's my fault. Please wear headphones. I'm going to take a moment to add the invitation to both Facebook, our Facebook Live feed, and our Twitter feed. So just bear with me a moment. And while I do that, you know, I hate to take a victory lap here or say I told you so, but we have been very critical of the Dave Grusch narrative since June 5th of last year. But, you know, I get it. So many people just desperately want to believe. And why not? The guy came along and confirmed everything that we always thought to be true, but never had any evidence for. And what you know, a year later, still no evidence. And I'm going to just put link to join the show in the Facebook Live feed. It will be pinned at the top of the Facebook Live feed. And we'll also go over to Twitter and add the link to join the show in our Twitter Live feed. 1 second here. I'm going to just say link to join the show. And I do have some thoughts and sort of criticisms of the Grusch narrative that I have put pen to paper on. So we'll get into that while we wait for you panel members to join the show. But before we do that, let's recognize a kind and generous benefactor, Bunker Buster, with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat, says, praise the cash. We'll be doing that all night tonight, praising the cash. And thank you, Bunker Buster. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And thank you, of course, for helping us too.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
That's right. We are praising the cash, Bunker Buster. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. We thank every single person who throws any money our way for support in the form of becoming a YouTube channel member and also a Patreon supporter, or if you send us a PayPal pledge. We read every single we thank every single person that sends us support, whether it's a PayPal pledge, instructions in the description of the video, super chat, super sticker, super thanks. If we see them, we appreciate every one of you and we read them all out. We want to thank Initials PB for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge, who says, great show last night and tonight. Praise the cash, bitches. That's right. We're here to praise the cash, bitches. Thank you for your kindness. Pete, thank you. All right, so we will get into a little bit of tonight's presentation. Don't have much in the way of a presentation tonight, but I thought it'd be wise to put pen to paper on some of my thoughts of this Dave Grusch situation. Because for over a year now, oh, and by the way, I do have an announcement. If you are going to come to me on Twitter and harass me, I'm not engaging with you. And yes, I've started to block some of the more toxic true believer dickheads, and I will continue to do that. Somebody thought it would be a good idea to just slag me in like 40 threads yesterday. So they get blocked. I'm not going to, you know, I'm fine with answering people's questions. I get it. You're upset because I destroyed the delusion that you so desperately want to believe. And I do so with things like facts, evidence, and logic. And I get there's going to be some venom. There's going to be some hatred. People are going to come spitting venom at me. And, you know, I'm more or less fine with that. But when it rises to a level of people getting like really, really psychotic, I'm just not going to deal with you anymore. Unlike the UFO celebrity scumbags, however, we don't have an echo chamber. As long as you approach me respectfully, I'll answer any questions that you have. I'll answer questions. If you want to bring up a point to me and tell me I'm wrong, that's perfectly acceptable. I'm not here to take abuse, and I'm just not going to do it. Some of these people, they come here with this nasty attitude, and the venom is so obvious and apparent. All they want to do is they want to vent on me because their delusions aren't working out. Because that's what the UFO belief system is. It is an evidence-free, faith-based belief system. And when someone comes along and starts to point this out, people get upset. I get it. But I'm not here to just blindly accept your harassment. When it rises to a level of you spending hours slagging me, or here's another one, if you just come to me on Twitter and attack my appearance, bye-bye, you dummy. And by the way, when people come and attack my appearance, it's because I've already won. They can't argue with the facts, so they're just going to attack my appearance, call me one-eyed Willie, complain about me wearing sunglasses when I have a medical reason to do so. I have third nerve palsy, whatever abuse you want to dish out. I'm not here to take it anymore, especially because lately I have a severe lack of time. I have 2 boys, for those unaware, and they'll be home all summer, and I will be the primary caretaker. Daddy daycare is in full effect starting tomorrow. I don't have time for you idiots. Go cry to somebody who cares. I'm here to talk about the facts and the evidence of the people making these claims. And if all you have are excuses, maybes, hope-sos, and possibilities, I'm just not real interested. But back to David Grusch and my thoughts on that. By the way, feel free to join right now. This will be a very quick sort of review of Dave Grusch and his various out-of-this-world alien claims. It won't be very long, and we'll then be accepting panel members. So let's begin unveiling the truth behind David Grusch's alien and UFO claims. Tonight, we'll be making a critical examination of those claims. David Grusch, a former intelligence officer, catapulted his way into the public eye with his sensational claims about the U.S. government harboring evidence of extraterrestrial life and unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, or spacecraft. These assertions, made over a year ago now, have sparked widespread curiosity and debate. However, despite the gravity of his allegations, Grusch has yet to provide any concrete or empirical evidence to substantiate his out-of-this-world claims. Tonight, we will be critically examining Grusch's assertion, placing them within the broader context of historical UFO and alien stories and claims that have similarly failed to produce any verifiable evidence. Let's begin with the claims and their immediate impact. Grusch's allegations were nothing short of extraordinary. After all, he asserted that the U.S. government possesses physical evidence of extraterrestrial technology and even bodies of non-human origin. These claims, which were detailed in interviews and public statements, suggested a massive cover-up of alien encounters by government entities. Grusch's background in intelligence and in the military lent a veneer of credibility to his statements, leading to significant media coverage and public fascination. However, as the initial excitement over his statements waned, a glaring issue emerged: the complete and total lack of evidence. Grusch's claims rested entirely on his purported insider knowledge, with no tangible proof provided to support his extraordinary assertions. In scientific and investigative communities, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Yet over the past year, Grusch has failed to deliver any such evidence. In fact, he not only doesn't have extraordinary evidence, he has absolutely no evidence of his claims, casting significant doubt on the validity of his statements and allegations. Now, I thought it'd be important to take a little bit of a historical look into Grusch and others who have a pattern of unsubstantiated claims. Grusch's story is not an isolated phenomenon. The history of UFO and alien claims is replete with individuals who have made similar sensational assertions but failed to substantiate them with any evidence. Number one, Bob Lazar, perhaps one of the most famous figures in UFO lore. Lazar claimed to have worked on reverse engineering alien technology at a site called S4 near Area 51. Despite the sensational nature of his claims, Lazar has never provided any verifiable evidence to support his story. And in fact, a great deal of his story can be picked apart as fake, like his claims of being a real scientist, he isn't, and his education, which was completely and totally fake. Critics have pointed out inconsistencies in his educational and professional background, further undermining his credibility. But a final note, Bob Lazar and the people selling you his story. Remember, it's always important to point out that these people aren't just telling you a story, they're selling you a story. Bob Lazar and all the people that sold you his story have never, any of them, have ever provided any actual evidence or proof of his claims. None. And in fact, many of the claims can be ripped apart as childish, stupid, and ridiculous, like George Knapp claiming he knows where the mythical Element 115 flying saucer fuel is buried, and someday he's going to dig it up and prove the story is true. These claims are childish and ridiculous, and I would expect nothing more from George Knapp, who has spent a lifetime huckstering fake alien and UFO stories for money. Next, we get to Philip J. Corso. In his book, The Day After Roswell, Corso claimed to have handled alien artifacts recovered from the 1947 Roswell crash while serving in the U.S. Army. Like Grusch, Corso's claims relied heavily on his personal testimony without any corroborative evidence. Despite the book's popularity, no verifiable proof ever emerged to support Corso's story. And in fact, history itself refutes Corso's story as completely and totally fake. And we have covered that here extensively. Number 3, Stephen Greer, who is the founder of the Disclosure Project. Greer has organized numerous events where former military and government officials have shared their UFO encounters. But despite the dramatic nature of these testimonies, no physical evidence has been produced to validate their claims. Greer's critics often point to his tendency to conflate credible sightings with dubious anecdotes, thereby diluting the overall credibility of his efforts. Stephen Greer has been making fantastic out-of-this-world claims about UFOs and aliens for 30 years now, but he has yet to provide any evidence. And in fact, much of the evidence he has put forth has been shown to be completely fake, like fake top-secret government documents. Stephen Greer has also been caught hoaxing alien and UFO encounters, such as the time that he claimed flares being dropped during military exercises were alien motherships, and the time that he claimed that a cactus that was filmed off in the distance at one of his CE5 events was actually an interdimensional alien being. Turns out that was not the case. One second. I got a new phone, and I forgot the Do Not Disturb here, so bear with me here. There we go. All right. Let's try to move on with our critical analysis of Grusch's claims. Pardon me. To critically analyze Grusch's claims, it is essential to apply a rigorous standard of evidence. And I think that's sorely a problem with many people in the UFO world. They have no standards of evidence. And many people don't even realize that they're being hoodwinked and that there is no evidence because they have no standards of evidence. We need to have standards of evidence about people who make these claims. The scientific method demands reproducibility, verifiability, and falsifiability. Grusch's assertions fail on all 3 of these fronts. His claims are not reproducible. No independent verification of his statements has been possible due to the absence of any evidence. And furthermore, his allegations are not falsifiable as they lack the specific details necessary for any independent investigation or inquiry. Additionally, the broader context of intelligence work must be considered. Intelligence officers, by the nature of their work, often deal in classified information and are trained in the art of misinformation and psychological operations. Dave Grusch, for example, was trained specifically in information warfare. This background and training he had raises questions about the motivations behind Grusch's statements and the possibility of deliberate disinformation, misinformation, or psychological manipulation. So, in conclusion, while David Grusch's claims have ignited public interest in UFOs and extraterrestrial life, they remain unproven. His failure to provide any at all concrete evidence over a year after making his extraordinary assertions mirrors a long history of similar unverified claims made by other people in the past. For the scientific and skeptical communities, Grusch's story reinforces the importance of maintaining rigorous standards of evidence and skepticism. Extraordinary claims, particularly those that challenge our understanding of the universe, must be met with extraordinary evidence, a criterion that Grusch has yet to fulfill. Until such evidence is presented, his claims should be viewed with the utmost skepticism. And I think that is the best way to go about this is when people come along and start making these extraordinary claims, we have to be very, very critical, and we have to demand that they provide evidence. This trust me, bro school of ufology does nobody any good except for the pockets of the people selling these stories, because it can be very, very profitable for these people to put forth these stories, which is why that so many of these people are willing to put forth completely evidence-free stories. You know, a reputable or, you know, real journalist wouldn't just accept somebody's word for it and put forth completely and totally extraordinary stories. A reputable journalist would require somebody to have evidence of their claims before publishing a story about their claims. But that's not what we get. And we can see that News Nation has, you know, they've gotten millions and millions and millions and millions of monetized views on the Grusch story, all based on no evidence. And what other news agency would do that and push the story for more than a year when the person making the claims has absolutely no proof or evidence? Would we see that on CNN or MSNBC or a real news network? No. So I'm sorry, not sorry. News Nation is not a trusted source for reputable journalism. They're garbage peddlers. And this is why and how these stories work. So we've done our due diligence. And really, just to kind of bookend things, I want to be sure that I put on the record that my personal belief, and I agree this is speculation, but I'm entitled to that. I'm entitled to my own beliefs, having observed the Grusch story over the past year and covered it. We did many, many stories about Dave Grusch every step of the way. My personal belief is that Dave Grusch is a well-meaning person. He means well. And I truly believe that he believes what he's saying is true. But I also believe that he may have been manipulated by a group of UFO profiteering scumbags who knew that his story would generate great revenue. And we can see proof of that. And people love to argue with me when I make the statement that hundreds of thousands of dollars has been made off of David Grusch. But the truth is that anybody that can do first grade math, just go add up all of the thousands and thousands and millions of monetized views. And remember, depending on a channel's CPM rate, it could be anywhere from $6 to $12 per 1,000 views. That's what YouTube will pay most YouTube channels. For example, ours is somewhere around $9.50 for every 1,000 views we get. In if they're monetized views, and most of David Grusch coverage was monetized, but in our case, for every 1,000 views, we get like $9.50. So imagine the Yes Theories getting 1 million views, or Joe Rogan getting 3 million views, or News Nation getting millions of views. It's a factual statement to say that hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated through the promotion of Dave Grusch's evidence-free stories. I think that's incredibly concerning, but it also speaks to a motive that some people may have to push his story, and the motive that some people may have had as far as my belief that he was manipulated into this role. And that's truly sad. And, you know, I wish a road to redemption for everybody. I have nothing against the man. I hope that he finds peace, especially if I'm correct in that he and his family were manipulated. Imagine if you and your family were manipulated into helping some scumbag grifters make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then you were paid very little out of all of those ill-gotten proceeds. So he's probably not in a very good place if he's realizing, and I believe that he may be realizing that he may have been manipulated by some of these people. We'll take a few comments before we bounce out of here. Wes Snipes is here. Thanks for being a member. Says, too bad Grusch's stories are secondhand stuff, so maybe he is telling the truth in what he's told. Could be, but evidence will determine that. And so far, we're over a year in, and no evidence to be found. Only Oscars is here. Thanks for being a member. Says the flies did swarm around Grusch. Yes, sure. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Arrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Arrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Arrow, dumpster fire. Arrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. David Grusch, dumpster fire. Arrow, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. David Grusch.
For the masses. Yeah.
Gary Nolan. Arrow, Gary Nolan. Arrow found no evidence of extraterrestrial technology, a lack of any evidence. Arrow found no evidence of extraterrestrial technology, a lack of any evidence. Trust me, bro. Don't worry about the evidence. David Grusch. Trust me, bro. Don't worry about the evidence. David Grusch. With zero evidence.
No credible evidence thus far.
With zero evidence.
No credible evidence thus far.
Kirkpatrick's evidence. Where is Arrow's evidence? Kirkpatrick's evidence. Where is Arrow's evidence?
If I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
If I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
If I call your mother a hooker, mother a hooker.
Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Aliens and extraterrestrials. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.